Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
The stream is like launching a spaceship every single time. Everybody got all these countdowns and all these things I have to make work. Except for, it's like you need a whole room of people to make it work, except for I'm the only person. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody. We're going to get into it. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're not missing this stream, everybody. We're going to play some, we're going to play some games. We're going to play some Satisfactory right over here. We're going to get our central train stations up and going. Check out what I saw at the Dollar Tree, everybody. Look, that's the size of my hand versus the size of those Smarties. They're massive. They're absolutely massive. I had to get them not only just to show you on stream, but I absolutely love Smarties. Smarties are great. So yeah, I had to get them and put them on my desk. A little bit of sugar there, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Check this out, everybody. Check this out right over here. Let me get this going. Check it out. 3.3 right there. 3.13 miles I got in yesterday. Trying to get that walking in, everybody. Trying to get that walking in every other day, and then working out every other day other than that day, and then having Friday completely off so that my body can rest. So yeah, really pushing myself, everybody, both in IRL and then a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes. I've gotten so much stuff done, but had to rest, everybody. Had to rest. You know, it's going to be a roller coaster, everybody. It's going to be a roller coaster when you're pushing this hard on health and on everything else. It does come at a cost of energy. That is for sure. Energy and time, both very valuable things in life. It sure is. But we ain't missing this stream. We're going to get into it. We're going to dive right into some Satisfactory. But first, we're going to say hello to all of you. I see Winston in the chat. First person I see in the chat. 1,000 kiss caps for everybody, for you guys to be in here right at the top of the stream. We got Thurbrick in there as well. What up, Thurbrick? We got Ice Cold Killer. What's up, Ice Cold Killer? Thank you to Wist and Thurbrick also for the ones as well. And again, since we're running a bit behind, I'd say we dive right in to some Satisfactory. Let's go to it. All right, hydration ready to rock. All right, where did we leave off last time? As you can see, we have our central station, and our train actually is fully functioning now. It should be running through and dropping off tons of oil. Wow, that oil is triple stacked. Look at that, nice, and all the way down, triple stacked. So that oil is good to go. We should see our train moving on the map. Right over here, our boxy train working, our coal train running, and our core train running there. We also have a train that should be running way out to here. We've got a problem over there. We got to put in our block signals, I think. Yes, there's our train. And it's just currently parked over there. We got our lake oil train over there. And we have another train. Why do we have a train just parked there? Now that I think about it, what's that train doing there? Is it blocking this train? It's a good question. But it looks like the lake oil train right now is loading. And then this train just seems to be parked there. What was that train for? Good question. Probably we were testing something over there. Yeah, there we go. I just want to make sure the lake oil train is on its way back. Yes, there it goes, circling around the station. It's looping around the front of the station, and then it's going to loop back the other way. We can actually take this stamp out now. There we go. And it's collecting all this oil here. It's running into the station here, and it's picking it up, and then it's going to run it back to our primary base all the way on the other side of the map. This is a long way for it to go. But we'll add more trains over time that will help with that loop, so that while this one's on its way back, and I think they should actually cross in the middle. So right when this one's in the middle here, the other one's here. So this one is loading while this one is unloading at the same time. So so that we have that going. Now this oil is not actually going anywhere right now. The main power is up here in my primary station, which is way over there. And again, it's only like 20,000 power, and I could actually finish the game with that 20,000 power. I know, it's pretty amazing. I proved that that was possible, everybody, in this playthrough, which is awesome. But I'm not finishing the game because we are mega building, everybody. We're not really worried about finishing the game. We've already done it multiple times, and we've done it tons and tons of times in the early access as well, but also on release. But now what we're doing is we're just having fun mega building, where we're absolutely building out a massive amount of infrastructure. And one of the main things that we're doing is our main train line, which is our main central railway. And that central railway goes right over and then picks up that oil and then comes back. Also along that same train line, and we can see the train coming back this way right now. In fact, we'll go here to the front. Went down a little faster. We'll go over here to the front. We should turn the game sounds on too. There we go. We'll go here to the front. We'll watch it come in. And this lake oil drop off. We'll watch it come right into the station and do its thing while we're chatting it up. So this will be my main mega power plant, right? So we really, in each game, you're trying to find out what is the central thing that you need. What's the most important thing you need in that game? In this case, it's all about power. The more power you have, the more systems you can have going, the more factories you can have going, the more trains, and so on, right? The more things you can get going. Like in other games, it might be, like in Fallout, it would be caps, right? So the more caps you have, the more things you can buy, the better gear you can get, and so on. And of course, as you get your character stronger, your character can gather more and more and more. And the same thing like in 7 Days to Die. It's in 7 Days to Die, it's really food and water in the very beginning, but really if you had a lot of dukes, you could just buy the food and water. So really it's dukes, right? It's dukes to have that main thing. And in every game, that's the thing I try to figure out as quickly as possible is, there it goes, has a long train too. Very cool. And you can see it circling around us here and then looping back very efficiently, by the way, space-wise, in the way that it loops back within that 6x6 grid, which we've used. Now, all of these blueprints here are like Legos, where you can just snap them together and then they auto-connect each other. And then, of course, you can adjust for terrain and all of those things. So we've really taken these blueprints to a whole nother level. And that's just for the trains. We're just getting warmed up, everybody. We also have stuff for the extractors and also for stacking vertically all of our extractors and any of our extractors we need. We're going to try to tap as many as we can. But the main thing that we want to do is really scale our power. So this will take a while at this level, right? We're trying to get all the oil and all the coal and bring it over here to this location so that we can, of course, manage it and put it into our massive station that we're going to build. Now, there's no real reason to build the station now because I don't have more oil than I already have. So there's no point in building it now. Really, the main thing to build is your central railway. So that's the thing that we're going to be working on because I don't really need any other manufacturing right this second, and I'm not trying to finish the game. So really, the main thing that I need to do is utilize my main railway, which goes across, by the way, and then kind of dips down and then goes across again. Which you can see by my lake oil train here, just kind of dips right through there, and you can see it kind of weaves its way through the terrain to get over here. So we have a central railway this way. We have this where it goes over, and then we have it right here. It'd be nice to be able to see it on this map, but basically it goes over and creates like a T section and then goes this way. So we have a central way to go right here. Now, since we have central rail lines here, we really have access to all of these nodes along the railway because we can always take the line, even if it's a bit of a stretch. You could go ahead and take that line, and you could, even more so, you could combine all the lines that are of the same type. I wouldn't combine multiple of different types, though you could sort it if you wanted to when it got there using your smart splitters. I prefer to keep the lines clean and keep it all the same thing. But what we wanted to do was to get this coal line and run that back as well because we're using that for our steel stuff. So we need to work on that steel line. Also, our not our limestone, but our right here, our caterium, which AKA is our quick wire. We need to get that going as well. We need to go ahead and fix those two things up, which were all along the same train lines. So we're going to fix up those today so that we have all of those processes that we had before still functioning. And then we're going to come back over here, like I said, and access all of this coal here. And then just basically from the lake pickup here, we can just have a train come in, and instead of going into this station, it can just keep going and make its way down. And I could even just run it straight down like this and pick up all of this coal because I want the coal and want the oil because coal and oil equals power, right? Just like when you're taking coal and water and making power. But in this case, we want oil because oil is a step up from coal. And then, of course, it has multiple processes in the oil process. So you can have your standard oil, which makes fuel. And then you can have your rocket fuel and then, was it turbo fuel first? Then rocket fuel. Got ahead of myself. And then ionized fuel. So, again, you can just keep scaling up that fuel and whatnot. Now, I've done nuclear power many times. It does have a byproduct that you have to manage, though you can do it, as well as byproducts of sulfur production and so on and so forth. Sulfuric acid, you have to deal with the byproducts of all of that. But really, we could tap all the oil we wanted and really basically make the largest oil and coal power plant that we wanted to do in the game. And that really is the goal for right now, is to get all of that. There's more oil over here, and an absolute ton of it right here, everybody. Just a massive amount right there. Now, if we go and we look at where it T-junctions over here, where it does, it T-junctions right here. So if I were to take the train and instead of running it just straight across, also I could run it straight up. I can then run it straight up and it would end up right here, right? So right here, and then I could go across, get all this oil as well. And I could also T-junction out here and get this oil and this oil here, and then just run that straight across, get all of these resources. And then, of course, now I'm up here. I could run that across, and then T-junction off of all of those, and really have access to everything, because you could go up and then over and then T-junction again, and just, oh my god, you could just get every single node in the game. Again, showing you some of my awesome gamer secrets. Now, you might notice that I have all the nodes, and I can see all the nodes. That's from my radar towers. And there's also way more Mercer spheres and summer sloops and everything. We're going to be doing everything in this playthrough, everybody. This is a mega playthrough. That means we're going to get every Mercer sphere, every summer sloop, etc. You get the idea. We're also going to unlock alternate recipes. We're going to do every manufacturing, every bit of every single manufacturing in the game. But before we can do that, we need to have a lot of power, right? We want to maximize our power. So we're going to go through and maximize our power. That's what we're going to do. But we want to keep our processes that we already have running, that are doing steel production, that are doing all of those various productions going. So we are now back to the primary base, which is right here. You can see our oil train is coming from over here, running over to where we are. There it goes again. Again, that's not really even doing anything other than bringing the oil over here. It's just doing practice runs right now because it's already filled up the oil. And again, we will get that power plant going when we are ready for it. Let's go ahead and ride over this way a bit. Now, you can see some Mark II blueprints here, and I think still some Mark Is in there as well. Let's go for a swim. Oh, wasn't deep enough. Almost died. That's funny. That's funny. I almost died there. All right, and up we go. What's up there, Fireball King? And as you can see, we have all of our particle accelerators and stuff like that doing fun things over here as well. Now, what this was doing over here, everybody, was taking a lot of resources from what we were doing here. And as you can see right here, a bunch of coal was running in here and was running this particle accelerator, which is making time crystals and diamonds and whatnot over here. So this particular one here needs to be replaced. So again, this is forest coal that we have going over there and dropped off. So we got to replace this station with another station, right? And we got to replace all of this with some better production over here. So what we want is we want another train station that just does this particular thing, that does all the coal. Now, how many coal things we need? Well, that we need to figure out. And then we're just going to replace this entire area here and just remove all of this and replace it with some mega building instead, which is going to be very, very fun. And you can see we've been working on our modular blueprints here, which is pretty awesome. And again, we'll expand all of that here in a bit, but we're just going to go ahead and clear that blueprint designer for now. And we're going to go ahead and get working on that in a bit. So we need to know how many of our coal, and then over here on our quick wire, and again, we're going to utilize the same lines for these other train stations. The more you can utilize the same lines, everybody, and they do this in real life, the more they can utilize the same track, the less infrastructure they have to build, meaning higher profits, so they don't have to spend a lot of cash. Now, they would normally not do a dual line train, everybody, everywhere it was going, especially as far as I'm going right now. You would do a single line, and the reason why is because of cost, right? It's much less cost to have a single line and run that single line clear across the United States or wherever country you're in, because there's not always two trains running simultaneously on that track, so they can run for a very long time on a single track. And then if another train is coming from the other direction, they can move out of the way, or the other train can move out of the way, and then that train can go by, also known as an express train, whatever, higher priority train. That one would go by first, and then the other one would come out of there and then go. And you can build those up. You can actually do those in-game as well if you wanted to. Now, me, because it's a game and it doesn't have real-life cost other than buying the game, and I think this game is a steal, everybody. I'd say this is a $90 game. 100%. 100%. Don't change it to $90 Coffee State. I'm just saying, in value, it is absolutely a $90 game. I've gotten my value out of it 100-fold, everybody. Absolutely. More like 1,000-fold, because I actually have played it in the Epic Game Store for about 1,500 hours, and then also in Steam for 1,500 hours, because I bought another copy because I wanted to support them and tell them, hey, you're making a great game. I really absolutely love this game. This is the type of game where they said, hey, Kismet, we want to make a game. What game would you like? Satisfactory. That's it. That's the thing. And keep making it better constantly. And they do. They just keep every update makes it better and better and better. And they did come up with a bunch of bug fixes and stuff like that as well, which is awesome. Now you can see that this is running, everybody, but we can go ahead and crank this up now to 1200. Because this is a pure node. Now what that's doing, everybody, is when it doesn't have anywhere to go, it is actually taking this and backlogging it and putting the excess into the Awesome Sync. I think QuickWire is one of the best ways to get started into the Awesome Sync. You can see I got 45 coupons in there. I don't even know what I got for 45 coupons to spend, but we will get it all going here at some point. We're basically running that extra QuickWire in there, even though it's not connected to anything anymore, because we removed the train station, we removed its access to the train station. It basically is replacing that process with just running it into the Awesome Sync. And then also, if it does get to the point where it does start to backlog, you can see I have a massive backlog of that. But this all needs to be replaced as well with now the version that can make it run at 1200 speed instead of running at that 720. And the reason why we're running at 720 in the first place is, or 780, I think it was, 780, is because of the belt speed. The maximum belt speed out, because you can't split it right on the actual thing. If you could split it exactly on the extractor, everybody, then you could, say, bring out 1200 and then go 600 and 600 on two separate lines, but you can't do that. So really, it's the belt speed that limits you. It limits you in a bunch of stages in the game. Now, we're at the end of the game, everybody, so we could basically just finish the game right now if we wanted to. But at the end of the game, you do have a belt that does run at 1200. And so basically this one's running at 780. This whole entire setup is built up for 780. So we need to replace this entire setup and replace it with one that is going at that 1200. So what's more important, the QuickWire or the coal, right? That's what you have to decide. What do I want to get going first? Now, really, either of them at this point are not that massive of a high priority. Because it is making materials over here that does require QuickWire, does require my steel production. This would probably be the easiest to replace because I can just take all this out and then build out the top part. But I rarely ever go with the easiest thing first. And the reason why is because you want to always challenge yourself to do the hardest thing first, both in game and in real life. Because when you get up in the morning, everybody, that's when you're going to have your most momentum, your most energy. I always put the hardest thing first, and it has worked exceptionally well for me. Because once you have the hardest thing out of the day, you're like, okay, now I just got like medium or low level things to work on. And then bam, now my day's got momentum, and then boom, 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 and you're knocking stuff out. And by the time you hit that, you hit that wall around, some people are noon, some people are 3 o'clock. Once you hit that wall, man, you're on easy things now. You're on easy things. All right, okay, yeah, I know I got to click this thing, and I got to go there, and I got to drop this thing off or do that. And man, you're just choom, 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 choom. You're knocking them out, right? So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to start with the toughest one, and that is to get this coal over here and then reattach it into this main line here. So we're going to have this one right here, which is our primary oil drop-off. And then ahead of that, over on this side, we're going to build another one of these stations that is going to be the coal drop-off. So we need to go ahead and remove some of this. Now we're going to actually tap the same line so that on the return here, it's going to have to basically go under or over to end up over here. Or what we can do is actually have it go through the station and then basically circle around and then reattach itself like this, right? So you can't just have it wait for whatever's in here and then go around. Do I need it to go, do I need to bypass this train station right now? Not necessarily, and I could use the same lines and basically have it loop back the other way, right? So basically we can line it up in such a way that the output of this ends up going to the output of this, right? And that's really what we want to do. We want to have it going in the opposite direction. And this is my main street right here, everybody. I do not put stuff on the yellow part here. It's also running my power down the middle of the street. So we're going to just basically alternate our train stations. We're going to have our oil stations on this side. We're going to have our coal stations on this side. And we're going to just run them as far out as we can go, right? And then we'll just have basically a bunch of loop and then some bypasses if we do want to bypass as well. So what we want to figure out is how are we going to tie the end? We're going to start from the end and work our way backwards. How are we going to tie the very last station to basically make it where it can go back this way? Now, this particular station typically ends, and we'll go in and we'll get this. I should have put these like 1, 2, 3. Now that I think about it, maybe we should go in and do that with the blueprinter. Is resave these as 1, 2, 3, so we don't have to keep thinking it up every time. And that might be easier for you guys too, who might want to use these. But I actually have it here in line. Yeah, number 6 there is called train turnaround. Let's go ahead and put our blueprinter back down, but off to the side here a little bit. And by the way, you can have this hang off the side. Just hit H, and then it'll go into hover mode, and you can have it hang off the side of the thing. And so this one is called turnaround. So a train turnaround. Yes. Okay. So that's eventually what we want in the front there. But the first one is called train entrance. So here's what I'm going to do. I just thought of this, and I think this is going to help a lot. So we're going to go here, and then we're going to go ahead and call this station S01. And we're going to go ahead and add that to all of our stuff. 6x6 mega, like this, and we're just going to copy this part right here, just so it'll make it easier. Now, actually, we could probably go and just put this MK3 over here now. Yeah, just put that all in a row at the end. So S01 train station, and we're going to copy that format and save. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm always trying to improve upon it. Fixed freight platform. Okay, so this is our fixed freight platform. And we're going to go in and load our fixed freight platform. Fixed freight platform. And didn't we have a problem with these fixed freights that we went in and I think we replaced our stations because they weren't connecting properly? There's really an issue with using blueprints with connecting stations. But I think we fixed it last time, and if we didn't, we'll come back and we'll fix it again. But we are going to go in and rename this. Let's go. Freight platform. Freight platform. We're going to say plat, and we're going to say S2 or station 2, MK3, 3.6 mega. That's all the same thing. Freight platforms. There we go. So S2, save. There we go. All right. And then if we wanted to have our fluid platforms right here, so fixed fluid platforms, we'll go ahead and load that one. Fixed fluid here. And then again, this would be S3, fluid flat, or no, this would be S2B. Oh, hold on. Yes, we need this 2B. Save, and then we'll load this one, and we'll make this A. Save. Yes. And the reason why you want to do that is because it could be A or B. So it's really the second thing that you do is you put in because you have your entrance, then you put in how many stations that you want, and then you put in the actual train station and then the turnaround part of the train station. So now, while you're doing this, everybody, you want to take a moment to remove any of the other ones that are going to make it confusing, right? Like my fluid platforms here, I no longer need this one now. I can go ahead and remove that one because I have it right here. And my freight platforms, I can go ahead and remove this because these are going to get really confusing very, very quickly. So we have our train entrance right here. We want to go ahead and remove that one. Be real careful we don't remove the wrong thing, and then we're going to be rebuilding those things very, very quickly. So, yeah. So this is train platform that we haven't gotten to yet. We've got our train turnaround here we haven't got to. So we are train entrance. And we're going to apply those changes, and there we go. So, yes, the next thing is going to be our train platform is what it's called. train platform. And I actually should replace these ones while I'm going across here as well. So train entrance would be number 2, and then train platform 3. I'm changing my quick bar down here. 4, and then number 5. So this one. Okay, so this one actually needs to be removed here because that's the same as the one we just called A. So this one is actually 3, and then again this one's 4. Hi. And then apply. Hello. Hold on 1 second. Try to stay focused. And then we are loading our train platform here. This one. Yes, this is our main platform of where the actual train station itself goes on. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kismet. How are you doing there? Doing great, Crimson Knight. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Hey, Rotisserie G, what's up? Harm coming in says, good morning, Kismet. Happy Wednesday to all. Happy Wednesday to you. Yes, we're not missing this stream. We're going to get some Satisfactory going on. We're going to get it going. Unforgiven is wondering if you put his blueprints in. If I put his blueprints in, no. I'm not going to use anybody else's blueprints or any of that stuff. I am doing my own blueprints, but thank you for letting me know about your blueprints. I have not put his blueprints in, and I'm not going to be doing anybody else's blueprints other than my own. But thanks for letting me know. Again, I'm doing my own playthrough right now. All right, so let's go ahead and try to stay focused here without getting distracted. Let's see. This is the train platform, and we are going to paste this in here. Train platform. And then this would be number 3 right over here. There we go. Okay, and number 3, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and fix it over here and put number 5 as our train platform. Because, again, we have an alternate of 3 and an alternate of either fluid or freight. And we can mix and match those. And, again, it does 3 of them at the same time. You'll see me actually use all these blueprints here in a second. But we want to make sure that we have these kind of in order, so it's a little easier. I thought of this just a bit ago here when I was logging in, but I really want to clean these up a little bit. Now, again, I will post these again for my patrons as well, so if you do want these and try these out on your own, I will post those up there later on. But for right now, I'm going to be fine-tuning them. I like to fine-tune them a bit. Like in this case, this is going to make this so much easier. And then this is train turnaround here. And then again, we're going to paste this in here in the format. Turnaround. Turn around. There we go. And then this would be 2, 3, and this would be 4. And save. There we go. And then now we should have them all in a sequence like this. There we go. 1, and then 2A, 2B. And then the train platform. And then the train turnaround. All right, so that really makes that easier. And again, I've been having the problem of searching for it. Which one is it? Which one is it? And I don't want to have to search for it anymore. Want to have it nice and clear. And I'm going to be doing that with all my blueprints now that I have them kind of down. Is better organizing them so that, okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of thing. And so we're going to be working on that. Right here, this train turnaround here is now this one, so we can get rid of this one as well. This is always really scary, everybody, because you could end up redoing all of this again because you took out the wrong blueprint at the wrong time as well. Okay, so those are our blueprints, but we also want to work on our train tracks down here. So right here, we have our train track reverse mega thing. I actually would put the support maybe first. Maybe I should put the support first since I have this one as a support first. Do I want the train tracks first or the supports first? These are good questions. When you're coming out of the station, how do I have my... I think I have the support coming out of the station. So if I were to start at the station, I would do a support and then I would do the 2 tracks. So yeah, so support first. And I have them all labeled, and they're called upper support, but they're not in order right here. So we're going to go in and we're going to load that upper support, this one here. And we're going to better name these so that they're easier to do in sequence. So we're going to start with upper support. And then we want to say train lines. Stands for train lines. Upper support. And then again, all this stuff we're just going to put together. And actually, if we just put MK3, we will know it's a 6x6 usually. This is the upper support. So TL1 upper support. All right, we're going to copy that just to kind of get that going and then save. All right, nice. And then this is train track reversed mega. All right, so we're going to go ahead and load that one. Train track reversed mega here. And then right here, and then this is train track reversed. MK3 Mega already on there. Now see how we're unifying the names so that they're very easy to understand. It can be when you're in the middle of doing it, you know what you're doing, but it's very difficult when you come back and you're like, okay, what was the first thing? What was the second thing? What was the third thing, right? And that's why I have them in my bar down here, but that doesn't help everybody else if they are going to use these because they wouldn't know which one to do first, second, or third without watching the stream. Though I do make videos just for my patrons that will explain like my spiral and things like that. The perfect spiral, by the way, and also these modular tracks as well. So I do make stuff specifically for patrons as well. So I appreciate all my Patreon supporters over there. Lots more stuff coming your way as well, by the way, everybody. Working on so much stuff. Working so hard, everybody. So hard on stuff. Okay, so we got the train track reversed going. And now we want the regular train track, right? Is that what we're on? Train track Mega 3, I think it is. And again, we'll just look here. Train track Mega MK3. Okay, train track Mega M3 here. Okay, and then again, unify the names. This would be number 3. And then this is just the regular train track. And the other one's reversed in the way that its train track has a gap on the other side so that you can chain them. Like this, and then we'll say save like this. Okay, and again, now you want to remove the other blueprints that you now have duplicates of. And again, this is a very scary and dangerous thing. So we have our upper support, our train track reversed, and our regular train track. So upper support here. So we're going to edit. We're going to remove the upper support. Whew, man, this is always very scary. And then train track reversed. Here again, trying not to remove the angled ones. And if I mess this up, everybody, I'll just be remaking it here in a minute. I have messed this up before, everybody, but I'm trying not just to save us the time of not doing that again. There we go. So train line TL 010203. Look at that. Very nice. Now those are looking good, good, good. Okay. So what is the other thing? We need the angled supports, right? So we need the angled supports right here that we are doing. So we're going to go number 6 here, which is upper angled support mega. So upper angled support is what we're looking for. Upper angled support mega MK3 right here. And again, upper angled support, upper, and this is angled support. And then say MGA for mega. Over there. Or actually, we could just go sup like that and then put mega in there. Upper angle support. This is in between upper support of train track that are going down at an angle or up at an angle. You can actually use it either way. Going down or up at an angle. And then this is my angled support. So we're gonna copy that and we're gonna say save. Okay, and then the next one is our regular track. And I'm actually going to switch the name of this one to reversed. And then the other one is going to be called the regular one. And this is where it gets tricky that we don't mess this up. Angled track mega. Okay, so we go angled track. So 1 meter angled track. This one, angled track. And then we're going to say angled track. We're going to remember this is number 2. Angled track, not support. And then we're actually going to call this one reverse, which is going to mess us up a little bit. But because the other one starts with reversed, we should start this one with reversed and then the straight track. You'll understand here once I have it done. All right, so save that. And then the next one actually is the reversed one, which we're going to change back to the non-reversed one. 1 meter angled reverse track mega. 1 meter angled reverse track mega. This one here. And there we go. And so we want to change this to angled track. Angled track instead of reverse track. And then I have a space in there. There we go. And then save. I think we got that right. All right, let's go look. Again, I'm hitting Q to bring up my blueprints, and then I'm also in the blueprint designer, loading it in the blueprint designer, and then resaving it. Upper angled support, angled track reversed, and then angled track. All right. Oh, I forgot to change the name of this to 3. Okay, so we want to reload this one. I forgot to change that to 3, so we'll save that. And then we're going to go manage this here and remove this duplicate. Okay, so upper angled support, reverse track, and then regular angled track. Upper angled support, we can remove that one now. And then our angled track, remove. I'm always trying to optimize these so they're easier to understand and easier to run. Okay, so we've got our track lines, our angled track lines, and then we have our normal track lines. Wow, that is so much nicer. All right, very much nicer. And then we have all of our trains squared away. And then down here, we need to re-put these back into here. So what we want to do is start, and this is easy now because they're in order. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I just go 2, 3, and then 4, and then 6, 7, and 8. There we go. Right? So easy, right? And then once you have that in, then we have our separate under support here, which we'll load that one. We'll load that one in here, which is this support here. Which is just a separated one so that I can put it under the station where I want it to be. And I kind of, improvise the station ones in the moment of depending on how it goes. Now, I can actually add those into the blueprints, but it's a height problem. And you don't really want to do that because it's just going to make it more awkward to work with. You just keep it separate. And you can just add it after and then put your supports in, and then you can adjust them to the terrain or whatever it is you want to do. So I don't necessarily need that right now. And then, of course, the bottom support of what we're doing, which is this one right here, the lower support, which actually I would put as number 9 as well. And I'm not sure why I have it as track there, because that one really should look like a support and not as track. So, and the name of that one is lower support mega. So we're going to go in and same thing here. We're going to go and put that one as the next thing that we would do, which would be the lower support mega here. And we're going to say, what number did we leave off on? I already forgot. Number 3. So we would go, let's load this one first just so we can copy the name again. And then we'll go back and we will load the lower support megas. And then this would be 4. And this would be lower support. And change the look of it here to rounded foundations. Or is that rounded foundation? Man, I forget what the name of that thing is. Equipment, other, buildings. It's under buildings. It's a rounded support like that other one. We'll find it in here. It's in here. We know it is because we put it on the other one. Right here. This one. All right. Lower support. Should we put it the same as the other icon, or should we have it as that other support, the kind of bracketed support? I think maybe more bracketed support. Something like this. Or we could put it as the actual thing, which is this thing here. This. Yes. Yeah, we'll do that. Lower support. And we'll change the icon just to make it more visually easy to see. Plus, we also have it in sequence. So now we are cleaning up these blueprints. I like it. Okay, so there we go. So now we have our lower support there. And again, remember to take out the old one. Otherwise, you end up with just a ton of mess and extra ones. And you'll be like, how come I'm doing this thing? And then also fluid buffers here could be utilized as part of our train station. But we're just going to leave those separate for right now. And again, I have lots of tracks and a bunch of foundation stuff here. I can actually take these foundations and put them in their own subcategory here as MK3 blueprint foundations. Like that. I'm going to apply all those changes, and then we're going to edit again, and we're going to take these and put these all in their own category now because we're not using them as much. If I'm using them a lot, I usually leave them in the undefined. I find that it's much more usable in there because you can just go in there and you have them all in one spot of whatever you're using. But eventually you want to move them over here. Notice the different color coding. These are roads. These are for storage and things of that nature. This is for production. Factories is the orange, and then red is for trains, right? I'm a very visual person, so if I can kind of spec it out, kind of like you're playing SimCity, everybody, you know how you spec it out. You spec out where the residential is. You spec out where your industrial is, and then, of course, your commercial. Very much that same thought process because it's very efficient and it does make it very easy. And you can see we have different levels of blueprints, the MK1, the 2s, and the 3s. The 1 is a 4x4, the 2 is a 5x5, and of course the 3 blueprinter, MK3 blueprinter is a 6x6. So that's why we have to have separate blueprints, and you can't load the blueprints in the other blueprinters, but you can place them in. You can take your blueprints and place them onto, like, you can take a level Mark 1 blueprint and place it on top of the blueprinter for an MK3 most of the time, unless you have stuff hanging off or you have stuff that's too high or whatever it is, or weird stuff like hypertube connections and things like that that are hanging off the side of the blueprint. But most of the time, you can get it to work. Get to your MK1s and put them in the MK3s and MK2s and MK3s. You can make it work. You can even just take off the walls and then save it as a temporary one, and then take it and put it into your higher level blueprinter. You can always find a way. I usually find with minimal having to rebuild the whole thing again from scratch. Though most of the time, I do rebuild stuff from scratch in the MK3 because I'm building it a different way than I would build it in a smaller blueprint, if you know what I mean. And then also way more embellished too. So way more, putting in railings and putting in lights and little fluorescent things that go by when you're on the train and things of that nature, and hypertubes and auto connections and things of that nature. It's going to be a lot more elaborate in those MK3. So there we go. So now we visually cleaned it up. Not just name-wise, but we visually cleaned it up so it's kind of out of the way. And this is a separate under, so that one I'm just going to keep on its own thing. And then this one here now is going to be number 9, and then I'll go ahead and put that one as 0, and I'm referring to the hotbar numbers down here, everybody. And now I have massively cleaned up. In just a few moments there, as you saw, I've massively cleaned up my blueprints. That now it's going to make it 1,000 times easier for me to remember in case I lose my stuff, in case I move it from one computer to another, or in case I give it to all of you and you're like, Kismet, this is not understandable. You just got a bunch of ones in there. I can't tell which one's number 1 and which one's number 2 and number 3 and number 4. So again, this is something I go above and beyond for all of you. And then I'm also doing it for myself too, so I can remember what the heck I'm doing. It's very useful. So why did I do all of that, everybody? Well, I did all of that to clean up our station so that we can go in and basically work away on our stuff here. So we're going to go ahead. Why is my number 6 button not working? 5's working. 4, 3, 2, 1. But number 6 is not working. All right, hold on. We've got some issues, technical problems that I have to solve. Hold on. It's probably a mouse problem. Let me go over here to my little mouse thing and figure out why my number 6 button is not working. It's always something, everybody. Always something. Side buttons, number 6. Why are you not working? Number 6 is the number 6 button. Sure is. Okay, maybe I did not put it back in the thing. That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. I did not put the blueprint back in there. I put all the rest of these in there. But I need the number 4 blueprint because that blueprint I deleted. So it's not showing up. That's exactly what it is. So I need to go into my train station and say 1, 2, 3, and this is platform, and then this is turnaround. And so that's number 6 now. Even though they look exactly the same, it'd be hard to know. But now when I press number 6, it's not my mouse. It's the fact that I did not put that blueprint in the thing. All right, now it's time to have some fun, everybody, to actually utilize these modular blueprints. Now, before I put this down, I'm going to go into hologram mode, and I'm going to go ahead and align it. And again, it's going to be the reverse of what I've got over here. And the first thing I'm going to do is put down the in. So I'm going to work at the in first and then work my way backwards. Again, this is going to be our coal train here. And it's going to bring in our coal, and we can utilize our coal for over there. But this particular coal station is actually going to run this way for now. And it's just going to run that coal over there to be used in my iron production. Now, all of this that you see, all of this Mark 1s and Mark 2s, and all of this production over here, all of that's going away. This is all going to be replaced by what I'm building over here, which is the mega building, right? Mega building. And then this is more like super building, as I like to do. And then, of course, I have one more level below that, which is basic building, which some of this stuff is, or also known as spaghetti. So spaghetti, modular super building, and then now modular mega building, right? And not even modular, not even just modular in the way that we do it, but also in modular in blueprints, right? Modular blueprint building, which is even more next level, everybody. The kids have been way up here. Everybody else is still down here. And again, I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody. So it's my job to teach you how to be epic, all right? And do these kind of mega builds. So what we want to do is we want to tie the output of this train coming out of here, and we're going to go ahead and remove this railing right here. And we're going to see if we can get this to cross across the street here. Normally, I don't put stuff across the street, but that's okay. We're just going to go ahead and do some testing. And we want to go ahead and try to maybe just square this off as best we can halfway into this foundation. There we go. As you can see, we can just cut right in the middle of something. And I'd probably go right to there in case I do want to add something that's more vertical. And then I'm just going to go ahead and see if I can tie these two together. It'll go there, but probably right here is a better tie through. And so now I've tied it across there. And of course, just for our own embellishment of it, we're going to go ahead and take this out. And basically what that's going to allow it to do is to come in this way and then come out this way and do that. And you want to figure this part out first. Before you build, this part is easy. I just go in, I loop around, boom, I'm in the train station, right? Easy. This is the hardest part to figure out. Whether you're going to have to lift it up over the road or under the road, or I could have the road go over the train track, right? So the road doesn't have to be one-dimensional, everybody. You don't have to build all horizontal. This is horizontal building here. If you want to be more advanced, one, don't make everything symmetrical because boring. And use your visual variety with different types of shapes. You got your triangles, you got your squares, you got your spheres, you've got your cylinders. You want to make sure that you create a visual variety in what you're building. So you've got something like this, which is just basic building, and then you got something like this is more mega building, more has visual variety, but also we're working vertically. You have plenty of vertical space, everybody. You go way up here. I was just building up here in my last playthrough. Way up here where this is, you could actually go even higher if you want, and vertical stacking is much more space efficient. It'd be like your closet, everybody. If you just use the horizontal space of your closet, you would only have that one level, right? But you're not. You're using vertical space in your closet, aren't you? Yes, you are, because you're hanging your stuff up and your stuff is hanging in your closet, so you're using that vertical space. I'm very much a vertical space kind of guy. All my stuff in my office here definitely goes upwards, like my monitors are going up, my lights are going up. I have shelves that make things go vertically, both in my garage and also here in my office. It just makes it easier and utilizes your space more, right? So you can have more in that space with taking up less space, really, because you're not using the vertical space. There's nothing above me right here, everybody. There's nothing above me, so I'm not using this vertical space right now. So if I had one of those desks where I could stand up and game, I could use that vertical space. Or maybe one of these days, maybe in the Vault-Tec van. Maybe in the Vault-Tec van. That would be awesome. Have a little vertical desk. That would be pretty cool. It'd be cool to have, see, I like things that have a multi-purpose. So if I had a desk that not only was a vertical gaming desk, but also it was like the kitchen, that would be awesome. So you could put all the stuff away that was for, you know, your gaming, get your monitors out of the way. Obviously, you don't want monitors over open flame, or anything that's going to burn. And then you could just move the monitors out of the way. You could cook, do whatever you wanted to do, and then move the monitors back, and you're good. And again, I'm going to be using it for traveling. Because I'm going to get back out there, everybody. I've spent over a decade basically trapped in my little office here because of my medical conditions. But, of course, you know, I've been trying to keep things going with the family and all that stuff as well. My daughters are almost there, everybody. They are at that level. They've got until May of next year, and then they're going to graduate from high school. And I consider the bulk of my quest done, which is just to get them out of high school, everybody, to get them into college. That's my main quest, and then they'll be adults and they won't want anything to do with their parents anymore anyway. So because, you know, once you become an adult, you want to have your own life, and there's nothing wrong with that, everybody. You want to fly out the nest, and that's okay. My daughters are going to be fine, everybody. They are very self-motivated and also very strong women. So that's all you can ask for, everybody, and they'll go off and be very successful in anything that they want to do. But they'll have to ride life's roller coaster just like the rest of us. They'll have their good times and bad times, their ups and downs, their heartbreak and all of that. That stuff cannot be avoided in life. It can be minimized, but it can be can't be fully avoided. So I suggest just roll with it, everybody. You know, you have awkward moments. You say something, you're like, I feel like a fool. Just embrace it. Embrace life, everybody. That's what you got. See, in my life, everybody, I just embrace all the awkwardness and the thing. And, you know, I go find my people. Like, my people are gamers. Those are my people, everybody. People who are into Fallout, people who are into Satisfactory, who like gaming, who like to just chill out and have a good time, who are positive, who like to work together. Those are my peeps. And you got to go out and find your peeps who are like you, who like the things that you like, and even some people that may not like the things that you like, but you like them, and they like you. And that's the tough part, everybody. It's okay to disagree. Some people are like, Kismet, I don't like factory games. Factory games suck. And I'll be like, oh, hey, it's your opinion. You can like whatever you want. It's your life. But me, I love factory games. I love factory games. I'm a multitasker, everybody. I like to have as many things running at the same time. Like while I'm on stream here, uploading stuff to YouTube, I'm copying stuff, I'm backlogging stuff, I have stuff processing and things of that nature. I might be doing like 3 animations, and those are rendering while I'm talking to you right here at this moment. So I get a bunch of that stuff going, because if I have 10 things going at the same time, I'm being 10 times more efficient, right? Now, sometimes you need to bring all of your attention onto the one thing if it's really difficult, and then when you don't need that kind of attention, you can then split it up into multiple things at the same time. Just don't overdo it, everybody. Don't get to the point where you have too many things going, and then some of those processes are suffering because you are multitasking too much, right? Again, you want to find that good balance in between. There's like when I'm playing 7 Days to Die. You see that I have all my forges running. I have my chemistry stations going. I have all my workbenches going. I have my crops going. As many things as you can have going means that you are multiplying your power. Your power level gets stronger and stronger and stronger, and you can produce way more. That's why I was the manager everywhere I worked, everybody, because my ability to produce stuff was 10 times more powerful than anybody else. Also, I was much more motivated to do that. So when they look at me and they say, okay, how many jobs did Kismet get out today? Oh my God, he got 50 of them out and everybody else got 10, right? Or he got 100 of them out and everybody else got 10, right? So that's 10 times the amount everybody else is doing. And that's why I made the big money, because I had that ability to do it. Not everybody does. Not everybody has that ability to produce stuff at that level. And I've done hundreds of thousands of projects, and all of them turned out wonderfully. Every single one. And that's the kind of level I was on, everybody. Usually, you have at least one or two that go off the rails, not usually because of your fault, because someone else did. But I had an incredibly great career, and I did so much stuff, everybody. But I have retired from graphic design, so don't ask me to do your logo or about blueprints well, blueprints I'll do and give to you if you're a patron. But don't ask me to design stuff for you anymore. I've already done it. 100% achievement in real life, everybody. It's like playing a game and you played it like 15 times and you did everything you can do, and then you added all the mods and you played all the mods, and then you went in and you 100%ed it on the hardest mode and you did all of it, and you're like, okay, I did it. I win. That's what I did with graphic design. In real life, everybody, not just gaming, in here as well. Just started a new playthrough. Oh, I love a new playthrough, everybody. That's one of my favorite things. Always nice to start over. I 100% agree there, Harm. I love a new playthrough. And sometimes when I'm playing a game, which you'll see me do, everybody, I did it on multiple games. I can't remember the name of the game. It went out of my head now. But you'll see me play a game, and I'll get the basic gist of the game, and I'll immediately start a new playthrough, because now I've got an advantage because I understand the mechanics, okay? This is what I need to do first. This is what I need to do second. This is what I need to do third to crush that game, right? To really build up my my settlement or whatever it is I'm building up. I love doing that. I love starting over, because now you got that knowledge, and that knowledge is a powerful thing. You know that you can do that thing. That's what's so cool, right? Like in this case, we know that we can just run this across here and just run our road over, or I'm probably going to just build supports under here and then have my road go down under the tracks. And so again, if I have vehicles or whatnot running across here, I'll just have them going down under the tracks to get underneath here and go wherever I want them to go. So I will be adding vehicles as well. By the way, we're going to do everything that we can do until we reach the build limit, which we will hit at some point, everybody. We will hit the build limit in here 100%. 100% we're going to hit that limit. But we're going to see how much we can get done first. And they did actually come out with a patch that does make what we're doing here more efficient. It was almost like they said, hey, Kismet's doing a mega run. Let's make the larger saves be more memory efficient. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate it. All right. Again, we're working our way backwards. So we want to go ahead and go back to our stations. And now we want to go ahead and add in our station here. And we're going to get it right here. We're going to hit H for holograph mode, which is one of the greatest things they've added to the game. Incredibly awesome. Then we're going to hit R to go to auto connect. Now look how cool this is, everybody. Look at this. It's auto connecting the track. You can see it here. By the way, this symbol is also in a great game. Oh, man, right on my head. I wish I could function like a normal human being anymore. What's the one? It's an oil one. You extract the oil. What is it? Let's see if you guys can figure it out before I can. If you guys can figure out what I can, I'll give you a bunch of Kiz caps. What is the name of that one? Turmoil. I didn't even need to find it in the list. Turmoil. See, it's in there. It's just getting it to come out. Yeah, Turmoil is a wonderful game, everybody, where you run your little pipes down and you extract the oil. And what you're trying to do is out-tycoon the rest of everybody else. So you're trying to make more money than them so you can buy more upgrades and eventually buy all the stock. And then you take over the town, and then the town is yours. And then you win the game. Basically, that's the whole gist of it. And you keep extracting oil and you sell it for high. Of course, you don't want to sell it for low, and that gives you more funds to actually keep extracting. Very, very fun game. I have played it here on stream, so you can go look up Kismet BP space Turmoil is what it's called, Turmoil. A really fantastic game. In fact, I should probably just pull it over here, right here. I have it on mobile is where I first discovered it. I actually played it completely off stream and won the game. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to bring it on stream because I think it's pretty awesome. Oh, actually, look at this. On June 5th, I didn't even know. It turned 10. I didn't even know the game exists. I was just looking through the App Store one day when I wasn't feeling well. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to find me a new little mobile game to play. So you can't play it on mobile and you can't play it on the desktop. So I contacted them and said, hey, I see you got an update. Can you send me a code for the update? And I'll play it on stream as well as play the original. And so we did. It was very fun. So I highly recommend some Turmoil, everybody, if you like those kind of build-up games. And it's really super simple to understand. You basically just put your little extractor there, your little oil rig, and then you run the little lines down and you try to find where the oil's at down below. And of course, you can also use your little gophers to try to find it, your little survey guys to try to find that oil. And it has this symbol here, which is when you take your two oil storages and put them together, it'll connect the two oil storages together. It has that same symbol. That's why it reminds me of that game. All right, back to Satisfactory, everybody. You can see it's auto-connecting. It's also auto-connecting up here on my my hypertubes as well. So as I click this, boom, it'll do some of the work for me. So I don't have to do it. It'll automatically connect together. And again, these are built as modular blueprints, meaning that they can snap together like Legos and automatically connect all of the connections. And I don't have to do anything other than just put them down, which is awesome. And we're going in reverse here as well. Now, we don't know how many freight stations that we're going to need, though we do know that we need freight stations. Now, I'm going to have the freight stations going that way in this case, and I have this set up so I can reverse it. I will have to build up a way of taking the if I was going to reverse it the other way, I would have to find a way of modifying the hypertube so that it wouldn't go over the top of where it was pulling up the stuff, right? I don't want to do that. So I would have to modify that. But in this case, I've flipped the station around the other way just to make my job easier. So I don't have to do that, everybody. I just made my job super easy over here. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to hit H, and we're going to nudge this right in here like this. And then again, same thing here. These are, again, on the far side. You can see the hypertube lines up with the other hypertube, again, because I'm watching that little arrow. There's a little arrow right here. See how it's aiming toward the way the station is going? So this one was also facing that way, so I have that arrow the same. And you want to have that consistent throughout your blueprints so you know which way to aim it to line it up. And then I like to go through and just nudge it a little bit, just a little bit in both directions to make sure that they are perfectly aligned, and then click. And then again, that should connect the track and also connect the hypertube. So we can utilize that hypertube as well. There you go. Very nice. And then I don't know how many of these we need, so we need to go back to the other location and see how much we're extracting. So we're going to go in here. Here's our trade back again. We're going to go in here and just take the hypertube. And again, I don't have to do nothing, everybody. I have it set up so it'll loop me back in the opposite direction of where I'm going without, instead of having to go through it. And that's those new junctions that they added. It's really cool for hypertubes, everybody. I love using those junctions. So again, try the hardest thing first, which is getting our coal going. Now it's going to basically take me all the way over there. I could also get on the train and have the train take me. The thing about hypertubes is they're more convenient in the moment, and the fact that you can start them going, and if you have them set up right, they will take you off the hypertube when you get to your destination. And whatever your primary destination you think is going to be, that's the one I would make the default. And you can do that based on how you're coming out of the junctions. Like coming up here, you're going to see that this is going to go ahead and junction left and take me to the very furthest train station away. And the reason why I want to do that is because if I want to go make a sandwich while I'm waiting for this to go, that's what I would want to do. But I can stop in the middle of the hypertube by aiming in the opposite direction, holding down W. It'll then send me back in the other direction and then take me to the other option. I could have also hit E to switch to the other option. And now it's going to take me down the line here. And as you're going to see, it's going to split like I'm going to go to my Sammore. But I'm going to say, nope, I don't want to go to the Sammore. I'm going to go back here and go here. I can also make this junction instead of being like this. I could have made it where I could have made the option of going this way. Now, I'm not going to be going to this station all that much. This station, once it's set up, it should be ready to rock and roll. And you can see that we replaced the previous station. If you haven't seen it since last time, we have replaced all of this, or before the one before last time, we have replaced all of these stations with the new mega stations as well. And by default, it drops me off in the station. So I don't have to switch it or do any of that stuff. So now I'm here in my coal station. And it looks like we have 4 going. Let's go see what our actual extraction rate is here. I think it's 1200. Yes, it is a pure node extracting at 1200 coal. Right now, just completely full of coal, just waiting for me to get the trains running back and forth in there. So what I've done, everybody, and I've tried it 100 different ways, and I feel that and when you're using your train cars, it should be a maximum of 300. 300 resources or 300 fluids. And I think that that is one of the best ways to manage that lag that happens. And you're like, Kismet, what kind of lag? What are you talking about? Well, there's a lag between the time in which it picks up the stuff or drops off the stuff and its ability to run more in there, all right, or run more out. Because when the train's in the train station, all inputs and outputs stop. The only thing that's inputting and outputting is the train itself. It's lifting the stuff up and putting it in there. There's also the time of it lifting it up, moving it across, and then dropping it in. So there is that load and unload time. There is a lag in the output that you can output and then the input. If you were running stuff into it, like oil in there, and then you were going to try to pick it up and you were going to try to fill up the thing so it could pick up more, there is a lag there. There's a time that you have to make up for. And that's why you have separate storages that is just getting that stuff in there as fast as possible or out of there as fast as possible, and is not relying on the train station itself to either input or output, because you've already moved the bulk of it already out of there, so it'll consistently keep going. That's the most important part, is the consistency of your inputs and outputs, right? So that's what we're working on. And so in here, you can see that we are extracting from here. This is a really good setup too. We're extracting from here, we're running this up, and we're running this into separate containers away from the train station itself. And the reason why is so that when it's loading or unloading, it can still be putting stuff into these boxes, right? So say the train comes in, it picks the stuff up. Okay, well, I can't load anything more in there right now because it's loading it onto the train. Once the train is loaded and start to pull out, all of this that is backlogged in here will automatically, just as fast as it possibly can, doesn't even have to wait for the extractor. It's already in the box. We'll put as much of that in there as it can. By the time that train comes around again, it will have maximized that 1200 times 4 across there in there. So not only is it not limited by the 300, which is what each of these will be split into, because 1200 divided by 4 is 300, by the way. It'll actually be 1200. So it'll actually be 1200 in there, and of course I have it dual, but it doesn't equal 2400 because sometimes these don't work in the same speeds, and the outputs are kind of janky, and you know, you do what you can do. But let's just call it 1200 per box. All the way down, and of course we're double inputting to try to hit that maximum speed as much as we can. I'd love it to be 2400 out of the boxes, because then it can load that as fast as it can before the train comes back around, because you need less trains for that as well. And then it's maximized the amount that's in the actual train loading station, in the actual train station itself, or in what's known as the freight station. And then when that train comes in, it can just maximum load that stuff again, and then boom, off it goes. So again, we're creating basically buffers. These are buffers to compensate for the fact that the train station stops its inputting and outputting while it's loading and unloading. This is a vital thing when it comes to trains, everybody. You've got to have that in-between buffer, whether it's a box for items, that's what coal is considered, items, or fluids like oil. You want to have it so it can just keep putting that oil into your storages, and the second is done loading or unloading, then get it going, right? And this, in the case of loading, would load the oil into the buffers, then the buffers would then run it in while the train is running it to wherever it's going. Train comes back, okay, it's completely filled it up as much as it possibly can, and then it's good. And I run 2 600 pipes, right? So that should, in theory, be 1200 also running in to there, but often not. It's because the 300 is coming from the thing, and then you only have one output on your fluid buffers, so you really only can have a maximum of 600, unless I was putting it into two. I just thought of something. Double boxes and double fluid containers could go in separate inputs. Oh, see, I talked my way to my own improvement. Like this. Oh, other way. So while it's waiting for the train and it's backlogging tons of stuff, you would do this. Oh, man, that is an incredibly great improvement. Oh, I love it when I think of stuff. When I think of new stuff. All right, right here. Bam, like this. And then what you do is you bring this one up so that while it's waiting for that train to come back, guess what? It's double loading into 2 boxes at the same time. And then the 2 separate boxes are going 1200, so that's 2400 input is what that's doing. Now, look at that. Also, you have more storage over here. I'm totally going to do that with my fluids as well. Oh, what a great idea. All right, hold on. We gotta now update all of this with this new thing. And again, because I have the splitter right here, everybody, that makes this super easy to double up on our inputs here. And then because the double output of these are kind of janky, you can just go through and eliminate that jankiness by using 2 separate boxes. Ah, I just found a solution to that problem. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So that is going to be 2400 input, everybody. So the second it picks up that coal, everybody, it's going to go as fast as it possibly could ever go and run that stuff in there. Plus, it's also going to backlog a bunch more coal than it normally would. So again, as we're building our stations, as we're waiting on stuff, we want it to have extra, right? We want it to backlog a bunch, so there is kind of an in-between backlog that keeps that fluid nice and solid, that keeps that flow of all of our stuff solid as well. Now, another thing I would do, everybody, to make this even easier is I would take a bunch of this one, and I would put it in this one. And I would take a bunch of this one, and I would put it in this one. Oh, wrong thing. This. Like this. And again, let's sort our thing so it's nicer. There we go. And then take a bunch of this. Now, why would I do that? Now, that's because it's now going to go into both, right? So it's going to go into the bottom and into the top at the same time. And that's just going to make it a bit easier for it to equalize both boxes. By the time we're ready for our train, both those boxes should be fairly full. All right, and again, this should be running out of here at 1200. We need to make sure that this is going at its maximum speed. Right here, yep, 1200. Overclocking your nodes is your greatest use of your overclocking, everybody. It is absolutely fantastic. Notice this side's not, doesn't have anything on it, and that's because it's not an overflow. If I look at this and I see that this side is full, that means that those boxes are completely full up there, and so is the train stations. And again, it's very easily way to just visually see, oh, okay, bam, it's good to go. And you can see we have that kind of going in a beautiful curve there, and then coming up over here, and then running into all of these. And again, that's just, it's never going to run out of resources, everybody. So you just let that run and run and run. So there it goes. Very nice. That'll keep doing its thing, and then we'll have 2 levels of backlog, which we can run in there. And I'm definitely doing that on my oil, where I'm going to take it from the top and run it down and actually split it into the first one and then split it in the second one. And then basically I'll have it go up to the first one, fill that first one, and then come down and then split it into the 2 at the bottom. And then the 2 at the bottom will then go into those 2 inputs. Much better way of doing that, everybody. We just improved upon our design in that very moment. You saw it happen here live. So there you go. That is a great tip, everybody. That's a great gaming secret right there that we just discovered. Awesome. So let's let that run. And again, I'm always iterating on everything I'm doing, trying to make it better than the one before. So what we want to know, though, is we want to know how many stations that we need over here for our train to pick this up. And if we take 1200, we divide it by 300, because again, each of these train freight stations are going to be 300. Again, it just makes it more efficient in the inputting and outputting and so on. So basically, this is going to be 3 divided by 12, which is going to be 4, so 4 stations. So on the other side, we need 4 stations as well. So what we can do is go back over here to our hypertube. And again, nothing I have to do. It automatically loops me back around the opposite direction, which is awesome, and then sends me back on my way to my primary base, where this is going to end up. Now, notice that these lines are going to share tracks, right? So we're going to have to watch out that our trains don't crash into each other and all of that stuff. But that you can see on the side here, everybody, that this side has a clear shot right back to the train tracks. And again, you can see we have kind of a Y section there that goes off to where our oil is. And we can get out right here if we want, but by default, it just keeps me going because I have a little bypass there. that bypasses me and then takes me all the way back to my main station. You want to be thinking about that when you're making your hypertubes. How can I just like let it go and then go get a drink or go get a snack or have, make myself some breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever it is, while your character is traveling back? Now, I can make this go faster. There are hypertube cannons that you can make, and we'll get to that later. It feels a little cheating to me. I actually like to just, relax and play as the game is intended, but you can kind of chintz the system and make it where you are firing at 1,000 miles an hour if you want to save yourself some time. I don't really do it because, again, there are certain mechanics in game, even though it's not necessarily a cheat. It feels like a glitch, and I kind of avoid those things because I'm an old school gamer. Everybody, I avoid things that I feel like that things that kind of chintzy the game. I play old school way, and again, by default, it drops me in the station. I like so. So again, think about where your default landing is. Okay, so now we know we need 4. Guess what? We got 3 in. Now, it may look like 4, but that's 3 because this is actually the station itself. So what we're going to do is we're going to try this again and see if our freight platforms get funky chicken like they did last time. And again, we're going to try to put it right here. I don't know why this thing is so awkward sometimes. The blueprints are so awkward. It's like, dude, go right there. Oh, I'm just putting a freight platform down. That's not going to help. We want our blueprints here. Number 3, I think it is. Yes, freight platform. There we go. All right, come on. And then notice the arrow direction. Hit H for hologram. Line those up. Oh, vertically, we got some problem. Hold down Control. Nudge it down. Again, you have vertical nudging now. And then arrows to nudge around. Vertical nudging, by the way, page up, page down. And then we're going to connect all those together again, and we're going to modify this one, right? Because we're going to take out the other 2 that we don't need. It could cause issues. I've been having a bit of issues with my blueprints where it kind of messes up that in-between station. But we are going to see what happens. Now, I kind of feel like if we're going to do double inputs like that, that we might want to think about doing the same thing on our outputs as well. So we're going to be thinking about all of that as we go through today and work on double inputs and double outputs. I think that would be amazing. Over here, I noticed that there is a thing there. Is there a thing here? In this one? No, don't see it. Might have been left over from something I built there, my blueprinter. Okay, so now we have all of this, but we have some problems here with the hypertube kind of going a little bit too far and some embellishment there. We're going to take all that out. Okay, so now we have our 4 stations, and then what we're going to need is we're going to need an entrance in there. And again, I'm kind of building backwards, everybody, so I'm building at the end and work my way backwards so I can align it up to this one. And then, again, our train entrance that we built. And, again, a modular mega blueprint. Very cool. Oh, we forgot to take our railings out. Let's get those railings. I just limited it to just railings so I don't take out the foundations. All right, let's try that again. Get that in there. Hopefully at the same level. There we go. And, again, our arrow's pointing in the same direction. I could, in theory, have left it there, but I wanted to go ahead and automatically utilize my blueprint here. Okay, and then we have auto connections of all of our stuff. Our train lines, our incoming train line, our outgoing train line, like so. Now, this train line right here is actually irrelevant because it is actually not going to circle back and go back this way unless I decide later that I want to do that. So I'm going to leave it in for now. That's perfectly fine. To leave it in. But I'm going to have it go down this way, come around here, and then end up over here in this side over here. So we're going to go ahead and same thing here. Now, I like to cut my stations right on a nice, clean, straight edge like this. And so we'll do this. And you're like, well, Kismet, all the stuff's in the way. Well, we can just very easily readjust our stations as we go. And then I would love to just go just like this and run it over here and do it, but it does not reach that far, everybody. The arc of it will not let it reach that far. But we're going to make a beautiful arc here where we try to get this to be beautifully centered in our blueprint here, and this way right here. Nice big loop there. And that should get us there. Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close to looping back. And then I'm just going to go ahead and run some of these like this, just to give us a little something. And we're going to put a nice big arc right here. And we probably just get away with something like this. Beautiful. Look at that beautiful arc. Okay, and then connecting right in there. Look how easy that was, everybody. Very nice. And again, because we have these type of blueprints that we can go in and modify and change it in the moment. Because you don't know exactly how you're going to do it most of the time. I sometimes go in and pre-plan a bunch of stuff, but there's always little things that I change. I see something that could be done better in one way or another, and I'll go in and I'll change those things. Now, obviously, it'd be nicer if this had supports under it and things like that. We'll work on that in a bit. I say do your supports last, everybody. What you really want to work on is all of this stuff. Now, I can also go in and create a loop that will loop me out of here, and I can end up in that other station over there as well. So we can go ahead and get our transport here, and then we're going to go Hypertube Junction, and we're just going to put it right here. And this will loop me back that way, or take me over here to this one, like so. So again, look how easy it is just to put in a little junction, get where you want to go, and then of course that's connected all the way over there. In theory, we'll find out because we're going to test it for sure. How can you test it? All you have to do is just go into this one here and see which one it defaults to. It's going to default left, which is good. That's the way I want it to go. It normally defaults left, by the way. And then I can go and I can test it without having to go all the way back by simply looking this way, holding down W. It'll take me back this way. Which way does it default coming this way? And again, most likely going to default to the left. There we go. Again, into there. I can hit E, and then it will go the other way. Oh, I got to be fast, though. I got to be fast. I had a double E right there, or it's going to send me that way. So we'll go here. That's going to be a tricky one. We might want to just build a bypass in there that we can use. So here, and then E. Oh, no, we're not going to get that one. We're going to build a bypass in there. We 100% have to build a bypass. All right, but we can go back this way if we wanted to. And then that would take us across. But yeah, bypass is going to be way better. Okay. And then we're going to try to go this way, which then if we turn around is going to let us go this way. You can get trapped in here if you do this the wrong way. You could get totally trapped in your hypertube. Okay, so yeah, bypass is going to be a much better way. So let's take this out. Let's take this out. Let's reconnect this over here. In fact, we'll make it into a nice little curve. Curve that out around just for fun. And then we're going to go ahead and do what I said, create a little bypass. Meaning that instead of using the junction, we're going to use the Hypertube branch, right? So this one is going to branch this in such a way that, how do I want to do this? I think like this. Yes, so I can go this way, which is going to be awkward. Take curve off and just do auto. There we go. Or this way. And then we'll test it. Again, always good to test your stuff. You may think it's going to do what you want it to do, but I always test it because sometimes it gets wonky or does weird stuff. And I want to make sure that it is doing what I want it to do. So as I come in, again, you want to first see what the default is before you try to change things. Okay, it's to the right. Which actually in this case is correct because this is the furthest station away from where I am working. And typically that's what I'll do. I'll set up a station that's the furthest away. And again, by default over here though, it's going to drop me off at the station. So either way, I'll end up close to both of these stations where I can just, run across if I wanted to. Now let's go in the opposite direction and see what happens. Oh, I got to connect all my power first. Hold on, we got to connect that up there. And we got flippy to switch. And then this is coal, lake coal drop off. Right over there. And that's a circuit priority. So lake coal drop off here. Right here. Oh, and this is hypertube. I forgot to put HT in there. Hold on. Let's put this is a hypertube connector. So most of the time I want those hypertube connectors off because they're just like leeching my power. It's kind of like your computer, everybody. When you turn your computer off, all your monitors and all those little lights that are on, those are leeching your power. Those are burning your money. Just think of it as money going ching, ching, ching like this. When I'm off stream, everybody, I cut the power at the actual circuit. I have some really cool things. They're actually on my website. I suggest you go and get them, everybody. They will save you money over time. I have saved literally hundreds, probably thousands of dollars over time. I don't keep track of it that close, but I do keep track of it fairly close. Let me go get my studio gear here for you. And again, they have different types of them. But let me see if I can find it here in my studio gear. Did I put it up there? Yes, right here. These right here are called the Voltec Smart Plugs. So what you do is you get all your computer stuff plugged in, mostly on a power strip, I'm sure. Then you plug these directly into the wall socket, and then you plug your power strip into those, and you can just turn them off. I turn it off by Suri, so I tell her to turn it off. I'm not going to say it, otherwise she'll turn off the thing, the whole stream will go off, which I have accidentally done before, by the way. And so it'll turn all the power off, killing every monitor, killing all the power to all those little lights and everything. And then it's nice and dark as well. If you know you also have like a futon or something in your office, or even a bed or whatever. If you sleep in that area where your computer is, you don't have those little lights shining in your face as well. It really works great for that. Also works great for lights. Like if you have a light, you want to turn the light on, you can just talk to your phone and say, turn the light on, and it will do it. Like I could tell Suri there to go and turn all the lights on in here. I actually have all my other lights off, and my primary lights are my Elgato key lights that I have up while I'm on stream. But when I'm off stream, those key lights are off, and my entire computer setup is completely turned off. And I have so many computers, everybody, that I have them actually in 2 separate wall sockets, so that they don't kick the power off. That's how many things I have running at the same time. Because I have a lot of stuff running. I have multiple computers running, 6 monitors. You get the idea. Very easy to trip that circuit. Plus, also I have a refrigerator going on the same circuit. And I did have them come out and see if I could put it on a separate circuit or whatever, but the wiring is so weird here in my office that it's hard for them to do that. So I think that in the van, everybody, that if I do that, I'm going to get 2 separate power stations. So one power station could run half of the equipment, and the other power station could run the fridge and all that other stuff. I've been kind of thinking about that. I appreciate everybody's been posting over there. I saw Wiz posted some stuff about Starlink. If you are interested in that Vault Van Life project, everybody, even if you can't donate or anything like that, if you do have some suggestions, you can go onto my Discord here. And you can see that we've got some solar link there, solar battery banks, as well as the Vault project itself, which is basically to go in. Oh, I want that Vault panel right there, everybody. That's why I put that picture in there. I want this Vault panel right there, everybody. I'm going to put that in the van. Again, you got to have big dreams, everybody. Chase them dreams. And of course, people put a bunch of stuff in there. This also, I love the color scheme of this. Now, obviously, I'm not going to make it look exactly like that, but I love the yellow couch with the stuff. I especially like the blue couches with the yellow pillows. I think this is the greatest use of AI, everybody, is to help you come up with an idea. Not necessarily, take it and say, hey, I did it. Don't do that, everybody. That's scummy. It's very scummy. But I love the rounded edge look here, and then the LED lighting like this. I also like the one with the pipes that are going down the center. Again, you can actually use that physically for running cables, so you don't have to run it into the walls. There's one in here that has pipes in it. Yeah, like this. Very Fallout-esque, everybody, where you see all the exposed pipes in the vault that are running from A to Z, because these could actually be for running electrical wires. And then you could have access to them, because you could just take off, you can have it where it connects together, and you can take off the side and work on those wires at any given time without having to take the whole paneling of the walling off and having all that electrical in your insulation, which could catch fire. Again, much better to have it in a conduit, because that's why they have them in conduits in the first place. That's why they run wires and electrical wires in conduit, everybody, is to keep them from, even if they do melt down, they're not going to, get your drywall or get your insulation and make your whole house go up like a match, right? Bam! That's why they put that stuff in there. So if you are running anything and you're not supposed to be, make sure you put it in some conduit, everybody, to be safe, all right? Be safe out there, but I don't want your stuff to burn down. So same thing in that van, everybody. I don't want to, go to TwitchCon and come out and then see my van on fire. That would not be good, right? So I feel like for safety reasons and also to make it look cool, that we'll run those wires in those pipes and then have it look, again, like it's part of the vault. So again, love these AI pictures that I came in. I said, give me something that looks like Fallout that's in a van. I love the whole theme of the pipes itself. And again, you can take a little bit from this and a little bit from that. And then make it uniquely yourself, everybody. And that's okay to, learn from other people, from their style of design and whatnot. Not only from people, but also from AI, and take a little bit of this and that. Now, am I going to have stacks and stacks of guns in my van? That would probably be get me pulled over and arrested. I probably don't want to have that, especially in the front of the van. Probably don't have a stack of weapons in your van, everybody. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there. Probably get arrested. Probably having a whole bar, in the front of your van as well. Probably bad. You'll probably get arrested for that, especially in many different states. Everybody drive along with open containers and bars and whatnot. But I definitely want to have this panel in there. And that panel is going to actually be functional. I'd love to rig it so that when you press this button, it does open the sliding door on the side. That would be awesome. So you press that button and it just opens the sliding door. And again, if I can find somebody to do it, everybody, I'd like to have a thing on that door that spins when the door is opening. So it acts like a vault door rolling open and then rolling close. Again, these are my big dreams, everybody. These are my big dreams. To one day have that van. And I am resilient, everybody. I will stay at it. And also, once I get my mindset on something, everybody, there is nothing to stop me. I'm like a freight train coming through. Stand out the way because Kismet coming through. I'll keep working on it for a year, 10 years, 20 years, as many years as it takes. As long as I got those years left, we'll keep going. So again, if you got some suggestions, idea for the van, you can put it in there, even if you can't donate. But if you can, remember that goes right toward that Vault Van Life project. So you can donate to the stream with bits or with a direct tip or donation. You can become a Vault founder at 15, and anything over 15, like 25, when you hit certain milestones, you actually also interact with my Fallout playthrough that I'm doing right now. And we're going to be doing that all through, we're going to be raising funds for the Vault Van Life project all the way until this bar goes all the way over there. We're going to get the van, and then you guys are going to watch the progress. I'm going to keep you updated. Okay, we worked on the insulation. We worked on this. What do you guys think about this? What about, electrical? What do you think about, something, maybe putting something in there small for cooking, maybe a standing desk that will go up and down so I can stand instead of just sitting the whole entire time, and so on. And then make the standing desk also the cooking area. Again, so it can, you can just take a thing, put it up there like a hot plate or something, and then cook on it. Now, again, everybody, it's not going to be my house. It's not where I'm going to live. It's just for traveling. But I don't want to have to do a whole big, motorhome and all that stuff. And I don't want to spend, $100,000 on some van. Everybody, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I think you just want a nice, sturdy car. Minimal stuff that you need for traveling, and then, of course, go on the adventure with me virtually. I'll take you all with me, everybody. That's the thing. And maybe sometimes we'll drop by and we'll pick up my mods, and we'll take them to TwitchCon, and we'll take them to these conventions and stuff. That's my big goal, everybody, because my kids are about to be grown. I've spent 20 years of my life facilitating their greatness, right? That's what I've been doing, working for many, many years, and then, of course, got very ill and been doing this for many years. But I do manage all the bills and manage all the stuff and try to keep everything going. I'm like a money magician. I can stretch $1 more than anybody. I try to get them the most important stuff that they need, like stuff for school, instilling in them that they need to work on their homework and they need to really focus on their education. And they'll go on and do very, very well, everybody. Again, my oldest daughter already doing exceptionally well. And then my twins are next up. And then they get to learn about life, everybody, that life is not fair. And it will never be fair. So don't expect it to be fair, and you won't be disappointed as well. Let me put this right back over here. But you can check out those things, everybody. It will save you money. Feel free to check that out. Some of those affiliate links, some of them are not. They'll take you right to Amazon, by the way. If you click on that, it'll take you right to Amazon. If you do want to use that Amazon link, that's also a great way to help support the stream. You're going to buy something anyway on Amazon. Just go to that link first. Watch out for those little things that, that give you codes, whatever the heck the name of that. I don't even want to say what the name of it is because they're a bunch of scumbags. They're like stealing from churches and kids and, schools and all sorts of stuff. They're really scummy about that, everybody. It's like if you go click my affiliate link, and say I'm going to get 0.01 of a penny, everybody. I'm not going to get that much, but, if I get $1, I can take that dollar and I can put it toward giveaways. That's typically what I do with everything. I put every penny right back in the stream in form of projects or other things that we do, like going to TwitchCon and things of that nature. But what we do is use my affiliate link, and you go up there on the Amazon. Then you would say, oh, well, I want to get this discount code from these guys, right? And I forget what their name is. There's a bunch of them. They all do the same thing. They're a bunch of scumbags. And so you click that, and then it gives you this discount code, and what it does, it replaces my affiliate code with their affiliate code. So now I don't get credit, right? That's a scummy, scummy thing to do. So basically, say you're trying to support your high school, and I did this very thing. I'm trying to support the high school band, right? For my daughter, right? So I go and I click on her link so that anything I'm buying on Amazon should go to her. No, because I go in, I say, oh, well, it's 5% off. Okay, let me click their link. And then I'm trying to get the 5% off and also try to support the band. Well, guess what? That doesn't work. So I should actually pay the extra 5% so that she'll get the credit and not them. So they were basically scamming people, and those affiliate links were going all to them and not to the actual creators, or not to the churches, not to the schools, not to the programs that they should go to, like feeding hungry people. Oh my God, what scummy, scummy stuff. And they did not disclose that. They did not make it obvious. That is really scummy, everybody. So any of those things that you are using, please be aware that it is actually not going to the intended target. It is actually going to them because they're sleazy scumbags. And I removed all of that, everybody. The second I learned that was a thing, I removed all of that because I would rather go into someone else's stream and support that creator versus creating these scumbags who did not disclose that they are stealing the affiliate revenue of churches, hungry children, of schools, of all these other people. They are taking their affiliate income and saving it for themselves. So again, that's scummy. That's just the worst kind of human being, everybody. I don't like those type of companies. I will never support those type of companies. That's why I don't even want to say their names. And just be aware. Be very careful when you do go in and you are using affiliate links. If you're using my Amazon link, make sure not to use those things that give you 5% or 10% off. I know you'll pay an extra $1 or $2 or whatever it is, everybody. It's not worth it, because this way you can also support your favorite creator, and then that creator can then do more giveaways and do more projects here on stream. So just be aware of that. There is a bunch of sleazy scumbag dirtbags that live in the world who would steal from churches, little kids, schools, hungry people, etc., etc., etc. There are scumbags like that in the world, everybody. I just try to bring a little positivity and love in the world, and try to avoid scumbags like that. And that's why I don't do any advertising for those people. I don't even say their name. And again, there's a ton of them. There's a ton of them also for your credit cards. There's a ton of them that are just like, oh, hey, use our little, Chrome plugin, and it's going to save you money. And then they're now stealing it from the affiliate that you actually click first. And then you click them, and then they steal all the affiliate revenue. So they've done it to not only me, everybody, but massively huge creators, as well as people on YouTube, companies, again, like I said, churches and children and food banks, and just, terrible. Oh my God, gives me the willies just thinking about being that bad of a scumbag. Just terrible things to do, everybody. Again, they're not thinking that through, everybody. That karma will come back to him, though. It'll circle back. And again, it was a big thing that everybody discovered that and said, "Wow, these guys are real scumbags." Do not use those things, everybody. Again, there's always a price to pay when you're getting a discount, and that's the price to pay on that. So again, if you are using my Amazon link, do not use those discount those discount plugins, because they'll steal that revenue. Okay, and it's like they're like stealing 0.01 of a penny from me, everybody. It's not that much because those affiliate links are not worth much unless you're a massive creator. But unless you're like, somebody who's getting like millions of views, and then say you have 50,000 people go and click that link, and then you lost 50,000 purchases worth of revenue. You can just see the scale at which they were stealing. And basically that's what they're doing. They're manipulating and stealing that revenue from the creator that sent the people there in the first place, and then they use that discount code, and then they full on stole that revenue. So that's scummy, and they should be sued out of existence, I think. But again, it ain't my job to do that, everybody. My job is to play some games and entertain all of you, and of course, to keep you guys up to date. All right, this is done, everybody. This is a good to go. We've got this. We modified it so we can use the same track on the way in and the way out. So what we need is we need a train. Now, before we get too far, though, we need to also set this to unload. Almost forgot. Set this to unload right over here. And we are going to do dual outputs into dual boxes. Man, I'm glad I finally thought of that. I can't believe I didn't think of that before, but now we're thinking smart, everybody. Dual outputs and dual inputs. Full dual, not just dual into dual inputs here, but full dual outputs would, of course, make it go at that higher speed 100% of the time. So if we went here, and then we went output here, and again, I don't know why I never thought of that, but there it is. Now we know it. So there we go. So that's 1,200 here, and then 1,200 here. That's 2,400 out of there. It's going to get out of there as fast as possible before the next one comes through and does its thing. So yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, and again, notice this stuff I don't bother to build a blueprint for this. This is just super basic stuff here, everybody. Super basic stuff through here. And then these we have to take out here and then replace them with these ones down here. I should probably just do that in the blueprint now that I think about it, but we're going to be doing inputs and outputs, so we'd have to do it on both if we were to do that. So better just to modify it in the moment, I think. I have my zooping on. I think I put 2 of those down instead of just 1. Take that one out. I don't like to have extra stuff in my playthrough. I like to keep it as efficient as possible. Okay, and we're going to need some more of this. We're going to go to blueprint mode so it snaps into the foundations that currently exist. There we go. And again, this is all production over here. That does not look lined up to those other ones. Take those belts back out. Not lined up. Again, we can just put it over here, hit H, and then just nudge it into position, which I absolutely love. They give us the infinite nudge now. Just to make sure those are lined up and all going in the same direction. I feel like most of the time the game is trying to screw me up by flipping it, even though I just had it this way. I don't want it to flip that way. I don't know. It just feels like it's always trying to trip me up all the time. Like that. Watch this. Always trying to trip me up. You got to be diligent. What is this? That is not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be this. There we go. Same thing here. Did I pick up the wrong one? Apparently I picked up the wrong one. All these good. All right, all good. Now, again, we're going to do our upper one. Double outputs. Again, I would suggest do the same thing over and over, and then do the connecting lines. Because this way it'll remember the rotation of your stuff. And that is awesome, everybody. That is amazing right there. That is going to really output fast. 2,400 outputs right there. And again, use both your outputs and both your inputs. It's kind of like when you're playing 7 Days to Die, everybody, you put stuff in your forges. There's actually 2 inputs that are melting down in there. Instead of just having your clay in the bottom one, you want to have it in both, or double iron, or iron and clay. Always be using your double inputs as much as you can, and double outputs. Maximize your inputs and outputs, because again, to make up for that lag time that happens between the loading and unloading. Because belts don't have a lag time, and neither do pipes, everybody. If you're just running the pipes all the way across the whole world, or the belts across the whole world, that's actually a more consistent way of doing it, even over trains. But trains can move a larger amount of resources, longer distances, and are easier to build, take less space in your thing. I don't know, how come so I think I'm nudging, smudging it with my eyelids, with my eyelashes, not my eyelids, my eyelashes. There we go. So basically, it's going to be able to bring a lot more resources over here for less building and less of your time than any other thing in the entire game. Even drones, because the more drones you make, everybody, the more you're going to hit eventually that limit, that build limit that you do. But drones are great for going out and finding things. Drones would also be great locally to just go and pick up, say, some limestone and bring it back and then put it in the train station, whatnot. But mainly it's built for long distances. If I wanted to go get, say, some sulfur, which would be, because that's among the rarest nodes in the game when you get to a certain point, if you're going to use all the sulfur. If I wanted to get this sulfur node, that would be great for a drone. And again, we'll be doing drones. We'll be doing all of it, the whole entire thing, everybody, the whole entire enchilada. Okay, and again, double checking that we do have these set to unload, because this is an unload station. There we go. There we go. All right, and again, Lake Hole unload. I try to make it very obvious as to what that train station does, right? Vitally important to know what it does. All right, speaking of trains and train stations, we've got our train here, and we want our 4 cars. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Or did I do too many? 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And for every 4 train cars, you want to add another locomotive. And I add my locomotives in the back. The reason why I add them in the back is so I don't have to add more train stations or more gaps in the train station. It's much easier in the back. Just make sure to move back your block signal, and you can see my block signal is already set back, because I know in most trains I'm going to add them in the back here, and if I add even more, I'll move this block signal back even more so. So the next train that's coming up and is waiting for this train will stop before it rams into the back of it, right? That's what you want to watch out for. And you can see that these blueprints have the block signals already built in for the train station itself. So again, you want one on the to stop on the actual exit, so that anything beyond that train can keep running, and then anything that's coming up behind the train will be stopped before it gets to any train that's in the station itself. And we'll get into block signals and all that stuff here in a bit. But we want to go ahead and get on our train here and see if it works. Take it for a little ride, everybody. Again, you want to do a lot of testing, A/B testing, or just regular testing to make sure that stuff works. So we're going to get on this train and see if we can get this train to go all the way to the coal station. Another train coming back the opposite direction. Oil train. Nice. Does not collide. We're going to tell it to go right. We're going to manually switch it so it doesn't go off to the oil. It's going to go to the coal. Right here, we've got this. Switch it also to the right. It'll automatically do this when you have it set to automatic mode. It'll automatically switch all the tracks for you. And then coming in, oh, a little too fast, a little too fast. Oh, we're going to miss it. Into our coal station. All right, if you didn't know, everybody, you can't actually back up your train. Trains are not good at backing up in real life, everybody. They do actually go really slow like that in reverse direction. You don't really want to back up your trains if you can avoid it. A lot of times the reason why they back up trains, that you see trains going backwards, is because they're connecting other cars or disconnecting cars from the train. So a little train lore there for you. So whenever you see it backing up, that's what it's doing. It's adjusting the train length or taking cars on or off of that, or pulling it off of the main line and putting it on a separate line, be maintenanced and things of that nature. So again, if you like trains, there's a little tidbit of IRL knowledge for you. All right. So here we wanted to load, and we're going to check our power right now. Power's looking good. Lake Coal pickup. All right, very easy, right? Lake Coal. We're calling this whole area here the lake area, because again, we're lake oil, lake coal. You see we got plenty of coal maximized all the way down the line, and we are maximizing our input now that we thought of that. I'm glad I thought of that too. That is awesome. Look at this, everybody. While we were gone, all these boxes have completely filled to maximum, even though we just added a whole box full on each of these. We added 4 more boxes. So now it has 8 boxes of backlog of coal. And then again, it's going to have that buffer. So when it loads and that train is busy traveling, it's just going to fill that back up again. And then the second that train pulls out the station, it's going to go at 2400 right into that station. To try to fill that station up before the next train comes, right? Now, eventually, obviously, I will be adding more trains to the train line, but for right now, we want to just make sure we got it working with one train line first, and then go from there. Now, this particular train line is only running with one train right now, right? So it is running with one train, and we're going to go back here and look at that train line. We also have to do work on our SAM ore over here. We'll get to that later on. But that's not a high priority. I always work on the highest priority to the lowest priority when it comes to all of the stuff that I do. Especially do that in real life, everybody. Again, if you do have a large project, but it's not the highest priority project, I would definitely do the highest priority project first, or the hardest project. The hardest project that's of the highest priority first. Okay, so we have a train that is going to come down and go straight, and then a train that's going to go left, right? So maybe the train might be coming along like this and going through here, and everything's good, everything's great, it's coming through here, right? And then through there. Now, what we want to do is make it where if there's one train on here, the coal train is not waiting for the oil train or vice versa, meaning that this whole segment here needs to be separated from these split segments here. So if I have a coal train going straight there, it's not making my oil train way back there to get over here so it can split here. So whenever you're going to split a section, I do like to put a block signal on there. So I'm going to go ahead and try to put a block signal a little bit back here. And I like to put it right here where the junctions are. Kind of hard to see here, but they did make it, by the way, where you can toggle the build mode. So it's actually on the left side now, which is awesome. And then you can see it's facing this way, which means that it's actually for this direction in which we're traveling. This is our input line here, and then our other side is our outgoing, and this is our ingoing back to the station. So right now you can see it says, hey, this whole entire thing this way is blocked all the way to the thing. And that's because our lake oil train should be over here doing its thing. Yes, right here. You can see that the, oh, not there, right here. Lake oil pickup. Where's my actual train? Quartz train, right here. Here comes our lake oil train. So right now it says that it is blocked. Something is blocking the thing. And that's that train way up there. Because it's probably sitting out beyond the thing. So currently it's blocked. And we're going to test it. We're going to see if this train slows down and stops. Automatically, by the way. And it does. And why is it doing that? That's because I have a train that's way down that line that's not even part of this other line that it says, hey, that sucker's already there. Sorry, bro. You can't even go left. You can't go left and you can't go straight. You can't go either way. So what we need is we need another block. Now, normally that train would not be stopped. It would be all the way in the station, releasing this line and allowing it to go. But what we're going to do is move forward again when we come to another junction. And we are going to add another block signal right over here. And again, you can also do much more advanced stuff, everybody, but I'm just going to show you this here. And then the second I do that, watch as this train says, oh, okay, there's nothing really on this other line. There's nothing that's stopping me. okay, I can actually go. And so it'll go. There it goes, automatically. Very cool. Again, just by adding that one block signal, which basically is splitting it up. Notice the colors, everybody, that the colors mean that that's its own segment on the trains line, right? This is a gray here. And then this is a nice blue on this side. This is a gray. See, this and all of that train line over there that goes all the way down is its own track line, right? And then once it gets here, you can see it goes to yellow. And then from here to where we have our block signal up here is a separate line. Now, we want to do the same thing here, right? We want to make sure that this train does not sit out too far where it hits that block signal. Now, right now, if we go back to this block signal, it's going to say that it's blocked because there's a train on that line. But if we go look at it, we can see right there, it says it's blocked, not green. But if this train were to actually be going through here and getting into the station automatically, it would have already pulled up past my block signals, right? Because the train is not longer than my 2 block signals, right? So right here, we have a block signal. So this part of the train just needs to move up just enough where this can say, okay, no, it's clear. You can go ahead and go over here. Now, I don't really need to have this stopped by this signal here. So what I can do is just put a signal up here that says, hey, if this train is already past this point, then you can just go ahead and go, right? But here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to do this. You don't want to put a block signal right here. For whatever reason, you put a block signal here, and then your train is then sitting across the 2 splits here. Everybody, you do not want to do that because there could be a train stop there, and then the other train that's coming along cannot go onto the side track, which is going to need to do, and then come back off the side track. So all I really need to do is what I just did right there, is just add that one, and then make sure that this train goes and clears that track so the other one can go to the left and come back. And I would also, anytime you're going into a junction where it's going to decide whether it's going to go left or right, that's when you want to put a block signal. You can put it right at the junction, or you can put it back. Me, I like to put it back a little bit to give the junction a little bit of space. I don't like it to be right up on the junction because again, if your junction's real close and your trains are coming really close, they can't actually collide with each other if they're too tight. But I like to put mine back just a little bit to give a little bit of space. So once it starts, it'll choose, okay, I'm going this way or going that way. Now on the way back over here, if we look, we can see that this whole section here is yellow, and so is all of this. So on the way back, we would want this signal here when it's going into this junction here to do the same thing, and that's to be its own separate line. So we want to go ahead and just put one right here for later, and you can see this now has turned blue, so that'll free this train up to come all the way up to here, wait for this train to go by, and then get close to that station, and once that's close to that station, this train will then pull in out behind it, wait for that train to go, and then go as well, and then both of those trains will try to return back to the station. Now, I like to have my trains a bit spaced out, but if they're the same, if they're different trains for different things, they don't need to wait, right? They just need to not run into each other. So what you can do is put a bunch of block signals in between to segment those things so that one segment gets past here and then the other one starts to go, and then they're running in tandem all the way back because there's no train stations on the way back, and they can just run in tandem, and then when they get there, this one goes this way and then this one goes off in its own thing, right? Because you don't want to slow that down. So in this case, on the way back, there's actually no train stations. All the train stations are on the way in. Designed that way on purpose. This way, on the return, there's no slowdown. The train just goes its maximum speed, and I can have multiple trains going its maximum speed. Very, very good to understand why I designed it that way. On the way in, they may be blocked, or they may be waiting for a train to clear that track so they can kind of tee off this way, right? Once this train is on this track, boom, it's off doing its thing. And then the same thing here. Once it's off over here, it's off doing its thing. It's not obstructing any other trains. Now, I'm going to be putting mini trains on here, multiple trains that are going to be doing multiple things. And usually for each train station, I would say, depending on the distance, I would do at least 2 separate trains. One train that's going back, one train that's coming in would be what I would start with, and then maybe a third train. You don't want to add 5 trains. 5 trains does not actually make it more efficient most of the time. Depends on the distance, though. If you're going clear across the whole other world, then maybe 4 trains, maybe maximum. But those trains should just be, it depends on your extraction, how much stuff you're putting in there, how much stuff you have to pick up, your throughput. There's a lot of factors. But I would start with 1 train to get it going. Then I would go to 2 and see if that's working well. And then maybe a maximum of 3 trains. If you're really in a hurry for those resources, which most of the time you're not, right? If you want to keep it consistent, I would say between 2 or 3 trains in any one train station. Because it's not going to have enough time to fill that entire train station by the time that 3rd train comes along anyway. So a lot of times 2 trains are typically your most efficient one because one's coming and one's going. One's loading and unloading at the same time, and then they swap. Then this one's dropping off, and this one's loading and unloading, and loading and unloading, and loading and unloading, right? So you're just alternating those trains. Now, if you had a 3rd train, that 3rd train would be loading and unloading, and then you can create this kind of trifecta of 1 train is traveling, 1 train is loading and unloading, and the other train is traveling. So you could get a 4th train, which is also loading and unloading while the other 2 are traveling, right? You see why only 4 trains are maximum necessary? Because you'd have 2 traveling, 2 loading and unloading, and then 4 trains would be as much as you possibly need. And if they're too close, then that means it's basically going to have that train station stopped all the time because it stops inputs and outputs whenever you're loading and unloading the train, and it takes 5 seconds or so for it to load and unload that train. So again, you don't want to be unloading and unloading too much because it'll slow down your whole production and slow down your throughput of all of your stuff. So really important to know. There we go. What does it sat vault talk? I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking in another language there, Whis. What's up, Brunheen? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Sup, sup. We're having a good time. Brunheen says, make it rain. I say that's a good idea. Let's make it rain, everybody. 1,000 kids caps for all of you. You know what? I need to add an animation every time I press that button. Add animation for Stream Deck. Make it rain button. What do I call it over here? Add. Yeah, that's why you'll see it go ring and all the caps will come down like it does when you actually claim that. So every time I hit that button, it's just going to show a bunch of kids caps coming down. It's one of those things I keep trying to get to, but we'll see. Again, lower priority versus higher priority things, everybody. Okay, so again, this will split this into its own track here. So this one is not waiting also for this to get pi or anything here is not waiting for the coming and going of this. So this will come up here and stop here until this train that's coming through here gets past that block signal. Then once it's past the block signal, it can pull out of here and just sit right behind it. Then when that one moves on, then it will move through and stop in the station until that one goes like this. Now, here's the thing. Depending on how it works out, this whole thing here is all one line. All the way down, everybody. All the way down and all the way back to the station. Which you don't want if you have multiple trains. You'll want to split this up into different segments later on. But for right now, we're just going to work with that. That all looks good. Again, we want to maximize the speed of our trains going back later on. All right, so now that we've got that solved, and then that oil train does not have to wait for any of the trains that are past it, right? It's not going to wait for the Sam Moore train. It's not going to wait for the coal train. It's just going to come in, zip over there, grab the oil, come back. GG's all good. Now, on the way back, we are going to have this train going back as well as the Sam Moore train going back. And we want to think about how it's going to work on the way back. Again, also helping us segment our return track as well. So this one comes back, and we've built a bit of a bridge for it here where it's going to bridge up and over this and end up right over here and then reconnecting to this. Now, as it's coming down and there is a train coming this way, or I can make this train wait instead of making that train wait, right? What would I rather make wait? Would I rather make my oil wait, or would I rather make my coal wait? And I can tell you 100% your oil should not be waiting for jack squat. Your oil should be your priority train. So what I'm going to do is before it starts to get too far upward here, we're going to do it back here and see if we can get this to flip and try to find a spot where it's not weird up here somewhere maybe. Well, I'm going to have to do it here anyway because here, but before you go into the junction here, you're going to want to have one of these. Yeah, this is going to be awkward no matter where I put it. Let's put it way back over here then. Just as it's coming up the thing. I don't want it clipping in all of that. More of a visual style thing. And again, I can make it wait down there and then start up here, but I want it to be at the top of the line here before it goes ahead and waits. Nope, that's the wrong way. Again, you got to have it facing this way. I'm going to hit R because they made it where you can flip the sides now. That was an update. See, look, it's green. So they're good. It's good to run that in there because that train has already gone all the way past the block signal that's way back there. So again, we will make these trains wait. The coal and the Samor train wait for the oil train. If the oil train is coming through right here, it has priority. Now, the second that oil train passes a certain point, we'll want these to start back up again, right? So I'm going to just go ahead and follow this up. And again, you can see that this is all purple right through here. This whole part is purple here. And we'll say, okay, where do we want those trains to start to break? I would say that if it was going to stop and wait for another train, it would want to be on a flat edge so that when it starts, it doesn't have to start up at an angle. And there it goes back again. And so we'll just try to give a general idea of how many cars we want to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So if we had a 15-car train, that could sit right there. Oops, wrong way. That could sit right there and not have an issue. I did not flip the other way. There's not the right block signal. Other way. There we go. So basically on the return trip, and once it passes this point, the other trains which are waiting down here will start back up again and come up here and sit here and wait as the other train is going. Now, if I've done this correctly, everybody, it actually should not have to wait at all. It should never have to sit and wait for a train on the return track. The return track should just be going maximum speed the whole entire time, and none of these trains should be waiting for each other on the return trip. And I've got it set up that way. So one side is all loading, and the return trip is just maximum speed, get those resources back to the base as quickly as possible. And again, I can't put trains on different sides if I want, but the more I put it on the return track, the more it's going to slow it down because it's going to stop, and if there's a train loading, it's going to wait for that train and so on. So I've designed the whole system around that thing, that the left side, the input side or the incoming side is the load side, and then the other side is fully just the return side. It just goes as fast as it possibly can. So you get the idea. So now we have worked on that, and you can see that after this, it turns yellow again down there, and then all the way down to where our primary station is. And again, we'll cut it again when we go to do our quick wire. And again, we'll put our station on this side so that it comes through. It loads that quick wire on that side, and then there. And on my quick wire, I'm actually going to offset it so that the train station is actually not along the main line. It's actually going to be off to the side, so it has a separate train station where other trains do not have to go to the middle of that train. So basically, it's going to load and immediately just go right onto the thing where it can go and drop the stuff off wherever I want it to drop off in another station. So, and again, you'll see us stacking our stations and stacking our resource stations in here because we're basically building a gigantic train depot where all of our trains are centrally going to put it into the middle of wherever we're going to distribute it on the sides or distribute it vertically as well. So again, this is basically the center of all of my incoming resources into that one center area, and we'll be stacking both oil and coal, and then of course other resources like here, like quick wire. But right now, oil and coal, that's what we're going to be working on. Oil, as they say here in Tennessee, oil. Hard for me to say it the normal way, oil, anymore, because of too many years living in Tennessee. A lot of places, everybody just like start dropping letters. They start dropping certain letters in there, consonants, vowels, they don't even use them. Like here in the United States, everybody, we use the word aluminum. But there actually is an I in the word aluminum. So it's actually aluminium is how they say it in Britain and other places like that. In Europe, they'll say aluminium because it does actually have M-I-N in the word. I know they actually got the word right, but we are in the U.S. and so we do things our own way. We do things our own way, despite how much more efficient and smart way that other people are doing it. So just remember the min part, everybody. The min in the center of aluminium, as opposed to aluminum, is how, again, the U.S. people say it in the U.S. By the way, people say it all the time, well, Kismet, you guys are still using that old imperial system. Well, guess what? Britain's the one who came up with the imperial system in the first place. Then we adopted the imperial system, and then Britain moved away to the metric system, which is a much better system, everybody. But the U.S. is so damn stubborn, they refuse to move to the metric system. But luckily, the AI robots are going to take over soon, and hopefully we get the metric system. Now, for me, I'm a graphic designer. I have to know all the measuring. That's not only just in inches and millimeters and kilometers and all of that stuff, but also in volumes and things like that, because I do a lot of things that are like packaging. And so in packaging, you're dealing more in gallons and liters and things of that nature. So you have to understand all of that as well. So you have to understand all the different types of measurement systems and how they work and how to convert them and so on and so forth. So I suggest learn them all if you need them. And if you don't need them, don't worry about it. It's not something you need. So if you don't need it, you don't need it, right? All right. Now let's go ahead and give this train a name. Let's do it. This is our Lake coal train. Coal train. Let's go, everybody. All right, we got our Lake Coal pickup, which is where we're going to start, and our Lake Coal unload or drop off. Actually, is what I called the other one. So I'm going to actually call this one drop off as well. Let's be consistent in our naming here. If we're going to name it something, this is pickup. Oh, it's on the other end. On the other end, we're at pickup, not drop off. Okay, and again, if you're going to be doing it, make sure to do it consistently. What did I call it? Drop off or unload? You know, it actually might be better to just be super smart about it and actually call it load and unload. That's actually even better idea. I think I like that better. Again, I'm never stuck on an idea, everybody. I feel like that's the worst thing you can do in life, is be stuck in just, I know what's right. I know the right way to do it. I'm going to call it load every single time, or I'm going to call it pick up every time, when it actually be more descriptive to call it load and unload, right? Because that's what you're doing there. You're Lake Coal loading, right? You can even call it loading if you're, if you really want to do it. Loading, and then you can call the other one unloading, right? Because then it's being very descriptive, very smart. Now, pick up, sure, it says what it means, but it's not very definitive, right? I would say that this describes it probably the best, loading, right? So we're going to go ahead and do that on all of our stuff. And again, I iterate on everything. It's your ability to evolve your ideas is your most vital survival instinct. It is your most vital. If you cannot evolve your ideas, if you are stuck in one place with the same ideas, the same stuff that you cannot iterate and learn from, you are stuck in life. You are absolutely stuck in life. It sucks. And people are like that, everybody. I will listen to other people's point of view, and I will either absorb it or ignore it. And that's the power of freedom of speech, everybody, is you can say whatever you want, and we can ignore all of it if we want. And again, some people get so sure that they're right, but they're not smart enough to know that they're wrong. And you're going to meet so many people like that in life, everybody. That they have not leave themselves open to learning new things, and it becomes an ego thing that they can't be wrong, right? I feel like that's the biggest human weakness, is that you can't admit that you made a mistake, that you were wrong and someone else was right. You're so convinced that you're right, but you're not open to the fact that you might be wrong. I'm always open to the fact that I might be wrong. Thus, I evolve. Thus, I can continue doing my thing. Like this a much better way of lake oil unloading. Much better way of calling that. Yeah, awesome. So again, iterated on that idea. Okay, so let's go ahead and have this do its thing. So we got Lake coal loading, Lake coal unloading. Oh, that's oil unloading. That's not good. Lake coal, coal, not oil, unloading. Lake oil unloading. Huh. Was I at Lake oil? Lake oil pickup. Lake. Uh-oh. I might have renamed that incorrectly. Let's look. Let's see. So where am I at now? I'm at my station. So I'm at my station, and this is Lake Coal Unloading. Confirm. Okay. Lake oil. No. See, I called that wrong. This is not oil. This is coal. See, my brain. Oh, this is oil. Oh, it's because I'm not in the station. Lake oil unloading. That is actually correct for the oil, but this is not the oil train. It's the train that's wrong, not the station. I named the station right. I got to go to the coal station. That is not... Oh, I love the big curve there, too. Oh, that's awesome. Here we go. All right. Coming into this station is where we want to be. Lake coal unloading. All right. I made my brain hurt for just a second there. All right. Lake coal unloading. There we go. And all of this should be set to unload. I kind of feel like I don't like the scrolling, so maybe I'll just go down to load, unload. Lake coal unload. There we go. I don't like the scrolling of the ticker thing there. Lake coal unload. Let's make it nice and easy. Like that. Now, let's go ahead and check it again. Lake coal loading. And now Lake coal unload. There we go. And now I'm just going to probably change this to load as well. And this one to unload and lake oil load. Yes, load and unload. Okay, so let's save those changes. Now, this one's not automated yet. It's manually. I'm manually driving it. And I also want to get the train out of there so that my oil train will keep running. Now, if I change the name of the station, everybody, it's not really going to affect it. I don't like to change it while it's in the station. I like to wait till it's out of the station. But it'll know the change and automatically make that change to its route. And it will still go to between the stations, even if you rename them. So you don't have to reset up your trains every time you change the name of a station, which sucks. That would really suck if that was a thing. Okay, and here we go, everybody. We're going to go and pull on out of here. Again, I'm manually driving it right now. And this one should just automatically default to the left because we're not going to use the right side. In fact, I'll probably pull that right side out at some point. But now what we're doing is we're running in this direction. Now, see, if both trains are running at the same time, I wouldn't want this to have to wait for that train to get all the way to the junction over there. I'd want it to wait until about, let's say, right here. And we're going to ghost ride the train a little bit to give it a little bit of space to come through, and then the next one would wait until it's about here, and then we'll put another block signal here. We'll flip it to this side, meaning that we're going to split... Wrong. Other side. There we go. Now we split that track again. So again, this train can pull out of there after this train passes this point, and then it's basically spacing them out so they're not right up on top of each other. And again, I can just segment as much as I want. I can segment it down to the size of the trains if I want, but I do like them to be spread out so they're at some point, if you spread them out just right and you put your block signals in the right spot, they will never really wait for each other. This one will clear by the time that one gets there, and so on and so forth. If you really work on it, if you're... Whoa! And here we go. We got a new Teamwork Tycoon, everybody. Look out. Lots of love coming through. WX Soap coming in, showing some love. Thank you very much for coming in and showing some love to the streamer, showing that Prime sub love. Hopefully you're learning some cool things tonight. Probably said, man, that's pretty cool, Kismet. I'm going to hit the subscribe button. I'm going to drop a little Prime on you today, and I appreciate that greatly. But let's show some love in the chat, everybody. This is what we do. Go and show some love in there. Whenever you see anybody hit that subscribe button, I want you to go ahead and use your free emotes if you're a follower, or if you're a subscriber, use those thank you emotes. Remember, as a viewer, if you just hit the follow button, you get free emotes. You can use your GGs right now. Now would be a perfect time to use your GGs in there. The more you interact in the chat, the more I give out Kiss Caps that you can use for future giveaways. I literally give away thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff of any time to be subscribed, everybody. Now would be the time. Because we are going into typically into the last section of the year, and I stream 24 days in a row and do giveaways nearly every single day. So you definitely want to be subscribed now. Now is a perfect time to use your Twitch Prime or to gift out subs or to resub. So there you go. You're welcome, Win Streamer. Thank you very much, Soap. I appreciate that. Again, I try to, try to give you all my gaming secrets from the 50 years that I've been playing games. Maverick coming in and says, I pop in here from time to time, especially when you're playing Satisfactory, but I just got to say the way you create, organize, and visualize it is simply amazing. I love seeing you come up with. Yes, again, see, I think that's my style, everybody, is that I not only like do the thing, but I give you why I'm doing it, right? Not a lot of streamers do that. They're just playing the game and they're doing some stuff. You might see them do some cool stuff, but they're not like giving you the thought process behind it so that you can then think like that. You can then say, oh, okay, yeah, if I think about that. But here's the thing that it does. When I give you one idea, like the double inputs, if we stack the double inputs of the boxes and put them in there, now we got 2,400, you're going to then say, well, wait a minute, I could do that on oil as well. See, you're going to take it to the next step with your thought processes by just giving me by me giving you that little candle of inspiration, and then you can use that for your own stuff, and then of course, it compounds, and you just get more and more cool stuff you think of, right? So pretty awesome. That's why you'll hear me commentating while I'm playing the game. All right, so again, we're going to move up here so we're not blocking any of our other trains in the future, and then we will pull this right into the Lake Coal loading. Right in here. Now you're going to notice that I'm going to stop it before it gets to the front station. That's so I can start it up and it will go here. And I think I like the word load better than loading because it's just easier on the marquee, and then the marquee's not scrolling. I do not like it scrolling. I don't want it to scroll. I just want it to be nice and solid so I can see it as I'm pulling through. All right, now it is its job to do the rest of this. So I'm going to get in there. I'm going to hit Q. And I'm going to say turn on self-driving. Now, the first thing it should do is pull up in this station because this is stop number 1. And we should see it loading all 4 cars automatically. Now, I'm not going to touch anything, everybody. You're going to see my hands the whole entire time. It should load itself and then go and unload it without crashing into the other train. Now, most of the time, that's not going to be an issue because most of the trains should be synced in such a way that they're not even close to each other. Now, as we add multiple trains, then you have higher chances of them colliding into each other. But if we've done our block signals right and we've done our pathing right, especially when we're going into junctions remember, when you're going into junction, that's when you want to have your block signal so it can go either one way or another. That's when you want to add those signals. So as we go back, let's see if we run into the oil train. And again, we're going to have multiple trains for each thing. So we're going to have 2 trains for coal, 2 trains for oil to get started. And as we go back, it should automatically do all the things it should do. And because we have a block signal up here, if the oil train was returning at this very moment and was coming down onto the tracks, this train would stop. It would stop right here. But now that this train has entered this, that train would stop because we would have it go and stop right there. Now we're going to ride the train all the way back, but we do need to add a block signal back up over there in case this one gets into there first, because that train would have crashed into this train had it actually had this got there first and the other one came in, because there's no block signal on this other direction from coming up over that bridge. But the oil train is actually going back the other direction right now. So again, they're not even close to each other right now, and that's how your train should be. They should be spaced out in such a way that they never really run into each other, that they have full access to going maximum speed. Like right now, this is 121 speed. It's going into the oil train station. It's not going to stop here. If there's no train in the way, it should automatically switch itself like this. See that? Automatically switch itself to the left. Again, you can see my hands the whole time. And I'm not using my feet with my foot pedal or anything like that, because I do have an Elgato foot pedal. I'm not doing that. Just full disclosure. And then it should pull itself into the station and unload itself. The trains in this game are second to none, everybody. They have done an exceptionally great job on their trains. especially all of the block signals and being able to split it and create separate lines and all that stuff. So it did not, I noticed that it did not unload there. So I'm going to actually get out there, look at this. It does have it on there. Now, why didn't it unload? Did we not set it to unload? We did set it to unload. And there is a weirdness there that it did not unload. So that is something we need to troubleshoot. And I kind of feel like it's this one right here. For some reason, my train platforms have been acting quite weird when I put them in blueprints. And so I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to hit H so it lets me put that in there. And then I am going to go ahead and take out all of this and redo this here while that train is making another loop. I'm going to go ahead and see if it was this one right here and re-add that in. It's like a little bit of delay on those faster belts before it actually comes in. So that should be good there. We've made that output there. And then also I've noticed that we've been having trouble with the first one on our blueprints as well. So you know what? While we're at it, while we're waiting for that train to come back, let's just go ahead and do this. Now again, it says, oh, it's red. You can't put it down. Well, if you hit H for hologram mode, it'll let you put it down anyway. Same thing with your blueprinter. If it's hanging off the edge or your base elevator, just hit H. You can put it down anyway. It's okay. You'll make it work anyway because these were in the way. These belts were in the way. Okay, and again, I would redo all your belt systems whenever you do this kind of stuff. I don't trust it at all because it usually goes wonky. Okay, so I took out the first one, the extra one that we added at the end, so we had 4, and then 3 of these are part of a blueprint, so I took out the first one in the blueprint to see if that fixed that problem, because I've been having that problem on my train stations. I've already taken them out of the blueprint and re-added them back into the blueprint. So there's a little bug or something wonky there that's causing that to happen. We'll fix it, everybody. Don't worry. We'll fix it ourselves. And we got oil train number 1 coming through. I can see it way off over there. There it is, way over there. Going here, and of course feeding all of my fuel power, which I'm going over there. And all of this, everybody, all of this over here, all going bye-bye. Because that's Mark 1s and Mark 2s and a lot of spaghetti over there. I use every type of build process. So I use basic building, also known as spaghetti in Satisfactory. We're just running it however. Then I start using modular super building, where you are building that kind of next level, which is building you tons of resources. And of course, vertical stacking, which you can see here. And then when I get to Mega is more embellished building, right? Where you're putting in, all the little details like railings and things like that. Because this is a very detailed station, everybody. All you really need here is just the things and the track, and that's it. You don't need to have the little walkways and the little thing where you can come up here and stand and watch a train come in and all of this kind of advanced hypertube stuff and whatnot. But it is cool. And that's what I consider to be mega building, when you've earned the right. I never play creative modes. I like to earn the right to mega build. So I go collect every resource. Like if I'm playing Fallout 4, I will collect every resource first, and then I will mega build. I won't just say, oh, give me everything, add a mod, and say, give me unlimited resources. I feel like it's an earned thing versus a just get it for free kind of thing. Even if you played the game through like 13 times like me. This game I played even more. It's like 30 times, everybody. And some of those playthroughs weren't complete playthroughs, but I have finished the game, I don't know, 20, 30 times in early access, and then more like 50 times, and then a bunch of times in the release versions. I think it's like 2 or 3 times actually in the release version, and we could finish the game right now, but we've already done it. We already finished the game. So now what we're doing is we're mega building. We're gonna do every process. We're gonna try to chap every possible node that we can until we hit that build limit or large project limit that you will hit. But the number one thing we want to do is our power first. So that's what we're working on. And there goes our cool oil train. You get a nice little place to stand if you want. Kind of watch your train go through. It gives you that real, perspective. Oh, look, our other train is waiting. Our other train is diligently waiting for that to clear, and you can see that it did clear that point, and now see it's moving forward. Perfect timing, too. Awesome. Just to show you that, too. And then there goes our coal train, and it automatically switched the track to go to the outside and around there. And then let's see if it now unloads. And again, this has been wonky in the blueprints, everybody, so I would definitely watch and make sure it unloads all the cars. Now, sometimes it might only unload a few of the cars and not all of them. So all of those cars right there should unload now because we took the stations out and we put them back in again. Let's see. We only got 2 out of 4. Now, do these actually have stuff in them? That's the thing I'm going to check here when it goes out. So the 2 that I took out are now not loading. That's a bummer. And I would imagine this has a bunch of coal in it, and so does this one. I'm going to go with this one first. Yes, that does have coal in there. You can't do it until it starts to roll out. That has coal in there, so it's not loading my trains. Oh, I forgot to set it to unload because I removed it and then forgot to set it to unload. That's user error right there, everybody. All right, we troubleshooted that. So in theory, it might have worked had I remembered to done the unload. So now we got to wait for it to come back through again. Now, I don't sit here and wait for it, everybody. I can go and check on other things while I'm waiting. Like the output. Is it double outputting? It absolutely is, everybody. Look at that. That is 2,400 out right now in both of these because we decided that, hey, wait a minute, we'll put 2 boxes instead of just 1. Instead of doing double output into 1 box, we'll have 2 separate boxes with 1 output into 1 and 1 output into the other because the dual inputs and the dual outputs of a box don't work that well. They do have issues. So better to use 2 separate boxes and know for sure that you're getting 1,200 here and 1,200 there. And then you're absolutely styling. And you could also recombine it into 1 if you wanted to. And also put a load balancer in there if you wanted to. So that both of them are outputting and then could load balance across multiple outputs at the same time. So again, a lot of great things you can do. We're going to get into all of that stuff as we go along. But that was my bad, everybody, because I took those stations out. I put them back in again. Forgot to set it to unload. All right, so now we know that the output is working awesomely. And what we want to do is take this coal, though, and we want to run it to wherever we had our previous coal station. Now, right over here, we have obsoleted our coal station, and we are ready to go for a little swim, because I didn't have any power there. Maybe have some a little chomp, chomp, chomp right here. Didn't have any power there and dropped like a rock. Now, all this stuff over here has become obsolete, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and pull all this stuff out. Bye-bye trains and block signals and all this stuff we did from the earlier game. We no longer need it. It has now been replaced with a much more beautiful and more industrial version of the train station. Again, removing all of this stuff. Trying not to get anything in the background. Now, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. When I take that out, everybody, it's going to drop into a box somewhere. Let's go ahead and take a look and see where it did that box. I like how it does one central box now instead of doing, like, you know, a bunch of boxes. So you can see there's a bunch of SAM ore in there. I'm just going to drop it, and then take whatever's left, and I get rid of that box because this is dropping off SAM ore in this particular station. Over here, and again, we're going to eliminate this SAM ore station because we're going to add it up here in our mega building. So we'll just take all of this stuff out. Now, also, through the middle of this station, everybody, was also where our coal was going. Oh, because the train is there. I got to take out the train first. Oh, it says it's docking. Oh, that's a problem. Hold on. We got to get in here, and we got to tell it to stop docking. How do we tell it to stop docking? This is a good question. Leave locomotive, open train menu, turn off self-driving. And there it is, cancel docking. There it is. Okay. I knew it was in there somewhere. And we will cancel all that docking so that we can take out our train. And once we take out our train, we can take out the train station. There we go. Good little tip there for you as well. How to take out your trains. Run out of power. Dipping down because I took train lines out. And notice I've got this here, everybody. And the reason why I'm removing this also is so that it's not blocking my extraction of my resource there as well. I'm always looking for making sure that my train lines do not overlap resources that I might need later on. Now over here, everybody, we are taking that SAM ore and we are taking some coal and producing diamonds and such over here as well. You can see that we're producing diamonds from coal here. And then over here, same thing, coal into diamonds. Diamonds go into here. Then it creates time crystals into here. And then those time crystals go off to wherever they're going over there, which you can see actually is not going anywhere because they're still on that belt. Oh, there they go. Ah, they moved a little bit forward there. Used a little bit of those time crystals. But that whole time crystal process and all of that stuff is going to be replaced. So we're going to go ahead and just take all of this stuff out. This is all obsolete now. Bye-bye. All right, we got to be careful because we're going to be dropping like a rock here because we're away from our power. There we go. Then right over here, you can see we've got a building for smelting. And you're like, what are you smelting right there, Kismet? Nothing. That's the blueprinter. So we can just go ahead and clear that. Grab those resources. Oh, my goodness. Look at all these time crystals we got. I hate throwing those away, though. I probably have a bunch of them in the Dimensional Depot. I sure do. Here's a great little trick, everybody. If you have your time crystals and they were running somewhere and you pick up a bunch of time crystals, another little gaming secret for you. Go ahead and follow wherever those time crystals are going right here, and then just do yourself a solid by taking some of those time crystals, because they are, you know, they do take a while to make, and just tie those back into the line for now, and then just drop the extra time crystals over there. So, very nice. Very easy way of doing that. Again, just clearing all of this. I'm really just trying to get mostly the stuff, and then these, I believe, are blueprints. So these are very easy to remove. Look at that. Nice. So cool, that blueprints. Blueprints in blueprint mode. Whee, down we go again. Make sure you don't land on a baddie. Get over here where we can actually access the power. There we go. And we can also just go over here. That one's full. And just go ahead and put a little power line down here temporarily while we work. Also, these are blueprints. A lot of these foundations are blueprints, so we can just take any ones we already have. And look how quick and easy that is, right? You kind of pre-think that out. Say later on, I'm going to make a change to this. So that's going to make this much easier. Manually building that out. Try not to get that wire by hitting control and then releasing and then aiming away from it. If you're still aimed at it, by the way, it'll still take it out even though you hit control and released it. I noticed, which I think it shouldn't do that, but that's just me and my crazy thoughts. All right, and then take that out, and we do have another box full of stuff down there that we'll deal with here in a moment. Okay, we took out that. We take out our blueprinter now here. We don't need this. Into blueprint mode, so we can take out these foundations here. We don't need any of this, and we also, all this switching and cool stuff that we were doing here, and turnbacks and whatnot, that can all be eliminated. And then this track here that we were using in the very beginning of the game, just running it along the ground here, that can also be removed. Look at all this stuff that we're decommissioning here. Very cool. I love this moment, everybody, where you're just being so much more efficient. Everything that you're doing, and then all of these lines here, all this angled stuff, all go bye-bye. All of that out. All of this out. Right here, very nice. And we don't need a return train here anymore, so this is out of here. This is where it was taking this coal, and it was running it up over here. And we no longer needed to do that, because we are going to create a little temporary bypass. We'll remove all of that. We'll remove this split here. We no longer need this block signal. Look at that. Nice, cleaned up that line as well. So now our primary coal line, which is these lines here, going out, getting our coal, and that's what's keeping our power going right now, right? We don't want to disturb those if we can avoid it. Look, we no longer need a branch there as well. Took care of that. You can see also there's a bunch of heavy modular frames running under here and running up there into our previous stuff that we built. And then over here I can see one in the ground. All of this obsolete. And then this one, where's this one coming from? Over there. So we can actually, I think, eliminate this one and tie this one into here. Now, some of this stuff is helping me traverse the world, so I want to go ahead and just reconnect all that power back in again. But let's go over here and see what we got in the crate. Oh boy, we got tons and tons of stuff on us here. Wow, and some Mercer spheres too. All right, so definitely Mercer sphere going in here. I see a summer sloop in there. We definitely want to deal with those summer sloops. We want to deal with our tickets, our little sluggy guys. I seriously doubt we've got space for that in there. We do. Okay, cool. Again, things that are kind of unique that you wouldn't think would be full in the Dimensional Depot here. This right here, the Trigons are already full because they're already going in there. Maybe a little bit of raw resources. Maybe a little bit of these. Nope, those are full. How about some spider things? Oh, yeah, those are good. And these here. Who knows how long those have been sitting in my inventory, by the way. That in there. What else? Any unique items here? What about our fusion? Those are already full in the Dimensional Depot. How about our extractor? Yeah, very nice. Okay. Let's see. How about our time crystals? Time crystals are full in the Dimensional Depot. Yeah, I like to just throw a few of these in here just to see how my Dimensional Depot is doing. How about these? Oh yeah, those are full in there as well. I love to see all my stuff nice and full. In there, yeah, full. Supercomputers. Oh, supercomputers we can put in there. Okay. And that just tells us also that somewhere, wherever we're making our supercomputers, should also be running into the Dimensional Depot. And then we have all this stuff left over. Now, way back over here, and I'll take you on a little bit of a tour, not too detailed of a tour, of the previous part of our base, because you can go back and watch these. These are all in episodes, by the way. I even have a playlist on YouTube. If you want to check that out and hit that subscribe button while you're over there on YouTube, which is basically the follow button, I'll go ahead and throw all those links in the chat for you. I route everything to one central point. That's what we're doing right now, Maverick. Yes. Yeah, I do spaghetti, but I haven't played in a bit. For me, it's hard to for me to build singular plants for one resource. My brain doesn't process it that way. Exactly. Now, the only reason why I do singular plants and the reason why it is effective is really for the Dimensional Depot. It's not necessarily for the rest of the process. A great example of a reason why to do a single plant at the node itself and let that one single plant do what it does best is right over here in the background. I'll go ahead and show you real quick. It is, and as you can see, it's a mega build too. These are just super builds here, just basic boxes, because that's the most efficient shape, everybody. That's why people do it in real life. Right over here, we have a mega build, and what it's doing is extracting 1,200 limestone from a pure limestone node, and it is going through and it is storing the raw limestone. And you're like, why would you store a raw limestone? In case you lose your power, it'll already be ready to feed it all into your next production. And you can see we've got concrete production 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and then of course the concrete storage in case the Dimensional Depot is full. Then in that concrete storage, it then will take it anytime that I use concrete. It will take all of that concrete and feed it at 5 times the rate. And of course, I have my Dimensional Depots all maxed out in speed as well. So they'll go in the maximum speed, but then also at 5 times that rate of any concrete that I need. Now, you have plenty of nodes, everybody. You are not going to run out of nodes. Just so you know, this particular playthrough, I have proven that you can finish this entire game with 20,000 power. How do you know? Look in the upper right-hand corner, everybody. See up there? I could go make all of those right now and finish the game. Right this moment. Right at this very second. And I'm going to show you proof that I only have 20,000 power running right now. And that's all I've ever built. In this particular playthrough. I've built more in other playthroughs, obviously. But in this playthrough, right now, around 21,750, and I can finish the game right at this moment. Right at this moment, all I'd have to do is set up those processes, which I already have all the precursors to all of those processes, and I could finish the game. So you don't really need that much power. What you need is time. Time is your most valuable asset and the thing you can use to finish this game with even around 20,000 power. So there you go. So, as you can see, I am the most efficient player of Satisfactory. Efficiency first, everybody. This is your mandate from Fix-It Corporate. If you're not efficient, they will laser you from space. I'm not in that department. I'm your official Fix-It Corporate trainer. I'm in the training department. They're in the lasering people who are inefficient department. So please don't get lasered, everybody. hang around and I'll show you how it happens. So what we want to do is basically have the ability to have an unlimited amount of concrete, to have build massive structures and then refill that concrete without having to run back and forth and pick up your concrete all the time, because that sucks. You don't want to have to do that. You know what else you're going to be running back and forth for? Plates. You know why? Because I played this game since day one. I played every single update, and I put down thousands and thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of foundations one at a time before they had zooping. By the way, you can go back watch all those playthroughs on my YouTube channel, everybody. For me playing Satisfactory on day one, trying to figure out what the heck a foundation was. Until the point now where we are, of course, tens of thousands of resources later, and of course hundreds of playthroughs, or I don't know, 50, 60, 70, 100 playthrough. I can't remember how many it is now. Well, we are now doing super mega builds. We again, I have thousands and thousands of hours in the game. I'd say about 3,000, and I've considered those rookie numbers in these type of games like Satisfactory or 7 Days to Die, or even Fallout if you're doing a lot of settlement building. Those are rookie numbers, everybody. Those people have 10,000, 20,000. Some people have 50,000. That's a lot of free time. I don't have that much free time, but I do switch between games. I'm a true variety streamer. I do play a bunch of different games, and I share my thought process with you. So then you can get it from a different perspective, and then those two separate perspectives could give you the ability to say, oh, wait, I thought of an even better idea. I thought of an even better way of doing it. And that's what I hope it inspires in what you're doing, is that it inspires you to do it an even better way in your next playthrough for whatever the situation is. So as you can see, I have this, and again, notice it's not just a square box. It does have some embellishment to it. We have angles in there. We have, of course, various different colors that go along with what it is, right? Blue represents storage. Orange represents production. You can see we got another blue one at the bottom, which storage. So very visually, you can just look at it. I'm a very visual person. I'm a graphic designer. I'm a graphic designer for 30 years. And no, I'm not going to design your logo or any of that stuff. I am retired. But you can see we're doing it 5 times rate. Now, see that other one sitting over there? You know what it does? Plates. And that's all that it does. It does the one thing, and it does it exceptionally well, and it keeps a backlog of those things so that if I'm going to build some big, massive train lines like I'm doing right now, have you seen me run back and try to get any resources of any type? You see me run back and get any resources lately? No? Have you seen me do it in the last 5 days we've been playing? Over the last weeks and weeks and weeks? No, because I don't have to run back, because the Dimensional Depot makes that possible. And that's why I build individual stuff at the node, so that it is doing nothing but running those 5 times 5 dimensional depots of plates at every second. The second I use up a plate, here, great example, watch this. Great example. Let's go in and let's take a look. Right here, iron plates and concrete. See right here, 1,000 and 2,500, which is the maximum you can have if you max out your stuff. I'm gonna make a plate right here. And then boom, right here, look, it's already filled back up. Before I even got it done, everybody, I'm gonna build a whole bunch of them right here. Let's go. Build a bunch of foundations, zoop them in there, and we'll see if we can catch it. Ah, too fast. Too fast. It was too fast, everybody. It filled it up before I could even get it going. That's how fast those are going at 5 times the rate, everybody. And again, I do have my MAM all maxed out so that the input of my things are at maxed out, and the storage of my Dimensional Depot is maxed out. One of the greatest features that they have added to the game, other than the holographic mode, which is awesome. Amazing, amazing. I'd say the Dimensional Depot and the holographic mode are true genius moments in the game, for sure, for sure. It does make the game much more fun. So that's why I build individual nodes. Now, the rest of it over here, you can see that we are starting to work on our mega building, or our mega power factory that we're going to put right here. On the left side, oil. On the right side, coal. And we're just going to keep adding more and more stations for coal and oil and coal and oil until we have all the coal and oil going to this one spot. And this one spot is going to be the central part of our base where we have all of our power. And then once we have a lot of power, we can do the next big mandate of this particular mega playthrough is we're going to try to get every single process running. Every single one. Every single item that you can make in the game, we're going to get going. But we're going to need a lot of power to do that, right? I can finish the game, no problem, with 20,000 power. I've proved it in this playthrough. But I also would like to get everything running simultaneously as a kind of a check-off list. Okay, I got this done, and that done, and this done, and that done. That kind of thing. And, of course, eventually we will add nuclear power. We'll add every different system of every different type, tapping every node that we can, because there is a build limit. You will hit that upper limit, and it will say, sorry, you've maxed it. you max the game, or your frames will go to 0 and you won't be able to even look at anything because everything will be like chunk, 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 chunk. Again, because this game allows you to build massive, everybody. It's one of the biggest games you can play, and of course the memory that it takes to do that is a massive amount. Now, I just happen to have 64 gigs of memory in my machine, so I can really go to town, as you can see. And they also did optimize large builds as well. Recently, they came out with a patch that does make large builds like mine get going. And this is not even large, everybody. This seems large, and it seems complex and a whole bunch of stuff. But really, it's just a bunch of small, simple systems that just grew to a large level. Now, again, this is mega building over here, which we're just getting started on our train stations. And this is our central train station here. And then over here, we've got a mixture of, again, of our modular super building, vertical building as well, where those modular blueprints, they plug into each other. So if you have your storage at the bottom, again, using the same colors, storage, production, you get the idea. So storage, some production, storage, production, storage, production. Very easy for me just to glance at it and know which one's which, just by using colors. And then, of course, as it comes up here, you can see this one's doing copper right now, extracting from a copper pure node. And just doing all the various copper processes all the way up. And then it takes it and it distributes it wherever it needs to go, and especially into the dimensional depots right here at the top. So I don't have to run back and get a bunch of wire. I don't have to run back and get no copper sheets or whatever it is I need. All the different processes automatically running, and of course going vertically instead of horizontally. In the beginning, you learn very much horizontal building, everybody, but I highly suggest that you do learn to make things that are non-symmetrical, that are good looking, that have different visual variety with different types of shapes, squares, triangles, circles. You want to think about those, as well as having a big backlog of all this stuff. You can make it 100% efficient, awesome. I feel like 100% efficiency is not that necessary in most things, except for in your power. In your power, you want your power to be as efficient as you possibly can. In fact, maybe a little bit over efficient, if you know what I mean, where you have a little bit of extra resources just in case things get bad, just in case you add something and you plug it in, my power went off. Right? And then, crap. And then you unplug that thing, you turn your power back on again, you got a backlog of resources, boom, starts all your stuff back up again, GG's, you're good to go. I do like to have a backlog of storage power or battery power as well. That's what's going on right down here, this little green box right there. That's my battery power. Very rarely do I build it, but that's a blueprint, everybody. I could build 50 of those right now if I wanted to. And we're going to have a big area for our backup power, everybody. Very cool. Now, this is also the other building, which I call basic building, or in the game of Satisfactory, we call it spaghetti. And I'm so tasty and wonderful, everybody. I love me some good spaghetti. Right over here by my main hub, which I don't need anymore, everybody, because I have, just to give you a little view, already unlocked everything in the game. So I don't even need the hub any longer. But you can see I keep resources around the hub as I'm progressing through the game. You need to ask yourself, what is your most valuable resource? Is it iron? Is it copper? Is it anything? No, it's your time. Your time is what makes you efficient. What you use your time for, right? So in my case, it's more efficient for me to do this than to build out 50 processes that do the same thing when I could just it makes the thing I need. I need about 100 of them. I made the 100 thing. I'm going to upgrade my hub. Now I'm in the next level. I don't have to build those things anymore. I can build the next part of the process, right? So this is sometimes more efficient than building out gigantic stuff. But building out gigantic stuff is fun. So again, as you're progressing through the game, I will use all three processes at the same time. So why just limit yourself to just one? You could take all the resources and run it into one base, but I like to do a mixture of all those things so I get the benefits of all three things. The spaghetti of this basic building, the of course super building, as I like to call it, where you're just doing it so you're getting your resources and you can progress through the different sections, and then of course mega building when you've earned it and now you got all your processes running, you got tons of extra resources, you got your copper and your everything running in the dimensional depot, and then of course you're really scaling up your concrete production, so that's running in the dimensional depots at 5 times the rate. You got your plates running in there at 5 times the rate, and now you can just keep dropping those blueprints all over the place. And then if you're really next level, then you're on the highest level. And the highest level is what we're doing right now, is when you're using your Mark III blueprinter, your big boy, your 6x6, and you're using it like it's Legos. So you're taking it and you're just snapping it together with other blueprints, which is what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing. We're doing the whole highest level, the next level, everybody. That's what we're doing over here on our central train stations. And we're building out all those central train stations to tap all the resources in the game. All of them. Every single one. But first, we're focusing on power, because power is the most important thing you need in the game. And we're focusing on going and getting oil and coal and bringing it back to a central location, all the oil, all the coal, all of it, into one place that we can utilize. Right? And all of this over here was just a temporary thing. All of this will go bye-bye and be replaced with its mega build equivalent of whatever it is that we're doing. But you can still use it while you're busy doing other things. There's no reason to tear it down right now. Might as well use it, especially the power. I could replace that power right now and put it over there and tie it into my new oil that I just brought in. But I don't really need to. Why tear it down until it's obsolete? When it's obsolete, then you decommission it, take it out, get all the resources, do whatever you need to do. Now, one of the things that I also like to do is to make the game do a lot of automation, right? Not only of resources, but automate the ability for me to put stuff away. That's right. If I have a whole inventory full of stuff, everybody, like this, I'm just going to store it in this box. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to this box, I'm going to store it in that box there. And you're like, well, Kismet, not just thrown in a box. Well, what it's doing is actually running it out of here, and you can see that it is running down the line here, all these plates and various other things, and you can see that our stuff is running in here, and it's backlogging it into that box in case I do need to run over here and grab some of those resources for whatever reason. If I get ahead of my dimensional depots and it can't put it in there fast enough, I have a place for it to go and for it to auto-sort all of my resources that I typically use. Mostly the lower level resources. Usually the higher level resources I just let go into what I call, look at the spaghetti over the top, everybody. The higher level resources I just drop in a box, or any overflow stuff I drop in here. I can run it into the awesome sink if I want. But you can see anything that I kind of had left over as I was working my way through the processes, or might need later, and I like to sort it so I can see it all together, are going to end up right here in these boxes. And then of course it also goes down this way, and you can see it's about 4 boxes deep right now. You can see that we do have some extra iron rods, and if we go look at our iron rods box over here somewhere, where's our iron rod box? Right here. It's most likely full. It's full, so it's putting it into overflow and running it in those overflow boxes. And typically when I go, hey, I need a bunch of say, hey, I need a bunch of aluminum casings or a bunch of fused modular frames to get a process going, I'll come over here and look for my fused modular frames. Then I'll just control click them, and it'll grab all the stacks from that particular thing. And then I'll say, oh, wait, I need more. Any more fused modular frames in here? Yeah, control click that. Boom. And it grabs everything that's in that box, that's a fused modular frame, and puts it in my inventory and whatnot. And I can just find it easily like that. But I don't really need them, so I'm going to put them back in the box for now. And let that do its job. So again, I just cleared my inventory. Now I don't have a bunch of inventory, and my inventory is not going to get filled up for now. And again, I don't have to keep anything because all of these processes are going in the dimensional depot, or at least most of them. Most of them are going in there. So we're going to let that do its thing, and we are going to go back this way. Okay, so we have it now bringing our coal back. Now, while I was giving you a little bit of tour of the primary starter base there, over here, it should have been doing its job. It should have been going and filling up all these boxes with coal. Right? So we're going to go over here and stop for a second until we get close enough to power. Yep, we go. Oh, what? No power? Weird going on there. See, I have power there. Why is it not? Why's my hover pack not working? Take it out, put it back in. My power go off? Oh, we might have lost power. Power is off there. Oh, we must... Oh, because we disconnected the line. That's right, we disconnected the line. So that train line is no longer connected in, and we removed the one that goes over here. We got to tie that back in again temporarily until we replace that power. So yeah, actually disconnected the power from our primary power over here. So let's go ahead and just run this up here for now. And then we're just going to tie this right back into our train station here. Right there. And there we go. Now we should be able to float around. Yes, very nice. Okay, now our stations will be back up and running. By the way, did you notice up there where this was that wasn't lit up? They're lit up when they have power, just so you know. And also you can see your little green lights and all that stuff doing its thing. Okay, so let's go over here and see how we did. There's nothing in there, which there shouldn't be anything in there. It should be in these boxes. Oh, we didn't get that one to go because we disconnected that power. It hasn't been running back my trains. But these are not mission critical trains yet, but they will be mission critical trains. And these are the trains that are going to be producing all the power, right? They're going to be producing all the power here as well. So again, we have our oil trains coming in this way, and we will divert this oil train eventually to come out and end up over here. And then, of course, be feeding all the oil out this direction, and then we'll be feeding the coal out that direction, and then eventually all those coal lines and oil lines will run to our primary mega station that we'll have for our fuel power. Fuel power is my favorite because it doesn't have that much byproducts, and it's pretty easy to set up once you get the general gist of it, that you bring it in, you store it in your oil tanks, you take your oil tanks, you convert it into fuel, you then take your fuel, turn it into rocket fuel, you take your coal and turn turbo fuel, excuse me. You take your coal, you turn it into compacted coal, you're combining your fuel and your compacted coal together to make turbo fuel, then you go to rocket fuel, ionized fuel, etc., etc. You get the idea. We're going to do all of that right over here in a bit. But first, we're going to work on resources. So we're going to get that going on. So again, thanks for coming in and hanging out. Let me catch up a little bit on the chat there because I did get into a whole thing there. I started this game, playing this game because of you, and everything you taught me while watching helped me so much. Oh, great to hear there. So thank you very much. I'm glad you had a good time. I do spaghetti, but I haven't played in a bit. Spaghetti's great. Again, it's your game. You play it however you want, everybody. Don't let nobody intimidate you into playing, oh, you got to do it like this, you got to do it like that. You ain't got to do a damn thing. You paid your money. You write it however you want. You have your own fun. But I say do it all, everybody. Learn all the techniques. And then you have them like little tools in your belt, right? Like, okay, well, I need a little spaghetti here. I need a little modular building here. I need some vertical building there. I need some epic train lines here. I want to do some embellishment on my stuff and make it really super cool and make some mega builds. You know, get all the techniques, everybody. There's no one way of doing stuff. Again, when you can see from different perspectives, it will help you learn. Like when I was talking about the inputs and output there, I had a moment where I was like, wait a minute, it'd actually be better than having a single box. It would be better to have two boxes because then you're truly getting that 1200 and 1200 out because the boxes don't work very well with the dual inputs because they're funky chicken. The dual outputs are funky chicken as well. So if you were to dual output these, it would come out of there 2400. So it's actually better to have a double separate output. And the same thing with input of our oil and output of our oil, which we're going to make that adjustment now over here. So we're going to have a double output and a double input over here as well. So instead of having it connected, which I normally do, and then have a pump at the bottom to push all this oil up to the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the first one come out and go into one, and then the second one come out and go into another, and then this way it's outputting at 1200 instead of 600. And again, even if it's dual output at 600, it's still going to max out at 600 anyway when you put both of them together. But if I had a lot of oil in here, like I do, 2400, and I wanted this to output as fast as possible before the next train came along and stopped the output, because every time the train's in the station loading and unloading, it stops any input or output of the train station. The smarter thing to do is to have that go into its own line and have its own pump. So both of those have their own separate pump and their own separate output, and then have it come down into here, and then you could have it recombine at the top. And again, it's about what it's doing is overcoming that lag or that load and unload time, because there's time, 5 seconds of loading and unloading on both ends. So it's really 10 seconds. 5 seconds for unloading, 5 seconds for loading, or 5 seconds for loading every single time it comes through. And so those numbers start to exponate, right? So you have 5, then it's 10 minutes that it took, then it's or 5 seconds, then it's 10 seconds, then it's 20, then it's 40, then it's 80, then it's 160, and again it starts compounding very quickly in the amount of time that it's taking to do that loading and unloading. So to override that, you use both outputs and both inputs, and you want to use those as much as possible. And I limit it to 300. So if I have a 600 output of my oil, because I'm overclocking it, and I'm going, okay, I have a 600 coming down the line. I will go ahead and split it into two separate things, and it'll go into one car at 300 and into the other car at 300. But it doesn't really do that. It goes into the storages at 300 and 300 and starts to backlog. But when it goes into the station, it's going into the station at 600 and 600. So that's 1200. So it's filling the station much faster than it's actually filling the backlog of oil. And that's what you want, because you're building up a backlog while you're building it. You have all this massive backlog. And so you can fill those stations as fast as you possibly can. And then it can grab it and it can unload those stations as fast as it possibly can to keep your stuff running in a very consistent way. Right? That's why you want to use dual inputs and dual outputs, and we're going to modify that in a bit here. We're going to modify the inputs as well now that we learned that smart trick. Again, that's all from thinking it through, everybody. You got to think that stuff through and get to that point where you're like, oh, wait a minute, I can make it better. Yeah, you route everything to a central point. It is fun to do that, absolutely. How do I prevent backup issues? What I just explained, Maverick. What I just explained, that's why I don't have backup issues. And whatnot. I don't run my stuff at 100% efficiency. I feel like you're less efficient when you're 100% efficient. You know why? Because sometimes if you're 100% efficient, you are going to have issues where you don't have enough fluid in your pipes. And that's usually the number one reason. That thing should be full all the time. It should not at any point dip down where it starts sloshing in there or it's hammering at the end of the pipeline. It should not be doing that ever. Pipes and fluids are the tragedy of your life in this game. You've got to master the important part of how to make those fluids do what you want, because they're just like real life fluids, everybody. They very much have a head lift. They very much have a down thing too. So when it comes to fluids, everybody, fluids will pull other fluids with it. So if you have a drop of water, have you ever seen this, where a drop of water goes down the side of something and it hits another drop of water and then it pulls that drop of water with it? Well, that's water tension. That will pull other water with it. So if it's going down like this, you don't have to worry about it. You don't need a pump to pump it downward. It'll automatically flow. That's why they have water towers on the top of buildings. The reason why they have water towers on top of buildings, there's a pump that pumps the water up there. And if they lose power, guess what? You can still take a shower, though I would put a bucket, depending on how long you're going to be out of power. I would immediately put a bucket under your sink or in your shower and fill that up with water as quick as possible so you have fresh water until they got the power back up and running. But your shower will still work, and your sink and your toilet and all that stuff will still work because you have that ability. The only thing that won't work is after you flush it the first time, it doesn't have the ability to fill that tank back up again. So you might want to save that flush for the prime time, everybody. And by the way, if you ever notice in a toilet, everybody, it does not use electricity to flush. It actually uses water pressure, and the way that that's why it has that loop, everybody, so that it starts to push the water in there. The water starts to fall over that thing, and when it starts to fall over a surface like that, it pulls the rest of the water down into the pipe. I know, right? We're learning all sorts of cool stuff. Right? The more IRL stuff that you can learn about pipes and fluids and all that stuff, the more it's going to help you in these type of games. So, and again, I give you all the heads up on all that stuff. Very complex, Kismet, but great. It's not that complex. It's just one thing at a time. You start small with just simple things, and then it builds in a complexity, just like human beings, everybody. We start with a cell first, everybody, and then you know what we do? We divide into 2 cells, and then we divide into 4, into 8, and so on and so forth, and eventually you've got a human being. I know, crazy, right? Crazy, or a frog, or whatever, right? So our cells divide to make what we do. And the same thing when you're building, everybody. You make one little thing, and then you make another little thing, and then those 2 little things interact, and then it goes. And it creates a complex network, but it all starts with that simple one thing. And that's what you want to do. You want to break it down into the one simple thing, and then just add a little bit more complexity to it and solve all the problems on the way, right? Solve all your issues, like turnaround, right? See, how am I going to get this train to turn around and end up here on the coal side? Now, I can tell you that this turnaround right here is totally temporary because I'm going to bring more coal, right? And I'm going to want that sucker to go here, and then the next one to go down and go into the next train station behind that, and behind that, and behind that, and behind that. And then oil to come through here and go and load and unload here while another oil train goes forward and loads and unloads there, and another one there. Just visualize in your head, everybody. I've already built the whole thing right here. It's already right there in here. And also all of the power that's going to be right here. all the stuff over here, all the other processes over here. I'm 20, 50 steps ahead, everybody. All I got to do is just build it. It's already right here. Now, is it going to be exactly as I visualized in here? Most of it, but of course, I'll iterate on it. And when I think of a better idea, I'll say, oh, wait, that's a better idea. I won't just get stuck in my ideas. When you get stuck in your ideas, everybody, you can't grow. You can't go beyond that point. You've now limited yourself in that little box that everybody's trying to put you in all the time. Oh, well, you're this. I'm a whole bunch of things. I'm not just the one thing. I'm a complex human being, as most people are, everybody. Most people are complex human beings. They're not just the one thing, or the two things, or the three things. There are thousands of things. There are thousands of different things simultaneously. So there you go. So again, with backup issues, I create backups on purpose. I want to have backup resources so that nothing stops running. You want it to run 24/7, every minute of every day. And I do like doing 100% efficiency when it is effective and necessary. When it comes to fluids, not a good idea. I think it's always best to have a backlog, fluids completely full. Same thing with your resources like coal. I'd rather have a backlog of coal than to use all of the coal and it just barely making it every time. And again, efficiency is awesome, and I highly recommend it. I would say it's better to be more efficient with your time than it is with your resources, right? I say that's the best way. That's the best way, but that's just me. What do I know? I've only been playing games for 50 years. And I've been around, if you know what I mean. I've been around in real life. I tend to manufacture too many different items off one node. It slows down production. This is true. This is true. It absolutely can. And the funny thing is that's actually a very efficient way to do it in the early game. But in the later game, because it's your time, it takes less time to do it that way, right? But in the later game, you can build blueprints like I'm doing now. Oh, let's see if we get to our power here before we dip. Oh, there's a thing I got to remove right there. Get it. There we go. Like this, everybody. This is one thing that does a bunch of things at the same time, right? So it's extracting this copper down here, a pure copper node, and it's running up here and it's building all of the copper items, right? But I could just as easily, as you can see, I have all of the nodes on my map because I went around and I put all of my radar towers everywhere I could, and I very efficiently, by the way, as you can see, look at how perfectly those circles overlap each other. Very nice. All the way around there. So I know where every node is, and I know what level every node is. This one right here, that's a normal node. If I need a normal box right node, I know right where to go get it. Right there. But where I'm at, everybody, if you want to see where I'm playing, I call it the reverse bunny because it looks like a little bunny to me. I don't know if it looks like a bunny to you. But right here, this thing right here looks like, see, look, here's the eye of the bunny and then the little paw and then the little tail right there. I don't know. It's like looking at stuff in clouds, everybody. But this is one of the greatest places in the game, right? These are all pure nodes. So you can see right here, we've got pure node, pure node, pure node. We have three pure iron nodes, and then a copper pure node and a limestone pure node. We even got a sulfur pure node nearby. That's pretty crazy. And then over here, of course, another limestone pure node, and then right down here, another pure caterium node, everybody. This is in the forest area. So again, the Great Arch, as I like to call it, is right over here in this bottom right-hand corner, right over here. And then you just kind of run along the line here, and you're going to have to go up and through this kind of area, and then you'll see a little bit of a beach right over there, a little bit of a beach here, and then right up over here is where it's at. You can see there's a land bridge here. Usually I come running up this land bridge along this sand, and then end up right over here, and whew, instant gigantic base, everybody, because you have so much massive resources you can start with at the beginning of the game. This is my favorite place to start in the game, though I have started in all the start points multiple times on this side of the map and that side of the map, this side of the map. They just start you on the different side of the map. There's one map, everybody, all the way in here, though Satisfactory could create Satisfactory 2 and make a whole nother map, or just add a DLC for a whole nother map. Though this map was a lot of work, everybody. I've been working on this for a long time. Again, going in and, doing all the detail. I'm sure that was a lot of massive work. Putting in a lot of detailed work, and of course, fixing terrain issues and, spawn issues and animal issues, and, that's a lot of stuff to do. And again, adding every little rock and every little boulder and the way that they're shaped and angled, and wow, man, that is just an insane amount of work. And it's all handcrafted, everybody, all handcrafted. There ain't no you know, press a button and it just does it for you, procedural generated AI crap. This was all hand done. So big love to Coffee Stain for a beautiful job. All right, so there you go. So now you got the general overview of what I am doing and why I'm doing it. Again, that's why I stream a different way, everybody. I give you the deep understanding. And if you don't understand it, you're welcome to ask in the chat. Kismet, I didn't get half of that. Feel free. All right, let's see if our train is actually working now. Just kind of waiting for my train to come back there. Let's give me all 4, baby. Yes, okay, it was my bad. I forgot to set it to unload once I replaced those because these are getting a little wonky when I put them down as a blueprint. Remember, I don't make the game, everybody. I just play it, so if it acts a little funny, just take it out and put it back in again like I did. And now they are working. Make sure that they are working before you go on to another process. I definitely want to make sure all of them are working. And then I want to see all of them running out. Notice they're not running out right now because it's loading and unloading. There we go. And now they're running out at full speed. Look, these are already full, everybody. Look at these. Holy mackerel. 2 boxes of coal already ready to rock and roll. And these are going to be full here in just a second. And those are running out at 2,400 maximum speed. It cannot go any faster than that. That limestone production that goes into concrete, it cannot go any faster. It cannot extract any faster. It cannot produce any more from that one node at that location. It is maxed, maxed, maxed. That's the most it's ever going to do, right? Because it's totally overclocked. It's got everything running out. It's at maximum speed belts. It's got maximum amount of converters. In fact, I have a little extra. And the reason why I have extra is if the power does go out, I have that extra backlog so that it can just start filling those and it can get back up to 100% production faster than if you just wait for it to extract and then put it in all of the things, because it'll have a backlog that it can just go shoom and shoot it in there at 1200 and just start that stuff right back up again very quickly. So I think backlogs are important. Very important to have a storage of resources, especially if you lose power. But considering I only have 20,000 power and I haven't lost power yet, I consider I'm doing pretty good. And by the way, only fuel power right now from one source, and that is our oil up here. It's only coming from this source right here, and our coal is coming from this over here. And so those two things right now, and you can see it working. There's my coal train running over there, grabbing it, bringing it back very consistently. And then over here, our oil train is hiding behind our space elevator. Right here, oil train number 1, dropping it off. Going to turn around, turn right back, go get some more. And that's very efficiently working. Now, we won't decommission that until this is fully up and running and replaces or even amplifies, has more power than what we started with. And the second we replace all that power, all that stuff can go. And then we can just rebuild those processes in the mega style. It's going to be awesome. Awesome. Okay, so we got all that working. That is working great. We got our lake oil working. We have our oil working here, our coal working there. We have got that mission accomplished, and we created our central line. Now, once you create one central train line, everybody, just branch it off into all the places in which you want to get all the stuff. And you can run those trains all day long, back and forth, just bringing you tons and tons of resources every minute of every day, which is awesome. Now, we do want to make a modification to our stuff here. I think we should actually stack this 4 high now. And why do I want to stack it 4 high? I want to stack it 4 high so that I can go in and basically have this input and output. But I'm going to have a problem with this, that I should probably just actually go too high, very much like I'm doing with my stuff, because when you're trying to loop the pipe back around, it is a little awkward. So what we want to do is probably just do too high here. And that's more than enough of a backlog, like this. And we'll want to take our pump here. Again, the best thing to do is to try it and see if you like it. Right? Like, I'm not liking how that pipe's going. I don't like it. Alright. Let's take all this out. I like to typically put my pipes in, let's go this way. Yeah, I'm going to have to go this one first. Yeah, this one first. Oop, horizontal, vertical. And we're going to go this way first so that it goes out and then down. And then this one is going to go from left this way, from the train station to the buffer, and this one goes from the buffer to the train station, and that's how it offsets the pipe, one way or the other. More to do with the offset of the pipe than anything else. All right, we'll go with that. And then both of these are now going to be separate. Now I'm going to go ahead and do something like that because I like the way that looks. Even though you would never do that in real life, you would never make a black pipe. And the reason why is because it's going to get very hot, and inside there is a combustible liquid of oil. You would never want the outside of that because it would just radiate that heat inside. As that got hotter and hotter on the outside while it's running through the middle of a desert, it would basically cause it to ignite the oil inside. That would not be good. Not good. Okay, yes, I like that better. And I think we should revamp our inputs and outputs to reflect all of that. Okay, so let's go do that. And of course, we're working with blueprints. So we don't want to just do it right there, everybody. We want to go get our blueprints modified to match that new style of inputting and outputting. So we're going to go over here, and this is our foundation leg, which is very industrial strength, as you can see. Let's go ahead and clear that out, and let's load our blueprint. Oop, that wasn't it. Accidentally clicked too much. Our fluid buffers. Now, normally I go 3 high with my fluid buffers, and I have an input. Once it's done making it, there we go. I have an input that goes in from this side and then goes to the top. You want to go to the top, again, using that gravity to your advantage. This way you don't need as many pumps. You need one pump to get it up to the top, and then gravity will take care of it getting down to the bottom. But, and what I've seen lately, I discovered, just thought of, it's actually better to have only 2. Or I could do 4, and I could have this split into 2 more at the top and 2 more at the bottom. But just to keep it simple, we are going to have this go like this. And then, in the input, everybody, all we really need here is a splitter. Because the input is coming in at 300 in here, and then going to go 150 here, 150 here until that fills. And then, basically, we don't need any pumps on the way out, where we can just go ahead and pump out this way, and then pump out that way, and using our horizontal and vertical. But I don't know what those connections are going to be yet until I actually do them, so there's no point in putting those in right now. But this input, I know exactly how it's going to be. It's going to go in, and it's going to lift up here. And then, of course, somewhere down the line of our pipes here is where that pipeline would be. And then, of course, again, this is going to split 150 and 150 because I only usually run 300 through a pipe. But I do let that pipe fill up first before I do connect the buffers so that it is running at a full efficiency. And then it will backlog in this. Then I'll start my trains going once I have a good backlog. And then it'll just keep going the whole time. We're just massively inputting, massively outputting to keep that from stopping. Because when it stops the input and output on your train stations, you want it to gather as much as it possibly can, get back onto the train track, and then input as fast as it possibly can. And that's what we're adjusting here. We're adjusting the ability to input or to output as fast as it possibly can from our train stations to reduce that stopping point of our fluids or of our items. So that's why we're making this change. And we're going to try it out. And if we don't like it, guess what? We can change it to whatever we want. Just like that. Very nice. I like that. And now we're going to change the name of this to too high, double input and double output to and from stations for max efficiency. Right there. Save. And then what I'll do is I'll most likely not use the third one now, and I'll go into my blueprints here and I'll edit those blueprints, and I'll just remove the 3 high one. If I need it, I'll always make it again, no big deal. But now I have the 2 high. Okay, now that's going to make my job easier. Now, there is a ton of oil over here right now. All 3 of these, all the way down. These are 9, by the way. 9 times 3, you can do the math, worth of oil, all going bye-bye right now. Because I don't care. The resources in this game are infinite. So you don't really need to worry about it. Now, I can go into my blueprint mode, and I can just very easily remove whatever I didn't just put in there. Look how easy that is. So awesome working with blueprints. I love it. One of my favorite features they've added to the game. Now, all this piping I did down here is now going to be a lot less complex. So I can just grab all the piping and rework all this piping. I usually do this kind of piping manually. It's very fun to do. Though I could build a blueprint for it if I wanted to. I find mostly unnecessary. Get all of our pumps out now. All the way down. And we'll rework all of our pumps and stuff here in a bit. The thing that really bugs me is I wish you could get everything but foundations. Because most of the time, the thing you don't want to take out is the foundation, because it's there for a reason. You don't want to take it out. We'll just take out all of these. Hit G on pipes and take out all the pipes. Anything else down there? Pipe that way. Right there. And G is your dismantle filter. So you don't accidentally pick up all the foundations and stuff in the background. You can hit G multiple times, by the way, when you're in the middle of dismantling. Like I can hit G on this and then just get this. And without getting, see, is it not getting the foundation? Then I can hit G again. And then I can also add the foundations. And then I can hit G again and then get all the stations without getting anything else. But I don't want to do any of that. I just want to get rid of this one. But I can do it if I wanted to. Okay, so now we want to change the way that our outputs are. Oh, actually, we're going to need two of these. We're going to need it for an input and for an output. Oh, okay. Okay. So if we have it going out, we would want to go double out and double in. Right, so our input would split, and then our output would recombine. Or we could do double output depending on if we were going in a train station. Double output like this, so it can empty the buffers in there as fast as possible. The input is going to be whatever the input is. It's going to be as fast as whatever you set it to be. So it'll be 600 maximum, but in this case it's going to be 300. So 300 is going to be cut into 150 and 150, and then it'll start to backlog, and then the guy will come in, will get the stuff out of there, and then that backlog that's in the buffers will go boom, go 1200 into there. So again, it's more about managing that backlog than it is actually the speed of the pipes itself. It's like optimizing it to make it go faster in certain points where you have that loading and unloading lag, so, or that unloading and loading time. So this right here is the opposite. This is basically coming out, and we want it to come out as fast as possible. So we can just use the flip version of this and either use it for an input one way or flip it the other way and use it as an output. Again, we wanted to get out of the train station as fast as possible in this case, and on the other end, we want to get into the train station as fast as possible, any backlog that we have. So we want to go ahead and use our nice new blueprint. And again, this would be the input side over here, and this would be the output side. And so we want to find our output here, and we want to center this a bit. And we'll find our output. We'll eyeball it here. It looks pretty good. Kind of feel like it needs to go over one more. There we go. All right, let's try that. And again, this bottom one should go right into here. Now, by the way, if I middle mouse button this, it should pick this up. I hate it when it does the little orange things around there. If I save it and quit and come back. Speaking of saving, yeah, probably a good idea to save. It's auto-saving, but yeah, just save. Double inputs for the win. There we go. Okay. And you can consider this double inputs into here, even though it's an output of this, is a double input into the storage buffers. These are industrial fluid buffers is their actual name in-game. Okay, so this horizontal vertical here, and then horizontal vertical there, but we don't want it to be up on the other pipe here. We want it to go the other way, so we're going to go this way, but it will still flow in that direction, because pipes flow in two separate, in both directions at the same time. Unless you make it where it doesn't do that. And the way you keep it from backflowing is that you have it go down into the thing. So if you're running fluids, like say you're going to run your water into your coal stations, you'll want to pump your water up and then have it drop down and go into your station. So it doesn't, any of that other water doesn't backlog up the thing and then flow backwards, right? You want it to always be flowing into the station. So that helps it a lot. So putting it flat is not a good idea. You want to actually have it come down, and it keeps it as the water fills, and then eventually it'll start to backlog. But most of the time it'll just flow downward and it has nowhere else to go but right into your machine, into your factory, which is what you want it to do. All right, we'll just say that we went in and we cut that notch out there and GG's. So we'll let that run up there. Again, we'll go ahead and color this in like that. Very nice. And now it's doing its job right now. Double outputting at 600 to 2 of these. So 600 to this one, 600 to this one. It says 1800, but really it's going at 600, everybody. It'll go back down. You'll see. Yeah, see it going back down. It's right about 600. It's whatever the speed of your pipe is here. So 600 there, 600 there. And so that's 1200 output. Look at it go. Holy mackerel. It's draining that out of there like nobody's business. I love it. Okay. One of my more awesome genius moments. All right, let's go. Do we have this on blueprint somewhere? I don't think we do. I say we put it on our train lines here. And we will put this blueprint as number 7 on our quick bar here. Number 7. All right, here we go. And then this is the easy part, everybody. Just line it up to the one you already got. And then what I did is I have it set up in such a way that it automatically, if I line these up, the two, see the white outlines? If I line them up, this one automatically lines up to the next input or output based on how I have it offset, right? So all I have to do now is just basically match it to the one that I already have. Now I can set it to blueprint and hope that it snaps to this blueprint, which it does do. And again, I want the white arrow, which is down here at the bottom, to be facing toward the train station, because that's how the other one is. And then all we have to do now is just use our blueprint mode to just snap that in nice and easy. Look at that. Look at that. Easy mode. So good. So awesome. And now our efficiency of our inputting and outputting is amazing. And then we just got a little bit of work to do. Now we got some pumps to put in as well. And again, I like to leave a little bit for me to do as well, everybody. And again, just like this, right? So that way and this way, so our pipes are not touching each other. Now I'd actually start on the end and work my way backwards, just because visually as you're connecting it, they're going to get in the way. If you're going this way, you'll want to go this way here. So again, I'm going to go a little bit faster now that you guys had a gist of it. Oop, I went the wrong way on that one. Now that you got the gist of it, going a little faster. Let's go. I'm going to get in the zone. I play games at about 5 times the speed that I typically play here on stream, and I slow down for your guys' viewing pleasure, everybody, because a lot of times I'm doing stuff, and if I were to just do this as fast as possible, you'd be like, Kismet, what the hell did you just do? I missed everything that you did, and I've watched way too many people do that, especially in Satisfactory, but they're doing a bunch of cool stuff, and you're like, well, that's really cool. And they've already, like, they did it, and they moved on to the next thing, and you're like, hey, how'd you do that? And they're like, hey, go Google it. I'm like, whoa, that's kind of rude. That's kind of rude, bro. But whatever. That's rude. Me, I like to show you first, and then I go to it, and I get to it and get it done. There you go, everybody. Double outputs. That's outputting out of the train station here, and look at it draining it, everybody. 1,200 dipping out of there into 2 of these right here, and that's 4,800 storage. Right there, it's going to get it out of there as fast as it can. When the next train comes in, it'll be ready to load the whole thing in there. And you'll see that it'll get all that crude oil out of there. Again, 2,400 in here, 4,800 here. So it can actually take 2 full rounds before it actually fills these up. And it's going to get that out of there as fast as it can. Now, you might notice that it's actually filling up even though I don't have a pump here. And the reason why is some buildings, if you go in and look, actually you can see it when you're building them. Some things like fluid platforms and things like your production. If you go to your refinery here, you can see that it automatically has a 10 head lift. That's not a negative head lift, by the way. That is an actual positive head lift, meaning that it will push it up 10 meters up before it starts to have an issue. So you don't even need a pump, but I don't trust it because fluids act really wonky. So I put a pump there anyway. Better to be safe than sorry, everybody. And the same thing right here. Usually is about 10 meter head lift. And if you look at it in terms of how to measure the meters, everybody, right here, these are 4 meters high, these little quarter pipes that I have, or you can put foundations, 4 meters. 4 meters is 8 meters. And I would call that pretty close to 10 meters right there. And so that's flowing out of there. It's flowing out of there at maximum speed. And you can see that it's almost full, still flowing out. But I don't trust it and will never trust it, so too bad. I'm going to do this. And with this, it has enough head lift to get to the pump up above. And so we're going to do that. And again, it's going to cost you a bit more on your power, but your sanity will be just fine. Again, I'm going to do all the bottom ones first, just for the sake of efficiency. When in doubt, add yourself a pump, everybody. And again, this one's going to go up. Watch that direction. You can see the little blue circle coming out of there. And I don't know. I feel like it's always trying to trip you up. Always flipping it the opposite direction, the one I just did. I don't know why it does that. Should be keeping it consistent to the last thing I did. But just watch it closely. And there we go. All right, now we're going to run some power, which we've already set up from previous. So we're just going to run that there. Run that there. You get the idea. Here we go. The reason why I have it where it is so it doesn't clip through the pump. I'm not going to color the pumps in yet. Just makes it easier for me to see them. Oops, no. No. That there. Going to come at a slightly power cost. Slightly more power cost, but efficiency-wise, doubling. Doubling our output efficiency of our train stations. And our input efficiency later as well. All right, very nice. I like that. That is pumping and locking. And notice how this one is not full, everybody. The reason why it's not full is because this one down here had the head lift to get it in there, and this one did not. So we want to get that head lift going. Now we can also check our head lift here. 15, barely anything for these level 2 pumps. Over here, 20, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Over here is like 10, not even, because again, 50 is your peak limit. I never really do the peak limit. I'm always at least 5 down from the peak limit. I like to have a bit of tolerance there because it does go up and down. Maximum I get is right around 45 on those a lot of times. Sometimes I'll get a little closer, but most of the time, no. All right, here we go. Load that train. Or unload that train. Here we go. All 9 containers unloading. Going to drop that in. Now there is one of these that's just 150. One of these containers that's just 150, but all the rest of them are 300. Meaning that I put the input as 300 in. That's what I'm referring to. And then it's going to take this. Now that's out of the train station, it can now output again, and it is going to empty that out before that train comes back again. And so every time the train goes, it's going to empty it out every time if I have it running at 100% efficiency. But very rarely do I do that. Very rarely do I have it where it's going to use up every bit of that fluid, because then my pipes would then be empty, and then it starts sloshing, and then you start having throughput problems, which you don't want to have with your crude oil. By the way, your pumps also act as a stopper, so this does not flow back into here. Another great thing about your pumps, just like if you were to use one of your stuff over here, like if you use a valve to keep it from backlogging through the valve, it would only go in one direction. I feel like it's a better way to use a pump than it is to use a valve. Valves are a little, a little tricky first, but also mostly unnecessary, and also are a little buggy. So I don't use those. I don't use floor holes for pipes as well, because those are buggy. Watch out for stuff that's going to cause you more work, everybody. You're like, why doesn't that work? That should work. It says it works. This is how it says it should work, but it doesn't work, right? Those things I don't use. I don't use those things until they fix them. And then I'll try them out. I don't mind trying them out then. But as you can see, that is pumping and rocking that out of there. Look at that, filling up now up there. I like it. Again, you want to go in and just check that that's filling up now. Oh, so nice, so nice. I love it. Coming out of there at 1200. Ooh, that sucker's already full. That was empty just a minute ago. Now it's full. Nice. Both of those full. And then here, see, it's only got 553 crude oil in there, so when the next time it comes in, it can empty the rest of that in there. And now that's going to backlog because it has nowhere else to go right now, so it's going to basically stop loading that. And we did the same thing over here for our items. We did, man, how long has it been? I felt like it's been like 4 hours, but it felt like 5 minutes to me. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, and I haven't forgot my break. And you can see over here, same thing. And I thought of this when I was talking my way through trains earlier in the stream, and I thought, wait a minute, why, instead of trying to use the double output into here, which is which used to work, by the way, but doesn't work now because the double inputs and the double outputs are wonky in these boxes, why not just create 2 separate boxes and have it run out one output into one and the other output in the other one, because this actually works. The train station itself outputs at 2400, where the boxes don't always do that. And sometimes the train station doesn't, but more consistently the boxes don't do it. So I'm using the double output of the freight platform to try to achieve that 2400. And again, you have mixed results depending on how it feels that day. So yeah, there we go. So now we have maximized our outputs on both of those, and now we need to go maximize our inputs. And this is the perfect time to dip onto my hypertube, go for a little ride. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Run along my mega build here. Yes, it does slow down production, but again, it is for a purpose. And again, you can see I have this set up so it automatically runs me this way, and if I need to, I can get off on this station, because I usually, if I'm going to do something on that station, I'll come to this station. But let's go ahead and keep going. Back in there again. And I could have switched the junction, everybody, if I wanted to while I was in there with E, but I thought I'd just show you. And again, now I could go for a sandwich, everybody, or get a drink, or take a break, or whatever I wanted to do. But we're going to ride the hypertube all the way in there. Look at the northern lights, everybody. Very cool. And again, we've got one more big project to do here after we adjust our inputs and outputs. Now that we had that better idea for inputs and outputs, we're going to do that. We're going to come back and we'll work on our quickfire later on, if we don't run out of time. Again, started a bit late today, but that's okay, everybody. We're not going to miss no streams. We're going to get it going. We're coming up on a junction down here, which junctions between our SAM ore, our oil, and our coal. And by default, it'll take me to the furthest place away, which is my oil. But I'm going to go ahead and tell it to go ahead and send me this way to my coal. And you see, look, the train is waiting. See, the train is waiting for the other train, the oil train, which has priority, to go past first. Oh, it's working perfectly. Whoa, I'm going to my SAM ore. Let's go back and watch it. And then once it reaches that point, once it gets up that hill and starts going on that straightaway, this one will start back up again. We'll just kind of slow down in the hypertube so we can watch it start back up. All automatically, by the way. Nothing I need to do now to manage the incoming and outgoing train lines of those 2 trains. There it goes. It's starting up. It's going up the thing, and it's going to go all the way back and drop off that coal. And those 2 trains are not going to interrupt each other. Eventually, by the way, they'll get spaced out. The more you let it run, you'll see that they'll get spaced out where it's not even going to wait because the other train would have already gone by way ahead of the time in which it would came through. But we're going over here, everybody. And I think we fixed it over here. I think this is where we thought of it, right here. So we have both sides fixed up. And again, this is lake oil load. And again, automatically drops me off my train station because I chose the left side, which automatically defaults to that side. Yes, we have our double inputs here. So we have this going in. We have it splitting. And you can see it's now trying to fill those back up again. And then you can see these are already full, even though the train just left. Because again, we're going in at 2400 because we're doing the one box here in at 2400, one box here because we have this backlog. And we're building that backlog on purpose. That's why we build this first of where you're extracting the resources first. You let it start to backlog those resources, and then you always have a bit of buffer of resources. So it never stops, right? You don't want it to stop that that filling of the train stations. You want to constantly be filling the train stations as much as it can, so it can pick up as much as it can, and every to and fro is the most efficient. By the way, I could have it pick up stuff from here, drop it off over there, pick up stuff over there, and drop it off over here, right? So you can't have it go in both directions. You can pick up stuff here, drop it off, whatever, maybe you make finished materials there, you take the finished materials and you bring it back to here. Now me, in this particular playthrough, we are building off a central mega base of power, or mega power station, so we're just dropping it off over there. And here comes the train back. There it goes, the oil train, going back to get some more oil. I can see that it's empty too, because the train cars are empty. Very nice, it emptied all of its oil into those storages. Okay, so this one's good too. Now, what we need is we need to go fix our lake oil input to be more efficient. So we're going to go and do that. We're going to run out there anyway. And we're going to head back this way. Again, I have all these junctions in which I can manually tell it, hey, wait, no, I want to go this way. Or I want to go that way. But my default is always the longest distance. So if I just go here, everybody, it's going to take me and then zip me this way. Not to my Samor. It's going to zip me back toward my primary base. And if I keep going this way, which I will, just to show you, the primary place it's going to go is back to my primary base. Again, the way I've made it go to the right, to the right, to the left. And then I've made a bypass here as a default of that. And that's going to take me back to my primary base. So very cool way of doing that. And then, of course, if I'm coming this way, the furthest thing away is my oil. So if I go this way, and I also could go off and just get off of the thing there. So this should automatically, again, no hands, should automatically take me to where my oil is, right? Because that's the furthest thing away. And that's the best way to use hypertubes, I think, everybody, is to make it where if you're in your hypertube, it should be where you can set it running, and then you go get a sandwich or whatever. You can also do hypertube cannons and make it go faster, like I mentioned earlier. But I like to enjoy the ride, everybody. Enjoy the ride along the way, both in life and in game. So yeah, we're buzzing along here. And you're going to see that my train tracks not only go straight, everybody, they are elevating. All of those supports are adjusting to the elevation. I kind of go in and manually adjust them as I'm going along. And as you'll see here in just a moment, I even have curves in my train line. That will curve around the terrain. I showed you guys how to do that. If you missed it, you can see it in previous episodes as well, of how to make your train tracks curve and how to match all that up, how to match the world grid to separate grids like the extraction grid. Each and every node has its own grid that it's on, even from each other, either from other nodes. They're not all aligned, all of the extraction nodes. So we can align to those extraction nodes, make it beautiful and perfect, and then transition to the thing. There you go. See it going around in curves there. Very cool. And then down here to our lake oil extraction. Again, let's go make this more efficient. We've already taken this out once before because we replaced the train station with the mega train station. But we're going to make it even more input and output efficient so that when our train comes through, it's going to be good to go. And again, by default, dropping me at the station. Whee, there we go. Okay, little oil things, you've all got to go. We've got a better one. We've got a better, more improved input. You're like, Kismet, all that oil. Oh, it's all disappearing. Yep. Don't worry, it'll be fine. All right, and we no longer need this anymore either, so we're going to go, if I can get my fingers to cooperate, there we go, hit G, and we're going to get all these pipes. All the way down. Ooh, a little bit of lag there. All the way down and all the way up here. Boom, oh, missed one there. And F, G, just to get the junctions. And we're going to take all these junctions out right over there. And same thing here, not only on the output, but also on the input. We can go ahead and go to our blueprint. There we go. And again, this is an input. So I want to line that up, center that up a bit, and get the first one right. If you screw up the first one, everybody, all the other ones are going to be screwed up. So try to get that first one in first. And you can see that this pipe is already going to the same position, but I do not trust it, so I'm going to take it out. I never trust pre-existing pipes, and neither should you, because they usually give you nightmares of how they get screwed up. All right, there we go. So that first one working, it should then start to flow and backlog into both of these. Now, I do have a pump that's along the line here. I have a line of pumps right here. So we can go check this first pump here and see what its head lift is. No problem. They can easily lift all of this that's flowing past there up into both of those. Again, instead of having 3 backlog, I'm just going to have 2. And that's more than enough anyway. And let's do the rest of these real quick. This way we can let this run while I take a little break. Again, these are all lined up like so. And we'll go and we'll fix all of our, go into blueprint mode as well. Yeah, so we just line it up off of that one. And just put those in super easy. like so. Now I left the piping in there on purpose because this is a very unique piping because each of these lines are of different speeds. Well, some of them are the same, but here the first one is 600. So we're going to take 600 and we're going to divide it into two. Now we already did the first one. Do not trust this pipe. And down the line here, we're going to run it into the second one. Right here. So we split this first line, which is 600, into 300 and 300. Right? That's what that's all about. Now you get the gist of it. Now the next line is a 300 line. So that line, if you notice all the way down the line, that it no longer... Oh, and we forgot to take out our excess lines there too. It just is going to go into one. So we're going to go ahead and run it in here. And then that 300 is going to split into 150 into 150 just to be more efficient into the train station because it's going to backlog this. And then while the train is running back and forth, it'll backlog that. And then we'll do all the inputs here in a bit. All right, now we're on the next one here. This one, again, taking this out because that was already pre-existing. Move my way down. Notice that it's on the next one up. That's a 300 there and a 300 here. And let's just double check it. I've got them all labeled. Oh, that's actually a 150. So 300 and a 150. And that's good enough. And then these are 600 lines, which means that if we go down here, we'll see two of these being split. Yeah, right here and right there. Take that out, run that to there, and the top line is the 600 being split into 300 and 300. Again, best to maximize your inputs and outputs of your trains. Really good to spend some time doing that. Again, all of these will then split into 300 and then 150 top, 150 bottom, backlog a bunch of oil, and then eventually put that oil in. Okay, and then we have all of our inputs done all the way down. We sure do. Okay, that looks great. And then now our outputs of this into our thing. And again, very easy to do, like this, and then this one's going to go this way. That one that way, and this one the opposite way. Just because I like the horizontal vertical pipes across it, make sure I'm actually putting them in the input. There we go. Vitally important that you're putting it in the correct one. We could just do all the top ones, by the way. Make it a little bit easier on yourself. Do all the top ones first. Same repetitive thing over and over again because it's just more efficient because you're going to do it a bit better than if you alternate. That's really the human factor involved more than a game factor. Okay, that looks good, and we will paint all of these. Remember, these are outputs, so we don't need pumps on all of these. They're all going into the station. There we go. So it's going to flow downward, and once it has enough, it'll start flowing at maximum speed. We can see over here. And let's make sure that it is actually flowing in there. Yeah, there it goes. Starting to wide out, starting to get going. And I forgot to remove the excess here, too. So we can remove these excess pipes. Don't need to be here because they don't go all the way to the end. This one goes to there. Stops way back there. This one stops here. This one's here. That one's there. There. And then that one does go there. Okay, good. Yeah, no reason to have those pipes there if they're not really doing anything. And plus, it'll go to the end and then stop and then backlog any excess oil back here, keeping those pipes full. All right, that was super easy to do, and now we basically doubled our input efficiency to 1200 in. Whenever it's backlogged in here and has a bunch there and the train picks up the stuff, it's just going to output at 1200 as much as it possibly can into the train station. We'll let that run. Now again, we it's not doing anything, it's just taking it from this train station and dropping off the other station, so there's no real production going on right now. You're just working on the efficiency of your extraction and your pickup and your drop off. There we go. This is going to be load now. Lake Station oil load. All right, let's go ahead and just look at our stuff here and right here, train. And then we can look at all of our stations. Okay, yes. So lake oil unload, lake oil load, lake coal unload, lake coal load. See, I don't like how they're separated like that. That stuff bugs me. Then we just have a random one that we were just fooling around with down there. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good on all that. That looks good. Where is that train station we had over here somewhere? And there's a train this way. Ah, right here. This is when we were testing why the blueprinting wasn't working. We were having some issues with the blueprinting, not causing it not to load or unload. But we figured it out, and we no longer need all of this. And you want to do some A/B testing to get this kind of stuff. Troubleshoot what's going on. There we go. I don't think we need... go out there and get rid of that. All right, we're good. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take my guy and run him back the opposite direction. And while we're doing that, we're going to take a break. Let's go do it. And away we go. All right, so while my character is on his way back, we will go ahead and take a little bit of a break, everybody, because I missed my break about 2 hours ago. We're going to go ahead and let you guys play some words on stream while I go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Anything else in the chat? I tend to manufacture too many different things off a note. Yes, I already talked about that. All right, so again, you can de-scramble the words, earn yourself some Kismets if I see you guys working together, and I shall be back in just a bit. And I'm back, everybody. Let's go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I'm going to try to help you with this puzzle. Earn you guys some Kids Caps right now. Now's your chance to get every one of these words and earn some caps for everybody. Center. Oh, Rich you typed it just before I saw it. All right, nice job. What do we got? Again, you can take like words and cut them down. You already did. See, you took center and then made it into cent. Very nice. What? Teen. What? Wheat. Seat. Neat. For 2 E's. Nete. Rete. I don't know these words. I just throw a bunch together. So they're obvious when somebody types them. Enter. Wow, good one. Ah, 4 left. I don't know. Oh, wrench. Yeah, I saw it there at the end. Somebody already got it. Nice job, Ice Cold Killer. Wow. I don't know what those other words are. Again, I wish they'd show you the words, and at least you'd be learning some words along the way. All right, but we did get it done, everybody. Well done. Well done. Let's go ahead and mark that up. I also did already take a break, so I did refund that to Unforgiven for reminding me to break. You must have put it in there when I was about to take a break, and I didn't hear it, but thank you very much for trying to remind me. Let's go ahead and press some buttons, flip some switches over here, and get back to building out our epic level railway. So yeah, now we got it done, everybody. We got it done, and we start calling these inputs and outputs over here. Let's see. So this one here is our SAM or input, and we want to work on this as well. So we'll say SAM or load over there. And then SAM or drop off. Now, again, this is the same thing I want to do over here, everybody, with the double inputs. We want to fix all of these trains that we did so that instead of having them double output from boxes, we're going to have them have 2 separate boxes. So again, best to correct this everywhere. And then start to use it as our standard dealio. Right over here. Actually, you could create a blueprint that has this going the other way. So you could have this where it's already here. And then have the 2 boxes, this where it's already here. And then all you have to do is just do this one. And then this. So it would eliminate one step. But it would eliminate the conveyor. And also eliminate making the canisters. But because it doesn't matter which way it goes, everybody. However it goes is how it goes. But let's actually stay consistent here if we are going to do it. And this only has 2 inputs. Seems a little weird to me. It's really just a regular node. Is it a regular node? Oh, it is. Okay, so yeah, the fastest that's going to extract is 600. And we have that running up out of there. Let's go down here and double check. Oh, let me turn the sound back on. Oh, it says it's in overflow because we can see that sides there. Well, let's just double check or watch out for spiders while we're here. By the way, I don't have to check it at the bottom. I have it set up where, I mean, I don't have to check it on that side. I can set up on check it on either side. So yeah, 600. Okay. And then again, for every 300 of whatever resource, both fuel or item, I split it into a separate train car. So that's 600 coming out of there, and we have it split. It's running underneath here, by the way. You can actually see the SAM ore running underneath there, which is cool. And then it comes up here and then splits here. So we want to also split it here so that it can backlog while the train is going back and forth. And then what we'll have is have that, 1200 and 1200 input, which will be 2400. So very nice. All right. All right, we got that done. So we got our coal done thing, and we want to get our SAM ore back up and running. But our SAM ore actually is the thing that we just all took out of there. So we don't really need the SAM ore right now. We're making a bunch of time crystals. But do I really need the time crystals right now? Probably not. But would be a good idea to get it up and running anyway, just so we can check it off the list. Just in case later on we do need some. Okay, so we know this is going to be like this, and then of course with our, even notice that it's not for everybody, but I still put one in the back. I always put an extra one on, always. Even if it's just one train car, I'll usually track one on the end, just so I don't remember later if I expand it or whatever, and also so it's always running at its maximum speed. Okay, SAM or load, and this will be our SAM or train. I know, crazy, huh? SAM or train. Okay. And it's got only the one thing, the load station. So we'll say saved. And it will go to that load station and load up. Now we need to have this SAM or have a place to go to on the way back. So we will go ahead and dip back toward the base. say, okay, we want to pick up that SAM ore and we want to run it back. Now, it's on also backlog extra SAM ore while we're gone, because we did add that double input box epicness. Where you hit E so that it switches this to go that way. There we go. And then we're going to watch our junction a long way again by default. This should take us all the way back to the base. Train is outrunning us because we are going up a slope. The train's actually faster on an angle. As you can see, it's pulling away from me. You can't actually outrun the thing. If you use a hypertube cannon, you could massively outrun the train. As well as on a downslope, they do match up pretty well. On a downslope, when the train starts increasing speed and then you start increasing speed. But the thing about this is hands-off, everybody. Even if you have it automated, you're waiting for the schedule of it to run back and forth, versus when you're in the hypertube, it's like whenever you want to get there. You just get in the hypertube and it'll take you there. Just like that. So perfect, everybody. Took me right where I wanted to go. Without me having to do really much interaction. All right. Now, over here, we are going to go over here and clear out our blueprints. And let's see if there's anything in the blueprinter itself. Yeah, a little bit of something in there. Take the blueprinter out, and then we're going to take out a bit of this. Actually, probably want to leave one of those in, actually. And offset this. Yes, offset that. Okay, so we want to grab one of these and put it over this way. And we're going to offset these trains over here. Like so. And then we're just going to do the same thing. And now that we have modular blueprints, everybody, we don't have to do jack squat to make this happen. So we're just going to go in here and we're going to just do the reverse again, where we start at the end, because this is going to end right here. I'm going to hit hologram mode. We're just going to go over here and make sure this does line up to the edges. It sure does. Very nice. And then we're going to go ahead and add in our station. God, it's so great to just do your thing over here, everybody. Do your thing. Then blueprints in. And once you got those blueprints good to go, you're just like building out big old stuff. That does not look like it's going the right way. Come on now. There's my arrow. All right, there we go. And then like this with our auto connect mode on, so it connects all that stuff together. Or not. Not like that. Let's try that again. Line that up. Oh, it was not lined up. Okay, like this. There we go. Much better. And lined up. All right, and just make it easier while we're working here. We're just going to go ahead and take the power line of the train station here. So we're going to electrify these tracks from the other side over here. And we're just going to run that into our current power. Right, now let's run it here first, and then we'll run it down there. And that's just going to electrify the tracks, allowing me to float and hover around. Again, all these tracks are now electrified. Okay, and then we're going to, once again, put in our platforms. You know what? We're going to do this thing again here. Let's go ahead and put our blueprinter this way this time. Again, you just hit H. I put that blueprinter down wherever you want. And I'm going to try to fix this again for the who knows how many times now. Let's go in and get our freight platform. And we know that it's the first one that's causing the problem. So it's one or the other. And frankly, we should just take them all out. Take them all out. Put them all back in. Just make sure that it's not on my end. Not a user error. And we're going to line these up with our tracks. Oh boy, what side do we have it on? On this side, because the return track is on that side. Alright, so that should line up in the center like this. Objects clearance. Oh, it's not going to let me do that because the hypertube is there. Really? Well, that's not good. That's not good. Let's reset that. I didn't save it over that, so we can just reload the blueprint. So yeah, it's not letting me take one out, put one back. Okay, there it goes now. Okay. Whatever. Put that one back, take this one out. Oh, you have to have, because I didn't have the train station, that's why. I didn't have the train station, so it wouldn't let me put back down there. It needs to have something to snap to. So I'm going to take them out one at a time. Re-put them all back in again because they're snapping to each other. But that might be the problem. The problem is because the train station is not part of the blueprint. But we'll just save it and see if it works this time. Okay. Kind of like it has an issue if you don't have the train station as part of that blueprint. And I really want the train station to be separate. This way I can put in 9 of them if I wanted to. But we'll do what we have to do. We have to put it in and then take the stations themselves out, but we get all the embellishment. That's what we're really looking to do. And we'll nudge that in position. Okay. And on this particular one, we only need the 2. We are waiting for it to build so we can take the 3rd one out. And take out all of this stuff. Like so. Again, these are very customizable, so you can, adjust them to different sizes. Adjust them for different terrains as well. And that looks like it's built into the blueprint there. There's a thing that's built into the blueprint. Like in the back left corner of the blueprint. Yes, so this part was left open with a connector there. Okay, so I'm going to take that out, put this in, and save over the current one that I have. But that was from using it from the train station, so I don't need that connector there. Means there's probably a missing foundation. Yeah, right there. That, and then I took this off, so that missing foundation was there. Okay. Very nice. Okay, so we have the train station and the 2 items. Right over here, these are unloading. Hopefully they work on the first try and don't act super awkward. This is Sam for unload. Very nice. And then we want more of our foundations here. That is not snapping. Jet is not snapping to that. Whatever. That's not right. This grid is incorrect over here. This grid is not, for some reason, lining up to this other grid. So all should be in a nice even grid. Doesn't match up. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, it's because I offset that one, but this one should line up to these. Grid does not. Oh, these are 5x5s. That's why the grids are incorrect. I got the wrong one in there. I never upgraded my, never updated that button. Okay, so we need to go into foundations. We need to go to this one and press 6. There we go. That's why that was funky. These are 6x6 versus 5x5s. And they should end up going off the side here and lining up with this other grid over here. By the way, notice that, look how fast it's reloading my iron. Oh, well, it's already done with iron plates. Look how fast it's reloading my concrete. Again, look how much iron and concrete I just used, everybody, and boom, already full again. That's why I make those separate ones, just for that purpose. You can build big stuff, really big stuff at this part of the game. Okay, so we got that in, and now we just need our entrance. We need our outputs here as well. And so entrance over here, we need to go to our main thing here with number 2. Turn off our blueprint mode. Go into default mode, hit H. Nudge that over, go into auto connect mode. Boom. We are good to go. And now we have our sand ore station. Very nice. Okay, and then same thing here. We'll want this to loop out this way. I should probably also put these foundations. Where they go? Foundations. Then this one here is number 8 on my little hot bar. Damaging fixed property. And then we'll make another junction right there that goes off this way, which obviously is going to go to this train over here. Let's see. For now, and again, we'll add more train stations and stuff behind here that will eventually line up to this. But I do build a lot of temporary stuff just for in the moment, and then I try to build the minimum amount of temporary stuff, by the way. And then later on, I will take that stuff out. So again, if you take out the minimum amount of stuff, you'll be fine. I should probably bring a little power this way. Just so I can work. It's really annoying how close you have to get to those to get one of these. But you can, if you already have them, you can send it really far. I could have put one down and just connected it. I just thought of that. But it's really annoying how far you have to go to make those things work. All right, so we're going to come right across there, and then we're going to curve this right into there. Very nice, and then all the way to the station. And again, this one's not going to return back that way. It's going to go off this way and match up to our other one over here. And it just so happens that if you do this just right and you get it halfway into here, there's already a split junction over here. So again, you can see those train stations are working together. So as this one is doing its thing, this one can come by and zip by while that one's loading and unloading. And then again, use the same station as well. So oil trains, coal trains, and then miscellaneous stuff over here, in this case, SAM ore. Okay, now that we got that going, we want to connect our hypertube later. And this is Hypertube Sam ore. And kick it in. This is drop unload. Tube Sam ore unload. Right there. And again, we'll probably have to call those variations because at some point they're going to need to be variants of the other things that we are doing. And so we want this hypertube to go over here. We don't need this section. We can just circle it across over this way. And now, once again, we want another kind of branching here. So we'll go here, and we will make a branch here where we can make a choice. Go one, go to the other. And there. Again, it doesn't start complex, everybody. It's just you building it up over time will make it, will add to the complexity of it. Over and over. And this one I'm just going to there. And then horizontal vertical action. And then like that, because that's fun. But again, that gives me the option now to connect all my hypertubes together, which is pretty cool. And of course, we'll, you know, clean that up, make that fancy later. Now, one of the things I do want to do is leave this part and leave all of this, but remove this because that doesn't need to be a junction. Over here, same thing, doesn't need a junction, already has an exit. So you only need to have really clean junctions. No one needs to have excess ones that are not in use, so I'm just going to pull those. But I'll leave these in case I do want to have it circle back for whatever reason in there as well. You want to leave your lines so you can do your curves and all that stuff, so just leave it in there for now. But this one's going to go ahead and junction off of here. Let's go ahead and take out some of these gates. Just let that run clean across there. And we're going to take these out. Place them with our flat one. Flat one's there. And we can come in and add railing across here or whatever. But this road is actually going to end up going underneath my trains because that's cool. We'll do that later. The trains will be the priority, and then everything else, since I left lots of room underneath here, which is what you should do. Oh, we forgot to get our box over here, too. Might as well do it while I'm thinking about it. It's going to have a crazy ton of stuff in it. All that nice loot right there. Not like a crazy, but a little bit enough to get it going. And look how easy that was. But again, we have it as a modular blueprint. GG's, it's good to go. And it also has the block signals already built in. So there's no additional block signals that I need to add, because this will automatically detect if there is something already on the line. Notice the green part here. It'll automatically detect if there's anything on this line and wait. The biggest problem is right here where this comes out of here. It will stop. It'll stay in the train station until it knows that this green line is empty. And the same thing with all of this. If any train is on this line, all the other trains will wait for it to clear that line first. So say the oil train is coming out of there. Notice that the oil train has the longest section so that it can continue in. And again, the oil train will come in, and if it leaves, all this other stuff will stop and prioritize the oil train to get through. And then once that's out, then these guys will start to pull out of here. The biggest problem is whoever pulls out first, the other train will wait, right? So it'll stay in the station until this one goes. Now, there's also a way we can just have this come out of the station. If we have multiple SAM ore trains running, which we are going to do, we want to think about having the train come out, and even if it's waiting for the oil train or waiting for one of these, that it does have a spot that it can go and wait outside of the station while the other one is in the station loading and unloading. But if you did it right, those two trains should be on opposite sides of the world, and you don't really need it. But I put it in just in case somehow if they get lined up. Also allows me to space them out a bit as well. And then the same thing over here. So this train can pull out of here while that train is in there, but not waiting for the train that's coming along this track. So as we go into the transition here, I'm going to put another one right there, which again, you can see that these are all split up into separate tracks. This whole part's a separate part. That part is separate all the way back to the station itself. So this one can come out and park right here, wait for any trains that are going here. So again, highest priority, second highest priority, lowest priority, right? So high, medium, and low. The lowest priority is going to be my SAM train. Coal trains and oil trains are highest priority. Oil usually more because coal has a tendency to backlog much more, and items are much better than fluids when it comes to inputting and outputting and storage and all of that. So items are much easier to work with. So your coal is much easier to work with. It's going to be backlogging much better than your fluids. So you want to prioritize your oil train above all of that. All right, so that's really all we need to do. And on the other side, everybody, there is a train already there. So if I do this correctly and make sure I do set these to unload, all I should need to do is go to the train station here, access the timetable, look for the SAM or train here, and say load, and then go to SAM or unload and save those changes and turn on the self-driving. Now there is a thing right here that says there's something going on with my signals. So I want to make sure that my train signals are not messing up my stuff here. But I'm going to go ahead and turn on that self-driving, and then we're going to see it's going to go to the load station. It's going to pull into the load station and start to load. Now there are some block signals here that I'm going to need to deal with because I added just added more, so it's going to kind of trip those up a little bit. But once they get started, you can see here, once I've started the train is no longer blocking because now it's fully pulled in the station. It passed the block signal that was behind it, that it was blocking. Those other two block signals were getting messed up because of that thing. So once I started it, you saw that it cleared it automatically because I set it up correctly, right? Again, if you know what you're doing, it helps a lot. So again, now our SAM or train is running. So if we did it correctly, it's going to travel down the same line as all these other trains and not crash into those trains, though we might want to go back and check, and it make its way all the way over here to drop off some SAM ore. So we are going to, while we're waiting for it to do that, set up some output right over here. And so it's going to bring the SAM ore, it's going to unload it and drop it into these two boxes on each of these. Again, we'll make sure that these are lined up by nudging those over. Very nice. And double outputs. And we are going to, I kind of feel like doing something, yeah, just running that in there. You know, I should take these out first before I run the lines. It's going to make my job easier. And then grab it off soup mode. Like this. Again, this should get to where you only have to do a little bit of this and not have to make blueprints or all that stuff for it. It's just a little bit of line running. And there we go, double output, and that's going to output very, very quickly once that SAM ore reaches it here. So all feels good. Oh, here comes our, and again, eventually we'll be able to see all three trains running at the same time. I would not add extra trains until you make sure you get the one train working first. You add the one train, that one train's working, and then what we'll do is we'll double up all the trains. We'll basically have, you know, 2 trains for oil, 2 trains for this, 2 trains for oil, 2 trains for coal, and in this case we're doing the SAM ore because that was one of the ones I was doing before, but really not a high priority. Here it comes, automatically picked up the loot and made its way, switched all the tracks that it needed to do on its own, and it's going to roll up here into the station, and hopefully if it doesn't glitch out, it's going to go ahead and take that SAM ore and put it into these stations and run them out into these boxes. Let's see if it does both. Survey says no, it did not do it. Do I have it set to unload? I do, but my train stations are broken yet again. All right, I guess it has an issue if you have your train platforms in the blueprints but don't have the train station. That would be my biggest guess. So what I'm going to do is take out the freight platform, put the freight platform back in again, right over here by hitting H. And then, in theory, when it comes back, this time I remember to hit the unload. Both of these things should hopefully unload. Again, we'll redo all of our lines. do not trust, especially lifters are notorious for screwing up your lines. Put those back in. Separate boxes. Both of them say unload. All right, we'll wait for the train to come back again. We'll watch our other trains here to make sure that they are loading and unloading. No other trains back here right now. Oh, here comes the train. Sometimes I just love watching. I watch what I built, everybody. It's kind of like you know, when you make a train set and you put all the tracks together and you do all the stuff and then you turn it on and you just watch it run around the track. Very much gives you that feel as well. So again, thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. I appreciate you chilling out in the channel. There you go. Oh, and I forgot to say, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, because I might have been talking to myself this whole time. But it wouldn't be the first time or the last time it's going to happen. Also, don't forget to hit that follow button wherever you're watching me. Unless you're on YouTube, then hit the subscribe button, which is basically the follow button. Also, hit the like button while you're over there on YouTube, and leave a comment down below. If you liked something today, if you saw something that you thought was pretty cool, boom, leave me a comment. I love to hear it. Or if you have your own cool tip that you want to leave in my comments, feel free to go ahead over there on YouTube. All right, and away we go. Look at this, rock solid. See, and again, the oil train is now away from the coal train, so it doesn't have to sit and wait for it. And this is definitely the coal train. I can tell that it's the coal train just purely by its size, how many cars it has on the back. I can see it has 4 cars. There we go, dipping out of there, coming around into the coal station. Oh, look how quickly we built that too. But again, blueprinting is pretty amazing. It's going to drop that coal off. Again, we're waiting for our SAM ore train. Hopefully come along here in a minute. And again, because I have the block signals in certain places, it'll start to space these trains out so they're not right up on top of each other. And basically make it more efficient. Oh, I see another train coming. Chugging along. Nope, this train wants to come out. And it's not blocked because I have multiple lanes, so this one can pull out and start going without that other train being in the way. In real life, one of those trains would have to wait for the other train because it would normally be a single track line because of cost. And then, here we go, trying again, SAM ore. Let's go. Come on, let's see if it loads. Or unloads, in this case. All right, you're going to drop me off some SAM ore over here. Let's take a little looky. Looky. Let's see if I fix that problem. So, yeah, there's a blueprint problem where you got to take at least one of those out and put it back in so it registers as the ability to load and unload. I think we solved it, though. We did? All right. Again, what we want to see over here is that double output on the boxes. Everything I do is I build it, I test it, I make sure it's working, and then I move on to the next thing. Always make sure it's working before you move on. It's kind of like going out the door, everybody. I haven't been able to teach my kids this yet, but I keep trying. When you go out the door, you turn around and look and see if you have closed the door all the way. If you haven't, pull the doorknob again or just slam it harder. Also, when you go out the door, you might want to check to see if you've locked the door. I know, right? You want to double check first before you move on to the next thing, which would be going up and down the stairs or going outside or getting in the car or whatever it is. The next thing you're going to be doing, make sure that the thing that you just did was taken care of. My kids forget all the time. They leave the door open, they leave the lights on, they forget to lock the doors. They really need to learn to double check their stuff. But that's working perfectly, everybody. Running out of there right now at 2,400. And you can see it's just emptying that out. And now we have our SAM ore back up and running as well because we're already over there and we already fixed the station. Very easy to let that backlog. Now we're going to run that back into our production along with our coal. But we really need to get one more thing done, and I feel like if we get it done today, everybody, we have truly done a lot. It is time for our quick wire over here. Let's go ahead and get our quick wire going on. And again, on this side, everybody, is where the trains are going to stop and do their thing. And on the other side is where it's just going to be a full fast return. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and we're going to have the train that's coming this way kind of dip out into its own station. But we need to do some work here. A little bit of a remodeling right over here. Get out of here, nature. Fix-It does not approve of nature obstructing production. Get on out of hand. I don't like trees in my stuff. All right, nature moved. All right, so I want this to come up and I want it to dip out into another station. Now I can't put it straight across from here, but I feel like I just want it to be in this little straightaway here, and I will just run the output of the production of that over here to where it's going to be on this kind of flat edge, so that any train that doesn't need to stop at the quick wire can just keep going full speed. It doesn't have to slow down or stop on a hill. And if it does have to stop and wait for the quick wire to go, it can go ahead and go. But it's not going to stop at all because this station is going to be out. So it's going to actually come this way, bump out, go that way, and then what it's going to need to do is literally just turn around and run back over there. And I could just run the line underneath here and run the wire, run the stuff over there, run the belt underneath the train station all the way back and run it wherever I need to go. But in this case, we're going to use a train just for fun. Now, you need to decide which side do you want the train to go. Now, one thing I can do is have the train come back, bump out, go under, and then turn around and already be aiming in this direction and go that way. So I do have that option as well. So I can put the train station over here. I can also integrate the train station into the actual building itself, where it actually loading the train station and also doing part of the production. So I can build the production in the opposite direction of the way it's currently going. Currently it's coming out of there, going into storage of those raw materials, then being converted into the next material, and then that material is then being refined into the final quick wire, and then any excess quick wire going into the awesome sink for tickets. But what we could do is we could have it go all the way to the top with the raw resources and work its way down into the train station. So I'm thinking about those particular three options right now and trying to decide what I want to do. And I have not actually decided yet. So normally I would just do a train station out here, have this where on the return it can just dip out, grab whatever it needs, and then go under and then over, which I can use this kind of angled bump up as a way of running that under real easy because it's already angling up, and this one would be going straight, and then I can dip underneath there. That is a pretty deep thing. I'd probably have to make it go down just a little bit to get there, or I can build the station down a little bit further so that my return is already lined up, and then just have this come off and go down into the station, dip around, and then back up, and then line it up, and then boop, dip right in. So many things can be done. And then the same thing on this side. I could have it go where it goes out, goes around a ramp, comes around, ends up in the station. The station's already at the same level as this, and then go off and then go there. So again, I could build it on either side. But really the thing I wanted to do is to be integrated in with whatever I've already got. So we're about to throw away a massive amount of quick wire, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Bye-bye, quick wire. Because we are going to remove all of this stuff as well as a ton of raw resources and all of that. I'm not going to bother to keep all of that as well. So first, removing all of the blueprints, which is going to speed that up, and then we are going to go ahead and remove all the other stuff that we have going here. Not the power, though. We'll keep the power for right now. And that's just going to allow us to fly around a little bit while we're dismantling. And then all of this, and all of this, and all of these goodies that we made. There's 50 right there. All right, more. Again, this would be easier if it was all blueprints. Then we could have went and took it out faster, but sometimes we build stuff in the moment, getting our hyper tube back, or I mean our dimensional depot back there. We were running all our quick wire in there. Again, removing all of our previous processes. Right over here. Okay. Else, a little bit of something down there, and a bunch of stuff over here. A bunch of stuff in the background there, but luckily too far away where I can't get it from here. And I think we're good. Okay, so first thing we want to do, of course, is to line up our extractor and to scale up our extraction to the maximum extraction. So we're going to do this first, and then we'll also take a foundation just to give us a general idea of where the world grid is by holding down Control. And then I put that down just to see the angle here of this. Take it out one more time. So you can see that if I move it this way, it's off-grid. And if I move this way, it's still off-grid, but it's just off-grid less. Allows me to line it up a little bit easier. And if you notice that I'm not using the world grid on this, I'm going to actually use the grid of the extractor by using my metal beam, holding down Control, moving my mouse wheel forward. You won't see this anywhere else, everybody. I invented this. You're welcome. And then right here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There you go. Now you are perfectly lined up to that extractor. That's right. I just showed you an amazing thing. I hope you saw it. If you missed it, don't worry. I'll be doing it many, many times. But as I will do, everybody, and you don't have to hold down Control. I usually do just out of habit. But all I have to do is aim at my foundation at that. It'll automatically align that. And watch this, everybody. Watch how beautifully, I'm going to bring it up by 1. How beautifully that this is going to line up perfectly. Look at this on top. Look at this on the back. Look at it on the sides. All good. That is perfectly lined up to that extractor. So now the extractor can sit right in the middle of what you're working on. Now I want to bring it up a little bit. I don't like to sit on the node directly personally. I like it to sit up like this. Now you just aim at the node off to the side here if it doesn't seem to be working, and it will automatically adjust based on your foundations. Just like that. There we go. And then what we want to do is just go a couple more out this way. Like this. We also want to bring a little bit of power here so I can stay floating. There we go. And we will leave the extractor there. So we brought, not only did we align it to the extractor, but we also brought the extractor up a little bit because we used the grid of the extractor to make the first block, put a block on top, then this way, then put the extractor back on top. So it is still perfectly aligned to the extraction. Then back here in the very back, we are going to use these blocks here in the back to align an extractor blueprint, a mega blueprint. So we're going to go extractors. We're going to go mega extractor blueprint versus a mega oil blueprint, which is different. And then I'm just going to snap it right back here. I'm going to turn it so the arrow is facing forward. I'm going to hit H right over here. I'm going to make sure that these are vertically and horizontally lined up, which they are. And if I did this right, this should be inside there. Uh-oh, I did it a little too far back. Got a little overzealous there. I want to go ahead and bring this forward just a little bit. Again, you can see I'm using my foundations to line this up like this. Let's try it one more time. And again, if it's not inside there, then it means it's not aligned. So again, using your foundations to align stuff really helps a lot. And, oh, hit the wrong button there. All right, let's do it again right here. Hit H, there we go. Sure that's nice and aligned. Oh, a little vertical alignment there, holding down Control and page down. Oh, look at that, beautiful. And you can see that it fits perfectly in that blueprint because I've set it up so it's basically 2 foundations in the center before it actually does the extractor. And then, of course, you can see I embellished it with little signs and things and little railings and all of that kind of fun stuff. And also a priority power switch over here. So I can turn the whole thing off at the same time if I want. I already know that this is a pure node, so I know this is going to end up being 1200 right over here. Very nice. And then we're going to need some power. Now, on this one, we're going to do something a bit different where we are going to have the train station be right here. So the train tracks themselves are going to be bringing the power. So we're going to take the train track power and basically run it down to the extractor. So we want to go ahead and work a bit with that. Now, this is going to be in the way, so I'm going to go ahead and move it out of the way a little bit here. And let's just put it down below here, out of the way. So how can we get our train tracks to end up over here and be aligned to the world grid? I know it's another crazy thing that's going to happen. And what we're going to have it do is we're going to have the train come in and it's going to loop under and then end up over here. So this is going to be down lower, but we want it to align not only vertically to the world grid, but also have it where it doesn't clip through our extractor, right? Now, what we can do is we can start up our extractor if we want and just have it start extracting resources, but don't really need to do that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And we need to go in there and overclock it and do all that fun stuff here in just a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to first look at our train station, which is going to be number 5 right here. And if you notice that the train station kind of snaps to it, right? See how it's kind of snapping over the top of it? Right over here. And I can make it so it is just literally sitting right on top of my base. Even though this is on its own grid, everybody. And again, you can see that it doesn't perfectly line up to the grid, but it does sit on there in such a way that that looks like it's actually supporting the building up above it. I know, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool in the way that you can align that up. And again, the way I did that, everybody, is I was in blueprint mode, and then the two blueprints are lining up to each other, snapping to each other up above. So now the train station itself is going to be above the extraction. And this particular one, I'm going to work in reverse direction, meaning that this is going to take that raw ore, run it all the way to the top, and then run it down into the train station, because this one is actually going to go back to my base. Whenever it's going back to my base, it's going to go down. Whenever it's going up just to go in the dimensional depot or be part of another process, it will then be going up. And then I can always, by the way, I can always run it up and then run the final output down to the train station. But if you're going to run it down to the train station in the first place, you might as well have it running down in the first place, everybody. Because then you're doing two things at the same time. You're running it in that direction. Now, what we want to do is line these two things up. Now, I'm not a big fan of doing this because this will be in a different grid than this over here, but it is lower, and I kind of like that. Let's see if we can get both things to work together at the same time. So what I would do is I would work on the down angle offset here first. So I'm just going to go ahead and just do it a little bit manually here to just get an idea of what I want before I get too far into it. So we're just going to do something like this. And, oh, we turn our sound back on again. Right by the waterfall here. So you'll hear a bunch of waterfall noise. So we want it to come out. We want it to dip off the side here, down under into here to the station, and then come back. So we want to see at this particular angle, what do we want it to do? Now, by the way, we could have it go at a more steep angle if we want to. I try to keep my angles as minimum as possible for my trains, though a steeper angle on a train on the way down would actually be faster. It would actually increase the speed of the train. I typically don't do it because I don't like to do that, but you can do it if you want. You want to gain that extra bit of speed so you can make it return faster. That does work. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Now this is, oops, not there. Over here. Oops. Now you're just trying to be crazy. Let's go. Come on. Get in. There we go. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons with my fingers. Okay, so it comes down, it goes this way. Now, the first thing we want to check is the height of the train itself. So, we want to go ahead and put this in here, like this. And this train's going to be going this way, so we want to check and see if it's clipping when the train comes down and then turns into this thing. We don't want any clipping if we can avoid it. And then we'll want this across here, and you can see that the train station is not at the same level. So what we want to do is bring that train station up just a little bit. And we also want to offset it a little bit. We can see that it's just kind of hitting our train station here. And what we want is something more like this. So we'll go ahead and bring that out one more. Again, working from the front forward and then the end backwards is very, very effective. And we already have kind of the centering that we want for our train station. And we will do this. And then this is the blueprint, so very easy to just take the whole thing out. And then we no longer need these ones. Those were just for example. Trains are good. Come on, fingers. There we go. And we've got our offset that we want. Now we'll work on getting this angle to angle out. I would probably go one more because the reason why when you're coming down at an angle, you're going to go half block here. Then you're going to want to turn out and have a nice even turn. So you might go one more out or even one more like this. And it does look like we have the ability to go out, but we're going to hit the edge. So we're just going to actually go out to here. Like this. Because we also have our train entrance, which we're going to work with. I don't want to take all that out. I actually want to use that for aligning my train station first. There we go. Very nice. That's just going to make it easier for it to transition into that curve. And we'll do all the curve stuff here in a bit. And we'll do our curve stuff over there. All right, we got all of our elevations looking good. Now, we want to center our train station pretty much how we had it before. Over the top here, but we want it to be vertically aligned to the world grid. So we're going to go here, and we're also going to align it in such a way that it's lined up there. And then we'll look again down here and say, okay, does it look good enough? Does it look like it's not clipping that at a level that we like? I think I like that. I think that's good. And so we're integrating our train station right where our thing is. Now, just like before, everybody, we are going to split these into 300, 300, and 300. Except for it's not going to work that way because it's actually going to produce the resource here, right? So it's going to take that and make the quick wire. And the quick wire actually is one of the things that scales up to where you have so much quick wire by the fact that you will end up with massive amount of quick wire, like you can see right here. More quick wire than you'll really ever need very, very quickly. So we need to go in here though and take our boosts that we have here, our power shards. And we've got 182 of them. To take it out of there, it didn't look like it did. Power shard. All right, try it again. There we go. And we're going to overclock the heck out of this pure node. Boom, there we go, 1200. Very nice. So it's going to come out of here at 1200. And we are going to have it then convert all of that 1200 into quick wire. So 1200 pure node raw Caterium into quick wire. But the first thing we need to do after we extract that Caterium is turn it into Caterium ignits, which can then be turned into to Caterium wire, basically, or quick wire is what it's called. So we're going to get that going on, but we might want to just do a little bit of something here, like our little architecture here, because we are doing supports. We have a whole bunch of supports we have to go and work on later on as well. Where's my big support? Right here, big pillar support. We're just going to put that right here, and we're going to say that that is holding up that platform up above. So we don't have to put a separate support there. We'll say that this is holding that up. Very nice. Okay, that looks good. Now we'll want to go ahead and add our entrance in. Again, we already have these blueprinted, everybody, so this is really pretty easy for us to do. We also want to think about how many train stations we're going to need later. Now, or how many train freight platforms we're going to need, but we don't really know. And the reason why we don't really know is because we would have to work our way through all of the production first, right? So you say you take the 1200, you convert it to Caterium ignits, and then it's going to output a certain amount of Caterium ignits. How many is it going to be? We don't know. And then when you take the Caterium ignits and you turn it into quick wire, how much quick wire is it going to be? And then you would take the total amount of quick wire and you would divide it by 300, and that would be how many train cars that I'm going to need for this particular station, right? So we want to do our production first, and we can come back to doing the rest of those trains later. And we're going to build our production up above. Now, what I'm going to do here, just to make this a little easy on me to align our stuff up above, is we're going to use some walls here. So we're going to go ahead and go like this, and I'm going to do a bunch of vertical walls. And since this is going to be pretty tall, we're going to go ahead and just run this up, up, and up. And we're going to keep a nice consistent look to our stuff here. And we want to also think, where is the center of this right here? So what we're going to do also is take our architecture here and find our big pillar, and we're going to try to snap it to the top of this if it lets us. I clicked it and see what happens. Yes, there we go. All right, and then we're going to zoop these up. And this is going to tell us the center of our support here, where we're going to center all the other stuff up above it, right over that support. Okay, so now we go to our blueprints, and we want to say, okay, well, hey, we have a bunch of blueprints in here for storage, right? So we want to go ahead and store it. We've got our mega storage here. And again, we could just line it up on this and click it, and then we'll line it up how it feels like lining it up there. Ooh boy, look at it flashing. Like that, but that sucks. We don't want to do that. That sucks horse. We want to get rid of that, and we want to go ahead and adjust this over here. We need to go out another foundation. I can see already just by putting that down. And all of this has gotta go. We gotta go one foundation forward. Because I could see it was clipping through my wall here. I want my wall to be offset by one foundation, so I can get a general idea. Where do I want it to be? Let's say here. And giving us a little bit of gap down here. Maybe less right here. Okay, and then I'll eyeball basically over here of where I want my foundations, run my foundations out, see if they match up pretty close to the height of the one that's over here, which they do. Oh, perfect. Holy mackerel. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, perfectly lined up there. And then we are going to go ahead and utilize our stuff here to help us center our building over here. So we're going to go here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we have to decide, do we want it to be more on this side or more on that side? And the reason why we're going to decide that is because it's a 6 block and not a 5 block. If it's 5, you have 2 and 2, and then the one in the center, which is your third foundation, is the center of everything. But when you have a 3 and 3, there's no real center other than the center where the 2 3s come together, which is right here, which is pretty close in the center right there. So we go 3 this way, and we'll go 3 this way, and it's going to be centered as good as I feel like making it. There we go. And then we'll go ahead again, take our mega storage that we have here, and we are going to align it right over here. And we want to think about where our inputs and outputs are. Go ahead and hit H here. And we can see that our input for this is actually going to be underneath, which I think is currently covered up potentially over there. Where is our other inputs and outputs? I don't remember what I was doing on this blueprint now. I think this one does input. Thought an input from underneath. Let's put it down, and then yes, there it is. I just couldn't see it. Wasn't showing it to me. Right here. So this one inputs from underneath. So we want to take this, and this actually doesn't output from the front, everybody. It actually outputs from the back. We'll want to take this and run this up into this upper part. Now I suggest you figure this stuff out first before you build 50 of these. Get a good idea, and I keep losing my momentum here, so I'm going to move this out here so I don't fall to my ultimate doom down there. And we'll just, again, this is all temporary. I would do a bunch of temporary building while you're figuring this out. Why does that not snap onto those? Those are not a proper foundation. Draw back there. Those are walkways, so it's making it awkward to try to put a belt thing there. Again, this is all temporary. Just to get an idea of what you're doing, and again, working forward and then sometimes coming back and working backwards. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Gives me enough room to run my conveyor belts across here. Yeah, it's going to be somewhere over here, but we'll line it up nice and straight. Something like that. Off of there. Very nice. This doesn't need to be here. And then this one down. Need to adjust that. Stay here. No longer need this. No longer need that. Again, that just gives me an idea of where the two things line up. Going the wrong direction. This needs to go up, not down. Yep, I have this going in the wrong way. Not bad. Going in, there we go. In that way. And once you have it set the direction up there, it'll adjust the direction over here. Again, now we're going to transition from the extractor grid to the world grid right there. See, that's what that does. And again, you're going to see it's a little not lined up, right? That one's going this way, this one's a little there. That's a great way. That's the moment in which you want to transition when you're doing your belts. So your belts can just auto work itself out. And then I've transitioned now from there to this, and these are only temporary anyway. And then up here we go, and now we can, if we start up the power, it'll start feeding this up in there. Now we also want to go ahead and do our storage over this way. We got a little bit of work to do in the internal storage. Oh, I think we can fix this now. That's right. They fixed it so this is no longer an issue. I can put those inside there now. I want to make sure this is going the right way, though. It is. I should go fix that on my blueprint. Go fix that on the blueprint so we don't have to add that piece anymore. It used to be where when you're trying to put that piece down, the blueprinter would not let you put it down because the blueprinter's like, hey, you can't do that because it's going beyond the blueprinter underneath. But they have fixed it so we can go in and put a level 3 blueprinter down just on the ground. Everybody just hit H, put it down, GG's. Don't have to build out a whole big thing for it. Then we're going to load. Which one is that one? That is our storage and mega storage here. And again, we'll fine tune this so we no longer have to have that end up going the wrong direction or adding that stuff in. And I appreciate them going in and making it where my blueprint is easy. So you weren't able to do that before on the blueprinter, absolutely. Couldn't do it, that's why I hadn't done it. Otherwise I would add it, because otherwise it eliminates yet another step for me. And it might be one step now, but if I do 50 of these, that's 50 steps I eliminated, everybody. Again, that exponentially adds up. And there we go. Now we don't have to do that again in the future, and it's automatically already changed the right direction. So if I do add one to the bottom, it'll already be going the correct direction, and I won't have to correct that each and every time. Awesome. So storage updated. And I did resave over my current blueprint. It's not going to automatically adjust this one. I'm already going to leave this one as is. But, oh, no, we do have to adjust it because, look, it is not aligned to the foundations. All right, well, cool. We'll take it out. And take it all out at the same time. Did it get the... yeah, we took that out. And then we will take this out here. I really feel like there should be anything left over. Yeah, I got a little overzealous with that, and it was a little bit offset. I don't like it. Not doing it. Let's make it better. Got a blueprint mode and auto connect mode, so I can try to get that to line up. Again, we have our thing making it weird. Why is there a half offset there? Control nudge. A weird half offset now, and then nudge it back. Okay, have it as an input there. This is all now properly aligned. There's a weird half offset on that blueprinter, and we want it to be facing this direction so we can see that this is the front, like this. Much better, much better. And if we did this right, we should be able to go in. We can take all this out now. We know kind of where the center is. And this should automatically be already set to the correct direction. It sure is. And then right into there you go. Okay. Now, I could have taken this and ran it all the way to the top and run it down, but what we're going to do is we're going to bring the raw resources at the bottom and then take those raw resources and run them to the top and then run them down. And so we'll might have to adjust our blueprints, but I like to have the raw ore at the bottom also, so I don't have to fly all the way to the top to get to the raw ore if I need it for whatever reason, whether I'm using it for the MAM or whatever. I do like having the basic storage right here, and then all we got to do is go in and look for Caterium, and then just change the icon on the front of this like this, and then go ahead and add the name of this, Caterium storage, and there we go. So not only visually, but also we have a sign that lets us do that. Notice that the signs are inset a little bit because you can't put them right on the edge. It doesn't like that. But who knows, they might have fixed it. All right, so there's 21 boxes of storage that it's going to backlog. And all we have to do is start up this power. But this is not connected into the power yet, so once we run this out, this will be connected into our primary power. So we got all that going, and now we need to figure out what we're doing. So now we want our raw Caterium storage here. And then we want another storage that's going to be our quick wire. So again, this is going to be very different than what I've been doing over there. We're going to create a variation on the same thing. But I know that if I go up just a little bit here, and I could put it exactly on the top of it, everybody, but I do like to leave a gap like this, which is why I've built in the gap already right here, so that it will already have a gap built in. So if I do want to go in and check the boxes or whatever I want to do, look at the lights, if it's a production or whatever, I do have that gap. And I can also fly through it, so it doesn't, you know, cause a barrier where I have to fly around a lot of these large buildings, right? I do like to have it, you know, give it a little bit of an air it out a bit. All right, and then right here, we're going to run these along like this, like so. And we can go ahead and grab another storage, and we can try to align it over here. We can see what we're doing. And then H. And we want this one to go in the same direction, which is toward us. We have to do that. Well, sometimes they're very hard to see what you're doing. And this way, this way. So this arrow is pointing like this, just like the other one. And move it back, and then to the side. All right, there we go. Lining that up. That's why I built these blueprints, is so that they can go in multiple directions, right? So I can have, whoa, whoa. What the heck? Did I just zoop those blueprints? I think I clicked it accidentally a second time. Get out of there, you crazy. So there we go. So now we've got our storage up here. And this is going to be our output, which is quick wire. Again, this is unusual because I'm changing the order of how this is going to end up. I could put the quick wire at the bottom as well, by the way, and have that going, but I'm just going to have it come out and go out the back and come in there, because we don't want to. We want to obscure the lines as much as possible, so we're not seeing the lines as well. That just cleans it up a bit. I can also hide the lines behind the supports, which you'll see me put supports in that will support this upper part from the train station. I'll do that later after I've got everything kind of lined up, and we can hide things behind the supports. We can put them in tubes. We do all sorts of things we can do as well. And then this is quick wire storage. And again, it shows you can kind of mix it up when you need to. All right, so quick wire storage there. Again, the output of this is going to end up down here in the train station thing. So I want my train station storage to be in such a way that I can load it pretty easily. And I can run it however I want. I can just run it down, and I could even run it underneath and then run it up above if I want. So there's our quick wire storage. So now, though, we do need another storage, and that storage is for our in-between stage of each of those. So we do want another one. Again, we're doing all of our storages together versus putting our production in between. Just doing all of our storages in a sequence here. And then blueprints, storage. Gotta figure out where the arrow is this way, and then that way. There we go. So the front of it's facing toward us, over one. Make sure it lines up in the corners. Arrow's pointing this way, and now we have another storage here. Now the thing about it is, we don't have anything running into anything really right now, right? We don't really have this as the Caterium storage. I mean, we have it running to here, but we could just as easily just pull this like this and say, you know what, I think I prefer that this goes all the way, and we're going to turn it this way first, and then this goes all the way to here, and then this one here at the top is going to be our Caterium storage right here, like this. So that is going to be our Caterium storage. Or just raw Caterium. And so we're gonna mix this up a little bit. So Caterium here. And again, so we can move it to the top if we wanted to, or the middle, or wherever. Now, it'd actually be smarter if I actually put the quick wire here at the bottom. I'm just showing you different options, everybody. Again, what I'm doing. I already know what I'm doing. I could just go and do it. But I'm just giving you different options to, you know, kind of trigger different scenarios in your head, all right? So, quick wire storage at the bottom, Caterium storage at the top, and then Caterium or Ignits in the middle, right? Well, what we really want to do is we want to have this stuff being converted, right? It needs to be converted into the thing that we want to convert it into. So our Caterium storage would be a better done. Again, I want it to be lower where I can access it. Would be better done right here. So again, I'm just giving you options. Caterium storage, and then here. Caterium brain. Come on, work with me. Caterium. All right, there we go. Caterium, this raw ore storage. And this is actually over here. Caterium. Yeah. Again, I could put it as part of the process, in between the process, but we are going to go here. Ignite storage. Okay, now. What we want to do is take the raw Caterium, run it into here, start to backlog it, and then run it into the production, right? And then that production then goes and converts it into whatever it needs to be. So in this case, we actually want to run that production down, though. So we want to run it down to the point in which it can go into the quick wire storage at the bottom, right? So the thing that we want to end up at the top is actually our Caterium storage. Our Caterium storage should be at the top and then work its way down unless I want to access it. If I want to access it, then I'd put it more at the bottom, but better that it was actually up at the top and then I could work it down. Now these particular blueprints that I have set are set to go upwards and not downwards. They are set to chain upwards over and over again. Now I can just chain it up and then bring it down and have it go right into the quick wire at the bottom, as well as add a dimensional depot by the output here where I can always just continuously run in the dimensional depot. So this one though, when it does run all the way down here and ends up in this box, is going to end up coming out here in the top and not the bottom, right? Because that's the way that we have these set up. And again, we want to set them up so they're running in the opposite direction. So we want to go ahead and revamp these. So we're going to go over here to our storage and we're going to take a look. All right, so this one is inputting from right here and then going through all of these processes here and then ending up going up through here. It's going up and going like this. But we want to reverse that now. We want it to go in the opposite direction. Now, really, to do that, we only have to do a couple of things here. where we can go ahead and say, okay, well, this one on the top is coming down like this and going into the very first of all the boxes, right? So that's going into the very first of all the boxes. This is then going around and ending up over here. And then that one will go this direction like this. So we can just take this, and instead of going upwards with it, we can tell it, oh, right here, we can tell it that it's going out this way, right? So it's going to go here, it's going to loop back, and it's going to go, and that's all I need to do. So I designed it in such a way where I can flip the inputs and outputs, right? That's awesome engineering, everybody. That's really thinking it through so far ahead of time, right? Because we already built a whole bunch of stuff and did a whole bunch of things, but I thought it through that, hey, I could come back and flip these inputs and outputs however I want them to go in case I want to build downward, right? So this one is going to be a variation of our storage. So this will be downward storage. And we'll go right here and we'll make a note on it. Downward. Like this. And then mega storage setup, we'll say mega downward storage, mega downward storage setup. And then we know it's an MK3. We'll put that at the end. So downward. So I made a big note that that's a downward one. Now, I might want to make a variation of the color as well. Maybe make it a little bit darker or a complete different color. Usually my storage is in blue, so I'm going to go ahead and make it like a little darker blue to kind of remind me, hey, wait, this one is different than the other one. This is a downward storage. So we're going to save that. And then if we go into our blueprints, we'll see that we have a downward storage. Now, it's kind of hard to see that this is a downward storage because that's actually not it. It's this one right here, mega downward. So this, we can go in and, oops, not that. Forgot, you gotta hit the edit button down here, edit. So we're gonna take this and put it in the undefined. So we wanna take it, put it in our storage, put it under mega, and then again, now you can see that you got one that's blue and one that's yellow. And that should very easily be able to see, it says downward on it, that it's going in the opposite direction. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go over here and do a little bit of work. Oh, this way. And once again, we can do this nice and easy by just taking these out. Like this. And then replacing the bottom one that we want. Again, working in the opposite way. This is way trickier doing it this way, everybody, because you're working in a vertical way, plus you're also working downward as opposed to upward, and it can get real confusing very quickly. Downward, and we want our arrow to be pointing in the correct direction. There we go. I want to be pointing that way, like it is now. See right there, that white arrow, that's what we're looking at. And then we'll nudge this into position. And then over here, and a little bit of control page down, I think. It does not look lined up. There we go. It looks a little wonky to me. I'm going to do it again because I don't like it. Go with your instincts, everybody. If you feel like it's off. And see, it's not aligning itself very well to these foundations. It's weird. Something blocking it. Hold on, let's take out all this stuff back here in case there's something above here that's messing it up. All right, that's way better, way better. All right, there we go. Again, arrow pointing forward. I mean, it already looked lined up there, but let's just err on the side of caution. Okay. Oh, the front of this is not on. Oh, okay. Just taking a minute. Okay. Again, this is the bottom, so quick wire. Again, working from the end backwards. And I'm just going to do it now, everybody. You get the general idea. Like that. Okay, now what we want to do is do a little bit of our conversion stuff. So we will just do something super simple. We'll just take a smelter And we're just going to sit it right here at the top. We're going to take a constructor and just sit it right here at the top. I call it the play yard. And you just throw stuff down like that. And we're going to take Caterium Ignus. Then we're going to take 1200 divided by 45, which is the input, which is 26 constructors, right? Or, in this case, 26, what do you call it? Smelters. Because the smelter is the thing we have to do first, right? Not the constructor. I got ahead of myself. We got to do the smelting first before we get to the actual constructor part. So we're going to put in our smelters. We need to know how many smelters. We need 26 smelters, right? And we have a blueprint for smelting, which we'll go over here and check it out. Right here, and we're going to load blueprint. And we are going to go to factories. We're going to go to our mega blueprints. And we're going to go to our Caterium Ignite Mega Smelting. Right over here. See how all of our colors are looking. Yes, we changed our colors around a little bit. We might have to modify that. But we can see that this is doing a great job of smelting. So this is our input at the bottom. And this looks like our output here that we are running back up. So we need to flip these. So this is going to go down into there. Oh yeah, we're going to be blocking. Going to be blocking, so we're going to need to bring that down. Yeah, we're going to have issues there. Big issues. Okay, well, we'll do our input first. That's going to be easier. So like this. And then we want this to go like this, but it's not going to really like to do that. As you can see, I mean, it kind of looks like it can do it there, but that's too close. Too close to make that happen. So we have to think about how can we get this to come out the top and go into that input. So we can just do this. Like this. Then this is too close and it's blocking stuff. We could also do this like that. It's not bad. But now we have an output problem. Now we got to get this output to go here. So we could do this. We could then turn it like that. Take this one and try to get it where it's not clipping through that stuff. I don't like any of that options. We can do a little bit of bring it down lower, bring it up higher kind of thing. We can put it right in the center of that. Try to get that in there without hitting anything. Oh, man. Man, I'm good at my job. All right. Nice. Okay. And so that will end up there. And then this will end up going down and going downward, coming from up above, down in the next one. So again, that will feed those raw Caterium stuff in there. Oh, get out of there. Raw Caterium in there, and then distribute to all of this. So what it's going to do is go down here. And then what it's going to do is split any excess, which is going to go to the next one down. Yes. So input from the top into here. Then if we have any excess, it'll go down into the next one. Yeah. Very nice. And then also it'll go over here, and the actual output of this, by the way, is on the side here. So this is actually the same thing. We've got to reverse how this goes. So this, when it outputs, is not going to go in the ceiling. It is going to go, and again, this is coming up from down below. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll want to offset this. Because this is coming down and then feeding in here and then going like this. This will come down into there. This will come down into there. And then this. You can take all of the output of this and put it in here. I don't like the way that that one is going, so let's, this one's coming in. And going into there. There we go. So this one will come down into there and combine with whatever is going on in here. And then it will take it and it will take the output, all the ignits, run it here, and then it will come down into the next one and feed it into there, and then down in the next one, and you get the idea. So all the raw ignits here, I can chain all the raw ignits between all of them, and I can also chain all of the output, so it'll just keep doing the output together as well. And again, in here we have 6 there, 7, 8, 9. So this is 9. 9. Again, I designed all of these so I can change the inputs and outputs to this side. Deuterium ignits. Take all this out. Smelt downward, Deuterium ignit. Okay, 3. Put it at the end. 3. And we'll truncate that name. I think we know it's ignit. Downward. And again, we'll change the color. I could just load the color from the other one, but as long as it's a different color, it'll make it pretty obvious that it's the downward flowing one. Oh, it says 10 smelters. Did I have 10 smelters in there? Did I miss one? I might have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I was right. Yeah, okay. 10 smelters we fit in there. Much better, easier to do the math. So, in theory, if we need 26 of these, and again, how did I get to 26? It's 1,200 divided by 45. The input of the smelters is 45. 1,200 is the input of the raw Deuterium ore, which means we need 26 of these. So if we take 10 and we divide it by 26, or really you want to do the one that's the highest number, that comes out to be about 3, right? And we make sure you don't get minus numbers and fractions and all of that. But if we do 10 each and we do 3 of them, that's about 30 of them, right? So that's more than what we need. It's going to be excess, and that's okay. It's okay if you have excess. It's not good if you don't have enough. Having too much, good. Not enough, not good. So we're going to go ahead and go with 3 of these, right? So we're going to need the Deuterium Deuterium storage, and then the Deuterium storage, and then the Deuterium ignit smelting, which you can see this is a very specific blueprint just for Deuterium versus being generic for everything. But I will probably use it as a generic blueprint for everything else that I'm doing that's smelting. Again, we can just change it to a generic thing. Okay, so we need 3 of those, and we need a storage. So that's 4 levels down, right? So what we want to do is go up here and keep building upwards. And we are going to grab some power here. Where's my little power thing? Just to make this kind of construction a little easier, I'm going to run some power along this outside wall because we're going to be working very vertically. It's one of the easiest ways to make yourself an elevator. They actually have an elevator in the game, and it is too damn slow. For me, anyway. I don't want to sit there and wait for it to show up and wait for it. I don't need to. I got a hover pack. I can just go wherever the heck I want to go. I can just build myself a quick elevator just like this. Look how quick that is. Nice. And I don't have to wait for the elevator. I can just float up and down however I want. Okay, so we got that figured out. Now, if we take 26 of these, and we're just going to round it down so that it's not going to be exact, but it's not going to be 100% efficient, but we'll have a little excess, which is fine. And so we'll round it down. So what it's going to do, it's going to output 15 times 26, or 26 times 15, because there's going to be 26 machines times 15. It's producing 390 deuterium ignits, right? And then we'll say, okay, well, we want to take that 390 and we want to convert it into quick-wire. How much deuterium ignits does the thing require? 12. So you take the 390, you divide it by 12. Right here, you can do it right in game, by the way. Pretty easy. Divided by 12, so I need 32 constructors as well, okay? And so we'll go look at our constructors over here. Again, we will save that again because I feel it needs another save. All right, and then again, factories and mega. And let's see if we have any deuterium. This is all smelting. Quick wire, mega, right here. Okay, and this has 7 constructors. I've already forgotten what the number was. Let's go look, 32. So let's call it 33. 33 divided by 7 is about 4 of these, right, or 5. And we're going to end up with extra, and that's okay. So 5 of these is what we need. And I should have been writing this down. So we need 5 buildings of constructors. Right, so 5 building of constructors. And then, I remember it was 390 was the output. Brain. Let's go look again. Let's double check all of our numbers. So let's start from the beginning, double checking all of our numbers. 45 is the input. So we're going to take 1200, which is the extraction of the ore, divided by 45. That's going to give us 26.666. I'm going to write that down. 26.67 is actually rounded up. And then I'm just going to forget the remainder and just take the 26 and divide it by the number of smelters I have per building, which is 10. So I need 2.6, or I'm going to round it up to the most whole number, which is going to be 3. So I need 3 buildings of smelters, and I need 5 buildings of constructors. So that's 7 buildings there, plus 2 storages. So that's 9 buildings there. So I basically need 9 more floors of stuff because the end of the constructors is what's going to go into this one here. So in overall, it's going to be an even 10 buildings that I'm going to have here, or 10 stacked items right next to each other. So the next thing that's going to be here, everybody, is the reverse of whatever else I'm doing elsewhere. So I need to go over here, though, and make this a downward flowing constructor. So let's go in here, and we will, again, work on what we did here. We're going to go ahead and move this so that it is in. So this is coming in from up above. This is, remember, this is coming in from up above into here. Into here. Then this is flowing outward down to the next one. Again, flowing downward versus flowing upward. So this one's coming down, going into there. And then this one's going this way, coming out of here, the final resource, and then flowing downward. Downward. Okay, so there we go. Quick wire, mega constructor, and we're gonna say downward. Oh, we don't have enough room. Let's say quick wire, downward. You want to get it very early, so otherwise you're gonna have to wait for it to scroll each time. Quick wire downward, downward. Basically, it's a downward flow versus an upward flow. Select the color, change it again to something close, and then save that blueprint. Now, what we should have is 3 blueprints that we can use from what we did before. You can see we have smelting downward. We can also create a separate thing that is just for this, for our factories. I always do that. I always assume I can move it, but I can't because I have to go in and I got to hit this edit button. There we go. And then, again, we'll go into smelting. And again, I added all of these things here, factories. And then our blueprints here. So you can see we've got our quick wire downward and we have our smelting downward in our mega blueprints. You can see they look different from the other ones. The other one's yellow, these ones blue, right? So very easy to see. Now again, the quick wire is what's going to be constructed right above here. So we're going to go ahead and get our quick wire one and we're going to test and see if this works, right? Before you get too far, you definitely want to test and make sure that this stuff is going to work out the way you want it to do. And we're going to move this forward and we're going to nudge it right into position right there. Okay, very nice. And then again, this one, now we don't need these anymore. If we did all of our math correctly, we'll find out. Again, this one is going to come out of here into this one. Oop, that is going the wrong direction. No, it's going the right direction. This one. Okay, no, my bad. It was already correct. Okay. So that should be flowing down into this storage down here. And be just fine. Now, why do I have that up so high? Why do I have such a huge gap there? Oh, because I was supposed to line it up to this one down here. My bad. My bad. Again, since we're working in the opposite direction, it's going to be a little bit more awkward to line these up. Factories. Yeah, I should put the mega blueprints at the top. I wonder if I can move the whole category. Can I move the whole category? Oh, I can. Cool. Hey, look at that. Nice. I'm not going to be using these as much, so I can just move the mega ones at the top so I don't have to keep scrolling through all of that. All right, quick wire, downward. Okay, here we go. Once again, trying to line that up. Nope, not rotated properly. We could put this on a hot bar too, which would probably help us a lot. Which way's the arrow? Arrow's that way. There we go. And there we go. So it's built to sit right on top of that other thing, just leaving a little bit of a gap. And there we go. And it should say quick wire production. I do need to go in and change the coloring so the coloring is matching. Because we did modify the... because we built some of this in our previous playthrough, and then we're modifying in this. Because that's not a storage, that's actually production, so that should be like an orange. And this should be a blue. Let's go fix that now, while I'm thinking about it. And again, we reworked our swatches down here, so this would be more of an orange, because this is the production part. And just our kind of accent colors are in orange. Easy stuff to fix. Might as well fix it on the blueprint because you're going to be doing this a bunch. And we'll leave that copper finish. I like the copper finish. And these up here. They're all already good. Yep, okay. That's all good. And all this good inside here. How are we doing? Okay, these do not match each other. Let's get a bit of copper finish going with all of this. Again, if you're going to do it, you might as well fix it all at the same time. Give it a unified feel. Very nice. All this stuff here. Belts. Get all this kind of copper finish. Again, you can go in and change it to like an alternate color so that it has like visual variety, but in this case, just want it to all kind of have the same feel. Alright, that looks pretty good. Now, I can use this for anything, by the way. I could also use it for running other stuff. Oh, wait, we forgot to put our... Oh, this part is wrong. Did we not switch this? Which blueprint is this? We forgot to switch our other input. Our raw ore input here. Yes, we swapped that one, but we didn't swap this one. Glad I saw that. Okay, so this is the same thing. We're gonna just go this way. And then go that way. This is going to go up from over here. Like this. No, we need to do this one first. This one here first, coming out. This one like this. This one coming down. Now, we already did this on the smelting one, but I need to do this here on the one here. Oh, these constructors are going to be bigger, so it's going to make it more difficult to run that across there. Without clipping. So, we need to kind of bring that around. We need to bring that around this way. So, we can just have it come straight out. Say to here, and then we'll turn it this way, and I don't want to go with that. Is it lower than this one? No. I can bring it down through there. Very nice. And then bring it back up, or we could just bring it up into this one. Oh, this is going in the opposite direction. This is going the wrong direction. Not bad. This one is going out that way. Fix all of this directional stuff here. It's all going out. Out of here. Put this on straight, so really kind of just makes that nice. So a little too straight that direction. Let's go the other way. Like this. And if you go the other way, it's still gonna flow it's still gonna flow in the right direction. It just will look better, I think. Same thing like this. See how it flows in a different direction? We'll just curve that out of there. This way it feeds the raw resource down into the next thing. So it'll go this way and then feed that resource down, and then this one up here, then of course we're feeding it in, processing it. Any excess will go down. Any finished materials will end up flowing. So this is our finished material side over here, and then this is our raw material side. So again, these can flow into each other. And of course, let's work on our copper finish here with all of our stuff that we just made work here. And really it's just about inputs and outputs, everybody. Just mastering those inputs and outputs. And I think that looks pretty good. We got that fixed. That's going to be much nicer. Again, always want to test it and retest it, because it might get to a point where you're like, oh, wait a minute. That is not flowing in the right direction like I just did. Okay, that looks way better. I like that way better. And let's go ahead and work on the coloring of our of our other one here. And again, this quick wire one. Get out of there. Gotta go into here. And then undefined, edit. Where is it? Factories. Yeah. There we go. And apply changes. Okay, smelting downward. So, go ahead and get our smelting downward. Oops, nope. I want to load our smelting downward. Factories. So downward. And again, fixing the coloring. I think it was already blue. Yeah, it was already blue. But this is smelting, so this is production. So this should be orange. I feel like we'll do smelting in orange around the windows as well. And I use orange as just to tell me, hey, this is the production one. Blue, this is the storage one. And then visually, when you have it stacked, like you can see over there, it's much easier to see what's what, just visually by the coloring, as opposed to having to go all the way there and say, oh, well, that's what that thing is. Okay, that's production. We got those colors fixed. Let's go in here and see what we're doing in here. Oh boy, we are all over the place on our colors here. I think I used a nice Caterium finish on all these in here. Give it something a little different than the other one. I'm going to have to redo all of this, and because that was in a previous playthrough and we had our colors set up differently. So you want to make sure that you unify how you do your colors between playthroughs, or just change it if you're going to modify it to something else. All of this, all of these, have these going. And see, the smelters have more room right here, so I can sneak that around that corner where the constructors do not have that extra bit of room. And we'll get all of our belts. Right, these are a little tricky when they're in here. Got all of those. Okay, I always miss something along the way, and I'll see it later. But we'll try our best. Unifying all the colors to give it a different feel. More for the cosmetic value than anything else. It's really for cosmetic reasons. I mean, it'll still function whether I have it on any color, really. It'll still do its thing. Okay, so downward flow. Looking good. God, what time is it? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, we're running long on this one. That's okay. We're going to try to get this Caterium in here looking good. Okay, now you'll see the difference when I start to stack them, everybody. When I start to stack them, it'll become very, very obvious. Oh, and I forgot to fix the quick wire storage. Let's go fix our quick wire storage. Here. And save that again just in case. Quick wire storage. So we go storage. Make it downward here. And we'll get our blue. Come on. There we go. And move down to storage. We gotta relabel our inputs and outputs there too. I just noticed. Yep. Okay, and here, there. I say we do the windows as well. Nice accenting the windows. Okay, that's good. So we'll save that. Downward blueprints. Okay, now that we got those fixed, we can very easily take all these out again and put in the final ones, hopefully, until we see something else we want to change. All right, so blueprints, storage. We're going to go ahead and adjust these now so the mega ones are at the top, just to make it easier visually for us to find them. Mega downward storage. Turn the arrow toward us. Nudge it over, bring it forward, drop it in there. And then we're just going to go a bit faster. Now we need 5 buildings of constructors, so we're going to go in here, we're going to go to factories, quick wire downward, right over here. So, nudge that into position there, it's a little too far up. There we go, control page down. There's 2. Ugh, sometimes it's real feisty. I'm clipping some stuff through the other stuff, and that's okay. Again, we can look at the difference in the colors now. See, very easy to see which one is the storage and which ones are the production. And again, we'll just keep doing that same thing up and down all the way across the thing here. Like this. And again, you can see there's a 2 gap. 1, 2. Actually, I think there's a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 gap. 4 gap. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in theory, the top of that other one should end up here. Should end up right there. So we'll see. And more quick wire downward. Now again, you don't want to build a whole bunch of these and then realize, oh God, I got it wrong, and I got to take them all out and do them all. I usually build a few and then see how it goes, and then keep iterating on it until I feel like it's pretty close. And then I will test it. Like right now, we're going to do 5 buildings. So 1, 2, 3. And then this is 4. That worked out perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm using the foundations for lining them up. That's actually not going to stay there in the long run. It's just there for me to be able to line up the foundations of the next level up. Okay, count them out again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 5 done. Then again, we'll another level. This level is going to be the storage of our downward ignits. We'll put some storage in there. Not lined up. Try that again. Ah. Come on, mouse. You're trying to trip me up. Okay, so there's the storage. So we got our 5 constructors in and our quick wire storage at the bottom. This here is the storage for the Caterium ignits. And then above that, again, we already figured out all the math of all of this. We are going to do factories, and then now the other one we want is our oh, it might have went back in here. Yeah, right there, because we modified it. This back in our factories right over here. And smelting downwards. So now we're going to put our smelting downward in there. Oh, we're out of trigons. Uh-oh. We burnt up our stuff so quickly that we ran out of trigons, everybody. Now, trigons might have been part of the diamond process and everything we're doing here. And when you disturb those processes, everybody, it'll disturb the production of those things. So we're out of trigons. It looks like my trigons are filling up, though. Yeah, not very quickly. Right there. So let's go see what's going on with our trigons over here. We got a train that is stopped. But there we go. It has now released that train. The train can go. Okay, good. Let's go see what's up with my trigons. And eventually we'll have this hypertube where it splits off over there where we can get in the middle of this hypertube. It'll take us wherever we want to go. But for right now, we'll just fly there. And we might have to upscale our trigons over here. Most likely what we need to do is take our SAM ore and start to produce more trigons and produce more stuff for our trigons. And I think our SAM ore is backlogged over here, looking good. Maximum output, sweet. Just build it right out here temporarily and run it over here. And if you guys haven't seen this part of my base yet, oh, look at that. What's it doing in there? Nuclear pasta. Do your thing, brother. I don't need any more. I got it up there, but I'm using it for other processes. Enjoy the spaghetti. Again, I build in every different type of way, everybody. Spaghetti, basic building, as I also like to call it, and then a modular super building, and then mega building, which is what we're doing now. Okay, my trigons are over here getting super accelerated and doing all of their things. So let's go see what's going on with them trigons. I bet you it's because I dipped out of those diamonds all this time. Alright, this is my trigons. Now these are my ignits here. My trigons are probably up here. I see some trigons coming out of there. These trigons are going up here into this. It's still making trigons. It's just I burnt them up so quickly that it has not had the time to catch back up again. Again, we got to scale this process up as well. So we're in here. We're making lots of ignits. So right now, waiting on iron ignits. And so it needs a bunch of those so they can make the ignits, and then the ignits go in here into the storage of those raw ignits. You can see we don't have really a backlog of those there. Otherwise, they would be backlogged in the one that's just about to output here. So we are waiting on those ignits, and then we can see that this is waiting on it as well. And we got to massively scale that up. We'll get to it, but again, you can see that really it's our raw iron ignits that's slowing us down. Let's go over here and check out what we are utilizing our iron ignits for. And I have a stack of stuff. It's doing a whole bunch of different things at the same time, and some of it is being diverted for my trigons. So I might divert a bit more to speed that up because I need plates and all those other things a lot less. And I think I'm doing it right here. It looks like it's going this way and ending up over here as well. Oh, those are reinforced iron plates. So let me check the diversion over here, and I think it's right under here, as a matter of fact. Right here. Yes, okay, so there it is. We're just going to follow that line all the way up to here. All right, so some of this is going this way. How are we looking on the backlog of iron? There is no backlog. Iron ignit's going up into my storage and then out of this side of my storage. Notice it's not doing the top and bottom. It's not flowing between them. It's coming out the front and the back, how you would normally do it in the beginning. But once you have the floor hole, you can use it so it can go vertical and doesn't have to come out the front like this and whatnot. So a portion of it is going into the regular production. Man, we could so scale this up so much, man. We could really scale that up because right now it's going to like 780, I believe it is, or even less. Let's see what speed this is running at. This side. This is speed of this belt. That's a Mark IV belt. It's a Mark IV belt coming out of there, everybody. That's the 480, even slower than I thought. 480 coming out of there when it could be, because this is a pure node. So this could be 1200, everybody. This could be coming out of here at a much, much faster rate. In fact, I can actually just do it right now. I can go in, get my MK3 miner, bam, hit that right there. Then put all my overclocking back in there again, and then do this, which is going to make this, once it's up and running, go at 1200, right? So we can scale that up even without moving all the stuff around. We will want to go through and update all the lines though, because it won't just automatically run at that speed. You've got to get all your lines from A to Z to be faster. So we're going to go up here. This is going to go into here. Where's the entrance to this one? Weird, in the front. None in the back there, I noticed. Wow, no entrance into that storage? That seems weird. That's an odd one. That's an odd one that I did not put a door in there. Alright, so it's coming through here pretty quickly. We're going to go ahead and run it in there even faster. Like this, and then same thing up here. And we are going to go ahead and upgrade some of these belts. Really speed it up a bit. So we can flow through here faster. And then the ones in between. Come on. Blocking my view. Cool thing about Satisfactory is you can do stuff really far away. If you're good. A little too far away from that milestone. Nope, don't want me to get that last one. That's okay, we'll get that in a minute. This one. Sometimes very finicky. Oh, now I'm out of trigons for upgrading that. It happens. Now, I know that I have some laying around, so we'll just go grab some. Gotta update our trigon production. A lot of this stuff is just waiting for me to do stuff. It's all backlog now. But trigons are more toward the end of the game, and they require a lot more stuff. Let's see if we've got any just laying around in here. Any trigons? Maybe not. Oh, there's a whole bunch right there. Any down here? Bunch of them. Alright, so I'm holding down control, by the way, to get every bit of them out of there. Alright, to make more trigons, I need more ignits, and my extractor is still from much earlier in the game when I was doing level 4 extractor. And so what I'm doing is I'm upgrading all of my belts here to make the extraction faster, which of course is going to keep the production going much faster as well. And basically feed this in much, much faster. Over here. So we need to upgrade all of our stuff in between. I'll take this off. I don't know why I didn't make an entrance or an exit, but such is life. And so that's going to go into there. And then here we are in our actual production. Let's get this into each of these lines faster. That going out faster. Really you want your input to be faster so it can go as fast as it possibly can. And then upgrading this along this line. It's already upgraded. And we really should add more smelters, but we're just going to make these smelters go fast enough for now. And then up here we have storage. Yes, okay, okay. And so that's going to increase the speed of that a bit. So that's not waiting on resources, and it's not really waiting on resources now, but it's certainly not waiting on it now, because look at that, nice. And then going out with the ignits, and then our lifting of ignits here into the storage. Then we have a whole nother storage box here. And that's coming out of there nice and fast. And then this one here is already updated to a 6. 666 here. Okay. Now another thing that we need to do is we need to recombine this over here. So we're going to put a vertical splitter here. Actually, we should do this first. Get an idea of where we want that to be. And then something along that line. Oh, that don't want a splitter. My bad. We want a merger. There we go. Merge this into this line. Now, 2/3 of those ignits are now going to go toward the trigon production, and it's going to reduce the production of everything else, right? So 1/3 of it's going to go that way, but 2/3 of it is going to go into my primary thing here. And let's make sure that we did upgrade this one. We did. These are all 6s. And then this one up here is a 4. I'm just going to go ahead and upgrade it anyway, even though it's really not going to have any effect on this one up here, because it's already going to split it back there. Don't like that. Yeah, and these are all temporary factories anyway. But we're going to divert more for our trigons because we're getting so fast ahead because we're using our #1 belts. And again, all I have to do, everybody, is just let this run for a day, and then I come in and I have like a bazillion trigons. Or scale up make a node specifically for making trigons. Like I could go get another iron node and just make raw iron ignits and run those over here, which is not that hard to do. There's probably one nearby now that I think about it. Let's see, do we have one that we are not currently using nearby? Oh, actually we don't have one nearby. I could grab some of these from here, run it along this train line, have it run that back. Though I seriously doubt I am using the bulk of these 3 pure nodes right here. I seriously doubt I'm using that at maximum capacity right now. Let's go ahead and dip down in here. Where's our nodes? Over this way. Let's go back up and over. Now to you, it looks like a big mess of stuff running everywhere, but I know what all that does and why I ran it for whatever reason I was running it in the moment. Yeah, these are definitely not maxed out. What I could do is just build myself a separate little area. See, it's 480 right now. Might as well run it to 600 and make that output a little faster. It's not really waiting on the raw resources, I'm going to tell you. I can go in here and probably... Yeah, this one has a door on it. And probably has tons of backlog. It does. And then probably the same thing over here, that this has tons of backlog. It's just that it's not using up those resources fast enough. And since we have extra resources there, we could just add some more smelting over here. In fact, maybe just do a little bit of blueprinting smelting. Mega smelting. Hit it when I hit the wrong button. When I'm trying to press another button, I hit 2 buttons at once, and then it knocks me out of the thing I was working on. Okay. Let's do a little bit of this. Just a little extra smelting over here. So again, I can just put a thing down, boom, I'm good to go. And then the output of all of this that's coming out of here, all the raw ore that's coming out of there, is going into this. And green is an input and red is an output. So I have a ton extra right in here. And I can divert this excess underneath here, like so. Might be a blueprint where I have to add that thing. Yep. And you don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to come back and add that later. And then, boom, look at that. Instantly is ready to go. Ready to go right there. So iron ignite, we're going to copy it. And we're going to go ahead and make some extra iron ignite again just to do it. And again, this is what's known as spaghetti, everybody, where you're just making it in the moment. You're not really, you know, dedicating stuff to it. But, again, it's very effective. You know, I kind of use a combination of both. Sometimes in the moment, just to up my current production while I'm working on something else. Like in this case, we're going to up the production of this. And we're going to find some power. These are our power connectors. I think they're here in the middle. There we go. Take this power connector and we'll find a connector and we'll run it to it. Probably over here. Yep. All right, and there those go. And that is cranking away. Now, what's going to do is end up in these over here. All the raw resources, the finished resources are going to end up going up here. And so we can go ahead and just take those resources that are running up this way. Right here. There we go. Run them this way. Just temporarily run them wherever we need them to be. Let's say merger there. Yeesh. I don't like the clipping, but it's only temporary anyway. And then supplement our ignites while we're working on other stuff here. So there's a bunch of excess raw materials in there, everybody. So what I'm going to look at it go. Look at it go. And because this is the max level blueprints and I have some trigons, the smart thing to do is to use my trigons to making trigons go faster, right? So that's what I just did. The end result of everything I just did is to make my trigons go faster. So as you can see, there was a huge influx of it all of a sudden, and then now it's at its actual full production rate because it had that backlog. But now I'm just making a bunch of extra because, again, I've backlogged on purpose a bunch of raw ore. And that raw ore is cranking out of here like nobody's business and cranking through all of this. I need to go onto the sides here too and make sure that I get the side ones. It was this side, one of these that I was having trouble on the side. Maybe it's on the other side. Let's go look at, oh, there's one. Oh, there's a bunch I didn't get here. Probably ran out of trigons. Use your trigons to make trigons. Oh, I can't get down the side there. Just gonna take this out. This will all be removed eventually anyway. Just trying to get out of the building. All right. Should have put door walls in there. Should have put entrances and exits in there. I have no idea why I didn't do it on that particular blueprint, but it does look like I fixed it in further blueprints. Okay, more iron ignites equals more trigons. Let's go see if it's having an effect of the output of our trigons here. There's a whole bunch of different processes here. Again, I could have finished the game a while ago, but I've already finished it multiple times. Not really worried about finishing the game. Right now, I just want to work on mega building. Hey, look out! We got spiders coming in, bringing in that 20 months in a row. Ladders, who needs them? I don't need no dang ladders. Bite me, ladders. So, again, everybody, we're using the 3 different levels of building. We're using the basic building, aka spaghetti. And you saw I just did a little bit of spaghetti there just to tie in a few more iron ingots. We also did our super building where we're stacking stuff vertically and they all tie into each other. And now we're doing our mega building vertically where it either goes up or it either goes upward or downward in its flow. And so we're replacing all of this stuff you see over here is slowly getting replaced with those higher level things. Now, why did I build this? Well, I built this because it's the most time efficient thing. Your time is your most valuable thing, not your resources. Your resources, you have an infinite amount. Who cares about those? You can make as many as you possibly want, but you're not even going to use all the nodes in the game. I can tell you in most playthroughs, and I've played through 30, 40, 50 times, I probably used 10 or 15 nodes, everybody. I've also proven in this playthrough that you can finish the entire game with 20,000 power, roughly. Because you can see all this stuff that's going on right here, everybody. All that stuff and all that new stuff. Check it out. 20,000 or 21,750 power, roughly. But you can see I'm actually only using, right now, around 13,000. That's because I'm super efficient at what I do. Super, super efficient. And really, we have just about every major process that we need running right now. And again, it's just about being efficient, about building just as much as you need. And then if you need a whole lot of it, of course, you can wait over time where it's going to run. Now, sometimes I play on the server as well, which has the power of time, because I can queue up a bunch of stuff today, which is Tuesday for me now into Wednesday. And I can let it run on the server for a week. I come back, I got 50,000 resources, everybody. Again, that time factor makes a difference as well. But in this particular playthrough, there it goes, now it's starting to spin up. And this particular playthrough, I'm doing a local playthrough, in which I can't just let it run. I don't let it run off stream, but I do it all on stream to show you also that if you scale up your stuff and you're able to manage your power, where things that you don't longer need, you have a lot of it, it will automatically turn itself off because it's filled up the storage. And then all the things that you do need will continue to run until that fills up. And then if you balanced it perfectly, it'll look just like that, where that gray line is always above your orange line. Because if that orange line goes above that gray line, your power going to go off, unless you're smart like me and you've got some backup power over here. Because sometimes it will dip above there, and you don't want it to automatically just turn your power off. You want it to go, uh-oh, it's kicking into my batteries. I need to figure out what's going on. I need to reduce some processes or increase the power. And do it. Now, we're going to make this gray line skyrocket, everybody. We're going to make it go super far up, way, way up there, where we are going to add massive power capacity so we can automate every single process in the game. Every single one. So we are at that stage now, which I call Mega Build. Now, I've finished the game multiple times, been like 20, 30 times in early access, and then several times here in the release version. I'm currently doing a version 1.1, which is giving you a whole bunch of new features, including splitters and curved lines and all sorts of cool stuff in that release version. And in the 1.1 version, they've added so much cool stuff. But again, it's more efficient if I just run the thing and do the thing to make the stuff that I need to progress to the higher level pieces than it is for me to make a big elaborate base that took me 500 hours to make trigons. No, that is 500 hours just to make trigons. Is a huge waste of my time to get to that point if I were to do that. But I don't do that. I work very efficiently, as you can see. I do the most efficient thing because efficiency first. Now, of course, if you are inefficient, everybody, as your official Fix-It corporate trainer, I'd like to warn you that there is another department here at Fix-It corporate headquarters that will laser you from space if you are inefficient. So it's my job to teach you. I'm not in that department, everybody. I'm just here to teach you how to be as efficient as possible and to produce those resources that you need to get by. So that's what I'm doing over here. All right, so they're very nice. We've got all that stuff set up. Again, this is all of the previous stuff that we did just to progress the game. And as you can see, if you missed it earlier, that I have already unlocked everything. And I've done it multiple times, everybody. Many, many times if I've gotten all the way through the game. But now what we're doing is we're having the fun part. I proved that you could do it with just 20,000 power. That's all you needed to get all the way to the end. I can do it right now. You can see I'm in the final stage. I can make all of those right now, everybody. Let them run, go AFK, come back, boom, game one. There you go. But what we want to do is this. This is where the fun is. Now, we've earned the right, everybody. We earned the right. We didn't put it in creative mode. We didn't cheat. We didn't shortcut. We didn't glitch. We didn't add no mods that give us everything. We went and we earned it, everybody. And this vanilla version, by the way, no mods at all. We went in and we earned these resources. And now that we have these resources, we can use them for mega building. And that's when you really get in and you start embellishing stuff and you start putting in little catwalks and little stuff where you can walk up here and you can watch your trains go by and you can turn your stuff off remotely from your drop off and all your hyper tubes, and you can go for little hyper tube rides wherever you want to go around, and you can see your trains going by and things like that, and you can control which direction you're going. Do you want to go back to your base? Do you want to go this way? Do you want to go to the next one over that way? Do I want to go here? Do I want to go like instead of down there, I'm going to go this way? And I can take the ride wherever I want to go. And again, that's the stage we're in now, everybody. We're doing mega building. Mega building is very fun. Very, very fun. Now, I don't really want to go all the way down that way, everybody. I do want to go back over here because we are working over here. But we do have our oil mega station in, as well as our coal and our SAM ore. And we are working a bit on our quick wire. So if I come in this way, by the way, everybody, I can switch it to go wherever I want to go. In this case, I want to end up over here and over here. And then it should automatically drop me out of there into the station itself. And right back where we were. Hey, look, and then you can see your trains coming in, all sorts of cool stuff. And again, this is SAM or unload over here. So we don't need that SAM ore for the Trigons, so we can just let it run and we'll be GG's. Now that we added a little bit of extra iron ingots over there to burn up all that excess that we have while we're doing stuff over here. And we can check our Trigons in the inventory. There we go. Yeah, we're getting them up pretty much a bit. Probably could put some more dimensional depots in there if we really had a bunch of extra in there. And I think we might still have some Trigons on us. No, we used up all those Trigons perfectly. Wow, okay, awesome. Okay, so we got all that going, and we were working on our stations over here and working on our stacking of our vertical base here, our vertical production. And we're doing a lot of stuff over here, so we're going to need a lot of Trigons. And again, everybody, I can just AFK, come back, and bazillion Trigons I'd have. And if I find that Trigons is the thing that's slowing me down, I'll just go over there and make more dimensional depots, so it's going in the dimensional depots faster, so I don't have to go track them down. In the early game, I've played since the very first day it came out, everybody, every single update. I played through 30, 40, 50 times, and I got to see it progress over all of the years, and they've just added such amazing, amazing stuff to the game. And I've been waiting until it goes released before I really go crazy, until I just go absolutely nuts, which is what we're doing in this playthrough. We're integrating our train station as well at the bottom of our production on this particular one for quick wire. And again, just showing you variations of what you can do. You can see we have our storage at the bottom. Oh, this is our quick wire storage. Let's go down here and fix this back up again. And again, showing you different variations of vertical building, upwards or downwards building. And again, now that you've kind of seen what I'm working on, we will just go right to it. Quick wire storage right there. Very nice. This is quick wire production. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we got this here. And then again, we need 3 more of our smelters because again, we had pre-figured this all out. So we need our smelters here. Now that we have some more Trigons, we're still going to need a lot more though. We're going to need a lot of Trigons. Again, using the fastest level belts is why it needs Trigons. We've been doing a lot of upgrading. We've been doing a lot of building. Right there, very nice. Again, see I'm using this to line up all of these so they stack on top of each other. Again, this is vertical mega building. Very, very cool. As you can see, I don't need no stinking ladders. There we go. Oh, you're going to go back to it there, Lady Asylum? Hey, whatever you feel like doing. Hey, whatever floats your boat. You do you. All right, another smelter. Oh, and there we go. Fix it. Trigon. 161. I see it. I'm gonna upgrade it again. Let's go. We need more Trigons. Now we need to decide, is it a Trigon issue with it's not going into the dimensional depot fast enough? Is it a Trigon issue that's not making the Trigons fast enough? Is it still the iron ignet issue? Again, I got lots of raw iron, everybody. I got a bazillion tons of raw iron. And I can just keep scaling it up. Keep scaling it up as much as I need to do. And again, these are all pure nodes over here, by massive pure nodes. And you see I got a pretty decent sized base going. And all of this over here, going to be wiped out. This will all be taken out. This is from the earlier stages of the game, Mark 1s and Mark 2 blueprinters. And again, you see we're using the vertical style of modular blueprints, but we're doing it in the much lesser blueprinter, the smaller one here, as you can see from the beginning of the game. And then this one here with a bit more style and angles and different coloring and whatnot is from the higher level one. All right, so I see a bunch right here too. How fast are we coming out of here? Are we coming out? Yeah, we're coming out maximum speed here. Maximum speed over there. Okay, well, let's go see if that's what the problem is. If we need more of that stuff burned up, make more Trigons faster. And this is compact coal down here at the very bottom, along with some aluminum over there. But all these blue buildings here, these are all storage for my compact coal. And that goes into turbo fuel over here, which is fueling all of my power, my 20,000 power that I have going. Again, it's running all this stuff, everybody. It's running everything here. It's running all of this. All of this that you see is being run by 20,000 power. And all of that stuff that we just built, all those train stations, all of those mega builds that we've already done, 20,000 power. I think that's more impressive than any super build or mega build that you could build, everybody, is that it's so incredibly efficient that that all of that stuff runs without having to have it shut off all the time. I think that's more impressive. I think that's the hardest thing to do in the game. Building ginormous things, everybody. I can build ginormous things all day long, but can you make it crazy efficient? That's the really hard part. All right, how are we doing? Is this keeping up? Oh, this is keeping up with it. Yeah, so that's keeping up. But how do I know? I can look at the input there. There's plenty of iron ignits to keep up with that in there. In fact, it looks like it's going to start backlogging here in a minute. How about this one over here? This one's struggling. And this one here is struggling as well. So this one's struggling to get enough. That first one's getting enough to keep it constantly going. But these other two here are struggling to get enough iron ignits. So we need to really scale it up. Burn up all that excess. And we're gonna mega scale it up. Meaning that we're gonna take all that stuff that's in those storage boxes over there. And this is why I backlog store raw ore, everybody, is because at this point when I really need it, I can tap 24 or 21 boxes. I think it's 21 boxes in these. 21 boxes of raw ore sitting over there. And so instead of, extracting it at 300 or 600 or even 1200, I could actually take it out of there and I can run it at the maximum speed all the time. It'll run 1200 out into here if I put enough of these smelters down. So let's go ahead and let's add another one, I feel. Let's get ourselves a nice, not foundation, wall here, and we will run this up by 4, and then we'll run this out like this. Instead of doing it on the side like we were doing it before, we're going to do it by the front, which actually is way easier, by the way. I don't know why I was doing that on the side that whole time. And then we are going to do some more smelting. So, by the way, you can also hit F and then go into blueprint mode, middle mouse button, and it will pick up the blueprint that you already have down right there. So it's going to make it way easier. I don't know why it's not lining up. There we go. We'll get our thing pointing this way. There we go. And we'll nudge that over. Get our mega smelting on. Right there. And here's the cool thing. In here, there is a bunch of raw resources running in. right? And it's running in faster than we can use it in this particular smelting, right? So it has all this excess that is running through here and running through here, and then there is a bit more that we could use, right? We could use some of this in the next process. So what we want to do is tap into the excess of all of this. And it looks like it's going back here, and then do I actually have excess run in this? Is this one chaining? This one does not look like it's chaining. Looks like it's going this way, and then I have the option of running it out here. I think I left myself an option there. Yes. It doesn't look like it's chaining like our other ones. Ah, okay. So that is not chaining like our other smelters. Yeah, I do not see another output here. This is the finished output, but not an input output like this. So I think this one, I designed it. Again, I iterate on these blueprints and improve upon them. So as I get another idea for it, let's just do a wall here. Oh boy. It's acting real funky. Okay, right there. And then we're going to take this. Yeesh, I don't like that either. I don't like stuff to clip. I don't like it. I'm not doing it. Okay, there we go. So we can go ahead and take this. We're just going to run and make a little bypass here. And then we're going to take our excess output from here, which is running this way. And we're just going to make a little bit of modifications. Little bit of modifications to this. Look at how perfectly that just lines right up there. Again, that's why I built that, so I can do that manually if I wanted to. Very nice. And then I can just chain the power, and this stuff is just going to start right up if I did it right. That's the important part. Did I do it right? We're going to find out the second we put this power in here, that's for sure. Boom. Put that power in there, and then we have to add this part here because that was before you could do that in blueprints, but now that we can, we'll fix that up later. And boom, that is going 1200. Looks good. I don't see my stuff lighting up though, because we have to go in and tell it what we want it to be. We should go check and make sure that I did update all of those. And you can also just have these pre-done for what you want them to be. This one's a generic blueprint, so I can turn it into any of those three things that I want it to be. I'm just copy pasting with the keyboard, by the way, Control-C, Control-V. So I make sure that those are all running. Forgot to double check these down here. Let's double check these are all green. Green. Green, green, green. Green, green, green. Super green. All right, nice. Super green now. All right, now all the other excess that is running is now smelting over here. And then, again, we have an output here. Now, this is really simple, everybody. Just take this here, run that output right over here somewhere, maybe up just a little bit. And then this one's already running its output down here along this edge. So what I can do is just add, I don't know, a little bit more spaghetti to this because, you know, that's what we need, some tasty spaghetti. And just run it however the hell you want, everybody. It's your game. Oh, I need some more trigons. Bring me those trigons so I can make... Look, it's already got a whole bunch of them on there. I need more trigons to make more trigons. I don't like that, actually. I'm going to take that out. I don't like it. More like this. It's a curved line. It does not like doing splitters and mergers on a curved line. One of the drawbacks of curved lines, I'm going to set it to default and then put this as a merger. We already have the line set up, but why not just merge them together? Look at that go. Hooah! Look at that baby go. Give me those trigons, baby. I love it when a blueprint comes together. And again, See how I built that out in such a way that I can modify it and combine them together. And even more advanced than this one are the other ones that we're using as well. These are the older ones that are even more advanced in the fact that we could combine them together and they chain together. This one does not chain up, down, up, down, up, down like our other ones do, and we have them chaining downward and we have them chaining upward as well. So very cool. Yeah, look at that full 1200 going there, and then again that's going to have an effect on the other side once it kind of catches up all the way over here. Then all three of those things should be getting completely filled, and it will burn up all that excess stuff that I have backlogged in there just for a moment in which I needed it, like now. Now the real smart thing to do, everybody, is to dedicate a node specifically to making trigons. Right? You take a pure node and you just run that pure node, and that's it. That's all that it does, making iron ingots just for trigons. And then what I would do is take all the SAM ore and take a node that's just for SAM ore and dedicate that for trigons. Or really, you're dedicating it for fixed ingots, and then the ingots become the trigons, right? So these go from here, and then they are stored in all of these storages if there's a backlog. And then you can see it's being input on both sides, and then those are being converted into fixed trigons. And it needs as many ingots as it can get because it's slowing down this process. This is the process that's being slowed down, is the part that it just doesn't have enough fixed ingots to make the trigons fast enough. Right? So we want to increase the amount of fixed ingots that it's making so it increases the amount of trigons it can make. And that's what we just did. Increase the input, which allows us to make more. And again, if you notice, I left room to expand it later, right? That's why, that's forward thinking, everybody. I left it so I can come back to that later when I'm, done upgrading all my stuff or whatever reason. It can then upgrade the process. And again, still not above 20,000 power. I'm doing trigons, everybody. I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. Still not above it. Still not above that 20,000. The most efficient base you ever saw right here. Even with the spaghetti. All right, and so that's going to go ahead and run all of that. And I think we got a huge backlog over here. Look at this. We got a nice big backlog of that reanimated sand back there, too. All right, now these should show us that these are hitting 100 now. They sure are right there. How about over here? Yep, hitting 100. So now our trigons are firing off, everybody. It's firing them suckers off, or our fixed ignite is firing off, and thus our trigons are going to get up to speed and go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. And then if we look at our trigons now, how do we got? Okay, we're getting some trigons going on. Now, how long has it been, everybody? Holy mackerel, it's been a while. Now, this would be a perfect time to let those trigons run, right? So you take a break, you go watch a movie, you go whatever, and you come back in a couple hours, and guess what? You got like a bazillion trigons in there. And you've also burned up all your excess resources that you backlogged for any emergencies in which you might need something a bit faster. Now, the funny thing is, everybody, not only does that have a backlog, but these other iron nodes have a backlog, because I always leave a backlog in case I need something in the moment. So I could divert all of these three nodes, that one, and this one, all to making ignites for trigons. So I could literally be making thousands of them, and I could then expand on that side and make more of those converters. But remember, it takes more power to do that, right? So the more of these I add, the more power it's going to take. And I don't really need it super, super fast, though it is going to be making a massive more, almost to the tune of 3 to 4 times as many now, just burning up those excess things. But what it does slow down is our ability to build out our quick wire over here. Now, I am being careful as to what processes I am building out, because if I build out a ton of quick wire and I'm running 5 times the quick wire I was running before, it could eat up a lot of that excess power, and then I'm exceeding my overall power, which I will eventually hit that moment where I'm making too much stuff versus the amount of power that I'm using, right? And I can turn stuff off and redo stuff or whatnot. Or we could start on our massive power plant because we have a lot of coal and a lot of oil sitting right over there. So we can supplement that power with our new power plant, which we're going to be working on eventually. But we want to just finish up our one last thing that's left over from our previous production, which is our quick wire here. So we'll get up here, and I think we have 2 more buildings to go. And I think we might still have to wait until we get some more trigons. Yes, we're getting there, though. Now it's filled that whole thing back up again with trigons. Again, we shouldn't have to run over there and get them. They should be going in the dimensional depot where we don't have to go and fool around with them. Oh, another thing I could check. I forgot to check it while I was over there. Is to see any other processes that are also using trigons. Fix-it trigons. We can go over here and check that out. Since we got a minute to wait anyway for those trigons, though I am running over on the stream. How much time we've been going, man? Ooh, another 7-hour stream right there. We did start a bit late today because I was doing a bazillion other things in IRL as always, and then getting a bunch of stuff coming up for the end of November and then obviously into December. And we've got even more stuff coming up after the beginning of the year, so I'm already starting on stuff for 2026 as well. Yeah, again, that's how far I work ahead here in the stream, everybody. I do work 3 to 6 months ahead on things that are coming up, because otherwise they'd never get done. If I didn't do a little bit on it, month after month after month, it'd never be ready by the time I'm actually ready to do it. Plus I get stuff ahead of time that are like, hey, you can't say anything about this game until this day, or you can't publish any content about this until that day. So I'll know about it. I know a bunch of stuff that's coming out, everybody, and I can't tell you. I know it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks, but I understand why. They want to, reserve the hype for themselves so they can hype it up. Another thing we can do, everybody, is now that we got this going, is we can tap into a bit of this extra power and boost that fix-it ignites right over here by using our overclocking. I have to build more. We'll just overclock them, though it is actually more expensive power-wise. We'll see how bad it makes our power if we really overclock the heck out of those. Let's see. Even overclocked, will they still be under 20,000 power? Seems good. Now again, it's going up a little bit, but what you really want to make sure is that it's already gone through one over here, because that extra power won't kick in until it's actually gone through, and then now it's going at a higher rate. It's doing 25 per minute. And again, since we increased the amount, now it's going to start struggling again. But remember, it's going at 2.5 times the rate now, right? So instead of doing whatever it was at 100%, we'll bring it down. Instead of doing like 10 per minute, it's now doing 25 per minute, adding an extra 15 per minute, which is cranking. And so we're just speeding up the process, so it's making those trigons faster. So let's see where our trigons are going. They're going into here. They're bringing the ignites in and then going into trigons. And then what? I'm running trigons into the awesome seek. What the heck am I doing? When did I start doing that? I don't even remember doing that. Those are worth a lot, though. You run trigons in the awesome and you get a lot of tickets. I probably did that when I needed some tickets. Let's stop that from happening. Let's stop all of my trigon wasting right over there. And it does look like these trigons are going down into this process as well. Yes, right here, fixed trigons, which are making neural quantum processors, which I probably have a bazillion of. Yes, okay, so we can also cut this process off. I would just cut this off right here. And then it will start to backlog. And if I need more, I can just reconnect that. But it's going to backlog up here. And then all of our trigons are now going to go into the dimensional depot. By the way, since this is chained between all of these other processes, all of these processes are going to go off as well. Because it's going to use some of the dark matter residue from this one into the next process and so on. And if it isn't producing dark matter residue, this whole thing is going to run out of dark matter residue. Over here, we're making dark matter crystals, which I probably also have a bunch of. And then over here, we're making more dark matter crystals, which I also have a bunch of. And over here, we're making superposition oscillators, which I probably have a bunch of. I sure do. And then over here, we are pumping all of our photonic matter in here for this. So again, I don't really need any of those. That's more than enough of all of those. We can just stop that whole process. And since I'm going to stop that process, what's going to happen, everybody, since I increased the power over there, this process here, where I don't need it right now, is actually going to shut off. When it doesn't have enough resources to run, it'll automatically shut off, and all of this power will then be freed up for me to use it elsewhere. You'll actually see my power go down in production, right? It'll go up because I'm using more converters, because it's converting more, it's getting more ignites, it's going faster and faster, but it'll actually go down because I've cut off all those processes that I don't really need, right? Just increasing the efficiency of my overall factory. And now our trigons should be going in here much faster. Yes, we have 399 trigons now. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Let's run those babies in there. I just want to try to finish the stacking here. I want to finish my stacking. Get my quick wire up and running. Hopefully we did these inputs and outputs correctly. We'll find out. We will find out here in just a moment. And then once we have our quick wire in place, all of our previous processes that we had running will be back up and running. By the way, this quick wire is about 3 times as much the quick wire that I produced originally. So it's a lot more quick wire. It's a massive amount of quick wire versus the quick wire we had before, because we're just going to overclock it. We're going to max out its production, and it's just going to produce the most quick wire it possibly can. And then eventually we'll divert that quick wire so that it is being used in a different process, right? Not just for quick wire. Quick wire is one of those things. I just have a dimensional depot in there because it just makes so much of it. It makes a massive amount of quick wire just from one node, especially a pure node, everybody. A pure node, it is just going to run so much quick wire. More than sometimes you'll use in your entire playthrough. In fact, more than I need, because I can just finish the game right now if I wanted to. Okay, we have readjusted our production there, and we didn't have to add more. We didn't have to spend 5 hours going in, adding a bunch of processes. We just did a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and GG's. We all good. Why am I doing this from the side? I don't need to do this from the side. Just realized I'm doing this from the side, which makes this unnecessarily harder. We should be doing this from the front. Which is how I designed these in the first place, so I could just do this like that. That just makes it easier for me to snap the next one in, which is smelting downward. All right, here. And we'll nudge that over to line up the one below. And that is how many? Let's see. 1, 2, and then we need one more. Right across here. Smelting downward. Okay, and then we just need our starting storage. If we have enough for that. Storage, mega downward. Oh, I think we're looking good. See, I don't even need to let it run, everybody. I already fixed the problem. See, look how many trigons I just made. It's at 423 trigons now. Again, just that bit of stuff, using the minimum amount of power for the biggest return on my time investment and power investment. I just basically 4 times that. I just 4x that production, both in the because of the ignite input, and then also the scaling of it up and disabling the stuff that I don't need, turning stuff on, and then optimizing my power usage. Very awesome. Again, this is going to use a lot of power here to run this. Okay, so we're working downward, everybody. Working downward. And we are starting at the top here. And we're going to have to run all of our power here in just a moment. But right up here, this is our, Caterium is what it is. This right here. Man, longer I go, the worse my brain starts to work. Caterium. Caterium. There we go. Brain, not the working. Oh, these are already labeled, but we're going to say this is Caterium the smelting 01. Just to confirm that we do have 3 of them. This is 02. I always put a 0 in the front in case you get to 10. Then it will organize better. 03. This is ignis smelting. And this here is our Durham ignits. Caterium. Brain. Caterium. Ignits. Storage. Require production 01. This is going to be an insane amount of quick wire. And we're going to have to, you know, rework this quick wire a little bit because this is going to be way more than we can run on a single belt usually. We'll see. And you're like, Kismet, well, why didn't you do your train station first? You're going to see here in a second. 4. All right, 4, and then this is 5. Right here, and 05. Okay, and then down here, quick wire storage, we already labeled. All right, there we go. Now we got something going on. Now we got to get this from the bottom down here, running up to the top up there. So we're going to go over here where we have our line running up, and we're going to chain it. And I could do a floor hole because floor holes can go infinite distance. I don't like to do it because sometimes it causes a refresh error where you can't actually see the stuff on your lines, which really sucks. So we're going to bring this all the way up to the top. And again, we're working downward. And we're going to go ahead and just pipe it right into there like so. Now, let's go ahead and free fall. Oh, I got a ball, everybody go, we're gonna die. Oh, God, and then we're just gonna do the thing. All right, now the actual power of this here is going to run up into my train station, which is up here. Here it is. And we already have a connector here. But in the meantime, before we connect all of our train lines and do all of that, we're just gonna tap into some power to test it out. We're also going to make sure to go in here and make sure that our Caterium connection is done right here from our extractor to our blueprint that we put there. There it goes. And that we also connect this, because you can't put your extractors in your blueprints, sadly. And then bam, there we go. And that should then start up. Notice we have it overclocked. It's at 1200. Takes a second for it to get burning and a rocking and a rolling. And again, if we see it on this side, we know that, hey, it is on overflow. But if it's not on overflow, it should go straight up 1200 each all the way to the tippy top. Notice that we had lots of trigons to run that all the way to the top, and we could make that better, everybody. We could just do it, you know, floor after floor after floor if we wanted to, but we're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna take this out here. Okay, now we also want to chain some power here, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna have to upgrade that, so we're gonna save. Cooking right over there. I always save before I do these. This is the #1 thing that causes my machine to crash. All right, lucked out on that one. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this up to the production. We're going to say that we just drilled a hole through there, and that's what allows us to keep chaining these. We're going to chain this one for 5 into #4. From #4 to 3, you get the idea. Bypass the storage and go to the Caterium Ignite production. Notice that I have my power connectors mostly in the same spot. That just makes it easier for me when I'm running stuff. Keep it very consistent. All these blueprints are based on a similar blueprint, so they're easier to line up your inputs and outputs and all of those things. And we've got our power all the way up to here. All right, now we need to see if by switching our downwards momentum, if our output here, our Caterium output, is going to go from here into this one down there, if it wants to do it. Oh, right, like this. You're going to go in there. Okay, that should not be gapped like that, but let's try to do it like this. There we go. Oh, okay, weird gap. Weird, looks like a bug, but it should hopefully still work. Let's go ahead and see if it's putting a whole bunch of Caterium in there. Sure is. Look at it go. It's on fire. And it should be then pumping out a bunch of ignits. Let's see. Yep, Caterium ignits. There they go. They're going this way, and they're stopping right over here. Very nice. Okay, okay. We got number one done. So again, this is our storage and then our production. Now, we have two things to flow downward, right? We have our item here. We're going to do this first, and then we're going to bring this up and connect that there. And then again with this, I'm going to do this. Oh man, I don't like that gap. Probably if I save and you come back again. And then we're just going to do that on all the rest of these, since we know this is going to have a downward flow like that. And then when we get here, this one should downward flow into this one. I kind of feel like we'll do this one after that one. And if we did it right, what we should be able to do is to go into here, which is our storage, and be able to see some of that Caterium ignits eventually get to the final box, which I forget which side it's on. I think it's this side. The final box in this side over here. So we should eventually see it make its way down here. If we don't, something's wrong. So let's always double check. You want to double check all your stuff. This is going down. Oh wait, no, that's not right. This is the raw ore that's going to be going down. That's the raw ore side. This is the finished side. Here. Oh man, that's finicky. That is finicky. I'm glad I saw that before it made it down there. This is going into there. Those should be the finished goods. Caterium ignits. All right, there they are. All right, that worked good. Now remember, that's going through a bunch of those, 3 different factories, and is flowing those Caterium ignits into our Caterium ignit storage, which is right here. And if we go look again at our finished boxes, in the back here, we should see those Caterium ignits flowing in, and then you can see they're flowing and then going down into the next part of the process, which we want to go ahead and run that down into our production down here. And that should start to distribute those Caterium ignits among our production. Now, I already have it set up for quick wire, so it is now producing quick wire. There it goes. And same thing over here. We're going to actually we'll do this one first. And like that there. And then down flowing this one. Your raw ore. And then these got a lot of these got a downflow, because this has got a long way to go here. Now this is what's known as inline processing, where it'll take a while for it to get fully up to speed. Also called manifolds. Familiar with those? Why is that one off? Oh, because this is the storage. This is the storage here. I did that on purpose, so it would remind me that I'm at the storage. Let's do this one this way. It doesn't really matter. And then like this, and then this. A nice straight one. Should eventually bring our finished quick wire right through here if we've done it correctly up above. But we got to wait for it to manufacture a little bit. We've also got to make sure that we are connecting this stuff downward. Like this. And this one. Notice I'm building that in a very specific direction and very specific order. So that makes it easier for this stuff to line up. Okay, so that should bring some quick wire to the bottom. Let's go take a look. You'll be able just to dip in here and see some quick wire. Oh, already there, everybody. Look at that. I'm good at what I do, everybody. All right, quick wire looking good. Now, all the way back to the top. We almost got this done. This is almost done, everybody. So again, as you can see, we got it going. Is everything maxed out? All that's left is making things better and better. Exactly. Yeah, all I need to do is, I'm just mega building. I've already, again, finished the game multiple times and proven that you can do with just 20,000 power, which I've seen no one else do other than me. Most people are building gigantic power factories and spending, 1,000 hours doing that, where I am doing what Fixit told me to do and put efficiency first. And right here, everybody, I could finish the game about 10 times over now already with just that much stuff. That's it. That's all you need. Finish the whole game. No nuclear power, by the way. No nuclear power, just fuel power, actually turbo fuel, and that's it. Now, this stuff over here is the new stuff. This is the mega building. You don't even need any of this stuff. And you don't need this, what I'm doing right here, too. You don't need this. You don't need this one here. You don't need the other one I built over there, the mega one for plates. You don't need any of that. I could have already done it. But it is very fun to mega build, especially learn not only the larger building and embellishing it and creating your visual variety, but also in making it vertical as well. I think the vertical building is awesome, that you see these kind of vertical, almost like apartment buildings in and spread it out through the landscape where it is doing a lot of that production at the local node. And then sometimes you can also pull it back, like you can see my train, and create a central base. I'm doing both. I'm doing all the processes, everybody. Why limit yourself to one type of tool when you can have all the tools in your tool belt? I prefer all the tools, everybody, and I also prefer to max out a node and create the maximum amount of that particular thing. In this case, quick wire. So let's go back again up to the top. And we want to make sure before we go ahead and bail on out of here and say, okay, we're good, that every one of these is functioning, right? So we want to see that this is all green. We got the greenage there. Okay, that's all green. Again, it's going to take a minute for it to spin up. So if it isn't green right away, everybody give it a minute so we can see green, green, and green. That means that it's getting all the resources it needs for right now. And then over here, now some of these ones here in the third one, because it is the third one down, may not be getting enough resources like this one because I have a few extra in there, right? We need 26 and we have 30, right? So we have a few extra and that's okay. So you want to take that into account. You want to make sure that your 26 are up and running, which they are, and that's all good. Again, all of that then feeding down. Let's make sure that all of our inputs and outputs are connected. Yes, that's coming in. That's feeding that there. That's going down into there. Just make sure we didn't make any input-output stuff. This is all going into here. And going down to here. See, now the problem with these ones, everybody, you cannot see them going down the belt. So you don't really know if it's transferring until you go into the next thing. Okay, and then we'll look at it transferring these out of here. Yeah, these are all full. You can see the deuterium ore is full, going this way, circling back around, and this side here is just coming straight out. This is all circling around, and that raw quick wire, the raw deuterium ignites, any left over after these fill, because again, they're manifolds. It fills the first two, fills the next two, fills the next two, and any left over, it'll then run down the line, and then that one feeds to the one underneath. And it'll take a little bit for this to all get spinning up to maximum speed. But once it does, everybody, it's going to be crazy efficient. Right over here, you can see these are running. We got green, we got greenage all over the place. looking good. All those are green. Very nice. And then another one down. A little bit here. These have not gotten their way down to these yet. Don't see any Deuterium ore making it to those in the back. That's because it's got to fill all the other levels above first. Looks pretty good, though. Eventually, this will all spin up to full speed. Yeah, see, it's still filling the other ones up above. Again, as you go down, it'll be less and less and less of these running. But again, you got to give it time. You got to give it time where it goes in, fills the first one, and then the overflow goes to the next one. It fills that one, and it fills the next one, and it fills the next one, and so on until those are all filled. It's not going to have any overflow to run to all of these. But once it does fill them, then it will then start to fill out the next row, and the next row, and the next row until it gets all greenage all the way down. And the only place in which you should not see it green is where you have excess ones, which is usually on the very last row. Not there, that's the storage. Which is this one right here. This one right here should be the one that has the most that are in yellow or standby state, right? Because it is the last one on the chain, and again, it's filling all those other ones first. But I can tell you I'm making an obscene amount of quick wire. Now, actually, this is more quick wire than you should be on a single line, everybody. And we're going to fix that problem as well before we forget and move on. Now, this is 60 times however many Deuterium ignits that we are producing, right? So let's go back up here, and we're going to do some, again, basic math. Where we go, 1,200 is our input of our original ore divided by 45, which is 26 machines. We're just going to round it down to 26. And so 26 times the output of our stuff up here. So 26 of these running at full production. Just to make the numbers easier, everybody. Try not to make the numbers too hard for yourself. 26 times 15 ignits output, 390. Got to write that down. 390. And then if we take 390 divided by the input of these down here. Oh, those are more smelters. Should have marked it on the back. Which ones were what? Let's see. Yes, here. So 12 per minute. So basically 390 divided by 12. This is easy math, everybody. 390 divided by 12 is 32 of these, right? So 32 of these are going to run at maximum speed. Now, I actually put down more than 32. I think I put down like 40 or something like that. I forget. It's 7 times 5. Whatever 7 times 5 is. 7 times 5 is 35. So I put 35 of them down. So 390 divided by 12. So I have like 3 extra, right? So let's just call it 3 extra. But I also have a little extra resources that I didn't account for. That extra 1 that I didn't account for. So I will have a little bit more than that. But again, make the numbers easy. We just did a bit of that. So let's say 32 of these are running at full production. And again, just rounding down. And then they're outputting, each one of these is outputting 60. That would be 32 times 60. I'm not kidding. 32 times 60, that's 1,920 output. So that is obviously faster than a 1,200 belt, right? So what we need to do is say, hold on a minute. We are running too much quick wire to actually be effectively running this into here. Now what I would do is I would take, say, the first 2 and combine those together into an output, and then take the other 2 and combine those together. Now what I would also do is figure out how you're going to put it in the storage. Now I could have made 2 storages down here, and I probably still can. I could probably squeeze that in there and move my train thing. But it's okay, everybody. Do I need 1,920 quick wire right now? Absolutely not. And I can also, by the way, just to do myself a solid, I can go 1920 per minute and just make a note so I don't have to remember the math later. 1920 per minute there. And then over here we can say Deuterium ignits. We are producing 390. And that's you can just say PM or per minute or per M if you want. Whatever helps you remember it. I'm going to actually just type it out. 390 per minute right there. And then what is our input here to our Caterium storage is 1200 per minute. Yeah, and you can just mark it right on your stuff, so you don't have to do the math over and over again like I kept doing. So 390 per minute. And again, you're just rounding off. You're rounding off because, again, making 100% efficient is a waste of my time. Again, I feel like it's always better to have a little extra so that you're not ever stopping, and your machines are not thirsting for those resources, everybody. Again, sometimes you're stopping and starting and stopping and starting your production, and that's not really helping your production because it just misses it by 1 or 2. It's best just to run it as fast as you can, optimize it as best you can. I'm making 1900 quick wire here, everybody. This is more than enough. Now, in theory, when it used to work, I could split these lines and run 2 lines into the quick wire over here. And then that would allow me to run in at 2400, right? Or 2000 in this case. Let's just round 1920 to 2000. But the smart thing for me to do is to split the output of these. So we have 3 of these chaining down. And probably would do the bottom 3. The bottom 3 are going to be hurting for resources. So the bottom 1, you can just kind of count that out and say, okay, these 2 and these 2. And that's going to split that number in half, right? So if you take 1920... you divide it by, all the way, 1920. Divided by 2, that's going to give you 960. So we'll run 960 per belt, like this, by taking the top 2 of the production. Let's go over here, and I should have colored the back of it in. Might want to do that on my blueprints in the future. So these top 2 here, production 1 and production 2. So instead of having it chain the output of this down, I'm going to go ahead and take the output out of there, and I'm going to run it to the edge over here somewhere. Actually, I feel like I want to just put a nice little wall in here. Yeah, something like that. Like this. And then, don't like that either. Run that a little bit. Have that run its own separate line down. And again, we can integrate it in with our blueprints if we want. But we can then merge this into here and have it backlog. But what we really wanted to do is we wanted to end up in here in the input into here. So this is the input up here of this one. And right now we only have the ability to input 1. But it is going in and then chaining along all these boxes. So we can use some of these other boxes that is chaining along as an input for it to backlog some along these lines as well. I can see that we have an input right behind this thing here, where we can put it across. Getting that awkward character thing. You're making it awkward, game. Alright. They adjust the way the camera is so that it does that weird stuff. They're not doing that on purpose, but that just makes it easier when you're trying to perspective-wise. Just roll with that kind of stuff, I do. Alright, a little bit of a bypass there. And we should see some quick wire coming through. Yep. This should go in. Not an input. Oh, this is a splitter. This is splitting it in 2 directions. Oh, I put a splitter there so I could... This is an input. This is coming out and in here. And this is going the opposite direction. I see. It's coming out of the top part. So really what I want actually is this. Not that. And that's just so that that quick wire can go into a box separately than the other quick wire, right? So it's going to go into this box. It's going to go ahead and backlog these 3 boxes here. And then, of course, flow downward. Now, the most it's ever going to run right now is 1200 because the output of it is 1200. So really what I should do is have 2 separate storages for that. And I can do that in the long run. I can actually just make it one off to the side now that I think about it. I might just do that. Let's just do that. I might put a gap in there too. Put a bit of a gap in there. Let's just do that. I think that's going to be better in the long run. And then we can run maybe this way because the train's going to be back here. Yeah, on this side. On this side would be better. Do this. And then mega downward storage. Just give it its own. Give it its own storage. Okay, better. Take this out. We'll repair all of this that I kind of readjusted. Nice. Not having any problem with my trigons now. Then what I'll do is I'll use the underside of this. Let's already have it there. Chain it across this way. And oh, it doesn't quite reach. And then right in there. So 980 into this storage, 980 into that storage, everybody. And again, that's 21 boxes deep, so it's 42 boxes of quick wire. That's a lot of boxes of quick wire. And then what I'll do is I'll take that 960 and I'll cut it in half again. So 960 in half would be 480, which is not enough. So I would say 960 divided by 300 would be 3.2, which is basically 4 train cars. So we'll take 960 and we'll divide it by 4 because it's more than 300. I cut it down. So each train car is going to get 240 quick wire, right? So that then it can transport all 1920. Everything I just did is to make it where I can transport 2,000 resources at the same time via my trains, which you cannot do via your single belt, right? You can't, most you can ever do is 1,200 via a single belt. Now you can run double belts, obviously like I'm doing now, then you could run it, but the train is so powerful in the fact that you can run 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 resources. You make that train really long, everybody, you can be running 100,000 resources back and forth much faster than you could ever do with belts, or if you had enough time, I guess you could run the belts, but why? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just scale up using your trains and just add more cars and more cars and more cars, and then you're moving hundreds of thousands of resources around in the game? That's when you hit the influx moment here, or the scale up moment at this moment, where you're actually bypassing the fastest belt you could possibly build. And now you're doing it at twice the rate. Or at least almost twice the rate, at almost 2,000 per minute. Do I need 2,000 per minute quick wire right now? Absolutely not. I absolutely do not need it. But I'm also going to copy this over here, and we'll work on all of our foundations and all of that stuff later on. We're just trying to get this stuff to be functional. And then over here. And then actually we're going to change the name of this here to be half the amount, which is 960 per minute here. And this is just rough. It's not exactly to both of these, but you get the general idea over here. So there we go. So we're basically cutting that in half. And we could, by the way, make that actually perfect by going over here and taking the very last one of the production, this one here, which is going to be the skimpiest one of all of them, and taking the output of this one, and then putting a splitter right here, and put the input on this side, and then taking a splitter like this, and saying, hey, we're going to run this into here, the output of whatever's up above, and that's going to go straight down in here, like this, right? So some of that quick wire from the two that are up above are going to go down in here, and then some of the quick wire from the one up above here also going down. Again, it'd be this one. So the output of this one would be get split in half. Here. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I split that too early. Split it too early. No, down there is where I want to split it. Hold on. Let's take this back out. So we have the two that are together, and they're running down into the bottom one. All right, so two into this one. The two at the top that are running together. Let's go up here and check it out. Okay, so we have the two at the top, this one and this one. That's the storage there. So this one and this one, there's two running together. Then these two are running together. And then we have the last one, which should split its output among those two. So how to get that to work? You would need to not run it through there. That's what we need to do. Okay, so we need to not run it through there. We need to run it out this way. It's not break time. It's almost time for the end of stream. It's almost that time. All right, so this one should not come from here like this. This one should come down. This. And this. Into there. Okay, very nice. Now, the output of this one needs to get split. So any excess on the fifth one needs to be split between the two separate lines, so you're having that perfect even line. So this needs to go over here. I'm going to put it somewhere pretty easy to split. Again, you're putting all this stuff in these kind of hidden areas where you're not really going to see it, though I could integrate it into the blueprint itself, but it is a waste of my time. I'm not doing that. I'm going to run it here, and then go up here and add a merger. Run this down. And go to this one, and a merger. Run it from this side just to make it easier on me. And then half of this goes here, half of this goes there, and now the world is perfectly balanced, everybody. Very nice. See? Now that is 960. That is exactly 960 going in even amounts into both boxes. Basically 1920. Really, if we took every ounce of what we're producing, it'd be closer to 2000. But you get the general idea. Easy math, easy way to get that set up. And now we have those balanced at maximum production speed. It will never go any faster than this. This is its maximum speed based on its extraction speed, right? So 1200 is the maximum we can extract. We've used the maximum amount of smelters, the maximum amount of constructors, and now we are producing the maximum amount of quick wire that this node will ever produce. And now we never have to think about it again because it is already to its maximum point. All right, now we need to know how many train stations we need. And we actually already did that number, everybody. And that is this number right here, 960 divided by 4, which is the number less than 300. Yes, it's 240. But if we go in here and we divide it by 3, it's going to be 320. So it's going to be a little bit higher than what I prefer. But it will still work at 320, and it will be less of our train cars that we need, right? It's really when you approach 600 or more when it comes to fluids that you really have a problem. When it comes to items, everybody, you can go much higher with items, but I try to keep it consistent. 300 on both items and fluids is the maximum that I'm going to be doing in there so that it doesn't have a bottleneck when it's trying to input it into the train station. Into the train station is the biggest thing. So in this case, we want to do, I'm just going to do 3 because that's easy because I already have a blueprint. I can just pop down for 3 that we can put in there. And again, we're just trying to finish this station and then we're going to dip. All right, number 3 here. We'll go ahead. Whoa, why the heck is it way over there? Oh, it's doing that weird, it's getting freaky stuff again. Oh, come on, game. I got things to do. I got things to do. I don't want to go figure out why you got the thing on the blueprinter. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. All right, hold on. I got to go fix this blueprint. All right. Clear the blueprint designer. Load the thing. Somehow there was something that it thought was part of the blueprinter. And now I have to go fix it. All right. Train platform. Right over here. Where is it and what is it? So what you do is you act like you're taking out the blueprint and you look for something that's way off in the distance that it thinks was part of the original blueprint. This is like corrupted blueprints. And it sucks that it does it. You know what? I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to put it in and then make it work. I'm just going to make it work. Now, it used to be where this was, this is it. This would kill whatever you're doing. Because you couldn't place it because you couldn't nudge it far enough. Now, if this does happen to you, everybody, you can now nudge it in the direction that you wanted to go. So yeah, it's going way. Yeah, it thinks I have 2 stations. See, it thinks I have 2 of them, and it's behind the blueprint too. So way off over there in the wall, there is another one of these in that wall over there. Oh boy. Yeah, I'd have to be able to see it on the blueprinter itself. So this one is also in the middle of this. That sucks. Oh, actually I loaded the wrong one too. Loaded the wrong one. Alright, well, let's go see if we can see it before we get into it. Why you take up all my time with these bugs? Bugs, bugs, and more bugs. All right, we'll just go in and we'll call it fix. Take about 6x6 out of there and call it fix and see if that fixes it. And then we'll find the fixed one. Still massive? It sure is. Corrupted blueprint. Be cool if you could do a blueprint that big. I would just put the whole train station at one time. But yeah, it's not supposed to do that. Okay, I'm not fixing that on stream. It's going to take too long. I don't want to do it. Taking that out. All right, we'll do what we got to do. So we're going to go like this. We're going to line this one up like this. Got our inputs on this side, which actually is the correct way. Why does that look backwards? This is when bugs in games just suck up all your time. Oh, it's because the other one is, this one is supposed to be over here. I see. This one's supposed to be over here. I think my auto connect is not going to work either. Well, we'll see what happens. It's doing weird stuff and it's not aligned. I have a feeling this is not going to fix it, but we'll try it anyway. Blueprints forked. This happens in larger playthroughs, everybody. Let's go out to the main menu. Still bugs in the game, as you can see. We're just going to go all the way out. See, whenever you're just trying to finish that one last thing, everybody, that's when the fun detected starts. You're just trying to finish that one last thing, that one last blueprint. You're just trying to put your train station in and connect it. That's all I have to do is put those cars in there and then connect it, and GG, I'm good. But I could just as easily put the fluid ones in, just take the fluids out and put the other ones in, but my blueprint's all messed up there, and again, I'd have to go and put it in such a way where I could see the one that was way out in the middle of nowhere and then take all that out and then resave the blueprint and do all of that. I don't want to do that. I just want to play the game. I don't want to solve all the technical problems. It's always something that I have to do. Fix these Bork blueprints. Again, I think that's going to do absolutely nothing to fix it. Yeah. Log out and log in is good. All right, that's it. Work around. Work around. All right, so that did not fix it. Let's get out of here. Get out of there. Go in here. Let's take out the fixed one because that did not fix it. Confirm, apply, and then we're just going to load our fluid platform B like so. And then we're going to wait for it to let me highlight it. All right, fluid platform out. And then a freight platform in. This is the fix for that one. And then again, we're doing workarounds. And this one would be number 3 now. Voila. Voila, everybody. Do what you gotta do. But sometimes the why doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that it gets done. The whys are not always important as the getting the production done. All right, there we go. Very nice. Again, the input should be on the back where the stuff is coming down, so I can input it into the thing. Okay, very nice. And so we've got that lined up nicely. We're going to need to adjust that big time. And then we've got to deal with some of these trees over here. Get out of here, nature. Fix it. Does not like it when you're in the way of progress. There we go. Ooh, we're gonna have a little problem on our entrance here. Yeah, look at our hyper tube up here. We still gotta go and remove all that old stuff. Alrighty, and then we have our train entrance right over here. Nudge that into place. All right, looking sexy. Like it. And it's not running in the thing. Awesome. Okay. So we've got this down here. We're going to do a little bit of work over here to get this to circle over to there. So we'll bring... How about if I was in zooping mode? And then we'll bring it to here. Bring it along this edge. Then when we get here, we'll go 3 more forward. And then this way. And then back. And then this is actually not going to return this way. It's actually going to go straight and end up there. But we will put the front of this on. Take all that off. I have a wire in the way. Take all this off for now. Let's put the front of this on. Again, really cool to have modular blueprints that just kind of snap in there. And they auto-connect. Everything's so cool. Such a cool feature of adding that auto-connect. See, it'll fill in all of those parts I already did. So again, instead of returning back this way, it's actually going to go straight and then end up connecting over here. And we'll put a bunch of supports and lines and do all of that stuff later on. But right now, we just want to get our stuff in position and have the ability to run our quick wire into the location here. I'll have to work on our hyper tubes and stuff as well. Let's take this. Run it out this way a bit. Add a bit of platform on the side here for our inputting. And again, let's go ahead and work our inputs here. Just because I know it's going to be a problem, I'm going to take this one out. And then I'm just going to put this one back in. I know I'm just going to do that later anyway, so I'm just going to do it now. And then our inputs. Oh man, just having a great time, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm having a fun time. Right there. And then this one up above, which of course it decided to flip it around the other way. It tries to slow you down at every opportunity. Why would not pick up the direction of the one that you're picking up? I have no idea why it doesn't pick up the direction of it. Why would you not pick up the direction of the box I'm currently trying to pick the thing up? Pick up the direction of the thing I'm aiming at, please. It picks up what it's doing, but it doesn't pick up the direction of it anymore. So, or at all. It never did. It should really pick up the direction so that when I pick up a box, it has the same orientation as the box that I picked up. Right? And so this is an input, and then this. Oh, we were doing it this way, I think. Off the side of this, and then this straight. I can't remember what I was doing on the other one, but it's okay. I think we were doing the lifter straight off the train station. And we have two separate boxes so that it can input at the full 2400 versus the 1200. The train station works better, but again, it's going to be diminished in some way. We get into the deep math of it, everybody, but just know that this works better. Know that this works better when you're trying to do it. So we're going to run a splitter there and right here. Again, notice I'm not making a blueprint for this. This is fun just to do this manually. Again, I could totally make a blueprint for it if I wanted to. Really unnecessary. As you can see, I can do it very, very quickly. That run in there. All right, there we go. Now, what we need is the output of our two things here to make their way along these lines. Now, yet again, everybody, we have a lot of excess, right? So faster than we can run it on these belts to get into these boxes, it's actually faster than we can do that. Wait a minute, I did these wrong. Speaking of being fast, I was trying to rush and I did those wrong. This actually needs to go up there. My bad. I'll eventually catch on to it, because I was just thinking of how I'm going to run my other lines, and that would mess that up. All right, there we go. So we basically are going to have two lines, one of 960 and another one of 960. So this is going to go ahead and output on the bottom here, and that's going to run to the back here like this. And then we have our input here. There, and then there it goes. All right, now it's distributing the quick wire, and then the first two here, everybody, when it comes down, it's going to be 960, and it's going to cut that 960 in half, which again is 960 divided divided by 2, 480. Okay, so let's write that down too, 480. So that's 480 going in there. So it's going to be 480 and 480. Now, what I can do is take the second output here and merge it in here so that it is going to do basically the same thing. And that it's not merging on the first one. You don't want to merge it on the first one because, again, it'll go faster than the belt speed. Where if I do it on the second one, it's going to take that 480 and combine it with the 960. So if we take 480 and we plus it times 9, or plus it 960, it's 1440. So it's still too fast, right? But we can fix it even more. So if we take this one out here, actually I need to do it here, and put a merger here. Now, instead of it being 480, it's going to be half of that again, which is 240. Now, if we take the math and we say 960 plus 240 from the other one, exactly 1200. That's what I was trying to get. Exactly 1200, everybody. So this one's going to run 960 here, and then this side's going to run exactly at 1200, meaning that it's be easy to merge the two back, and the math all works out wonderfully. Actually, this one will go this way. Like this, and that'll make it easy just to take this and run it to this. And that will make that maxed out that last belt, and then it's going to run 1200. Then cut the 1200 in half, and then it's 600 and 600 into the box. And then into the station itself, into all of this, 1920. So this is 1920 quick wire running into the station. I know, that's pretty epic, everybody. Again, if you haven't realized that you can actually move stuff much faster than you can by default than your belts, through train stations, you just learned it. You just learned it at this very moment that you can go in and actually exceed the maximum belt speed by using your trains. Your trains can move tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands if you really put some effort into it, of resources big time. Now, all I need to do, take this right over here and create myself a little L-shaped bit of fun here. And then over here, same thing. We're going to take this corner one out, and we're going to run that forward. And it's at different levels, so we're going to need to bring up the level. We're actually going to bring the level up this way because that's the longer span. So we're going to turn the corner first, I think. Yeah, I think we should turn the corner first. Let me bring one of these babies over here so I don't have to keep dipping. Okay, so we're going to go in here and then we're going to turn this corner. So let's find ourselves a nice little spot here. And again, we're just trying to finish it out so that we don't have to try to remember what the heck we were doing last time. So 2 into the corner back here, and then we're going to curve in, and right there, perfect spot for that. There we go. Again, this is the return, so it's going to return back onto the line. Wow, that's perfect. All right, perfectly gets through those gates. Nice. And then we're going to need to think about the elevation here. And we'll come back and we'll make it where it is embellished. But right now, we're just figuring out the mechanics of it all. I do have blueprints that do have an angled track. So I can figure out if my angled track is perfect for this here. So I'm going to go ahead and put it like that and then move it down and see if I had my angled track. Oh, back one, so I can put a flat piece there. If I had my angled track. Oh, perfect. Holy mackerel. All right, very nice. So we can use our angled track to have this come in, curve, go up the angled track, combine with this edge here, and be good. Nice. All right, let's do it. And turn it off of mode here. Default, go. And then we'll take out all this excess stuff that's in the way. And we'll take this out. This. We'll take this piece here and make this into our angled piece. Or actually, no, it needs to be the flat one. This one here. There we go. And work my magic to get this stuff to line up. These can be really awkward to line up. Turn it this way. Very awkward, but they added vertical nudging. So vertical nudging is what really makes all this possible, everybody. Vertical nudging is awesome. All right, and this is too close, everybody. You can see that this is a one span there. We definitely want to fix that. That's not going to work out. So we'll middle mouse button this over here. Just match this to half a foundation. And then this is going to go half a foundation. And that's going to go into there. And now it has power, by the way. When we run this back, it'll instantly have power for all of this. Then we have our curve here, so we want to bring down, and again, I've already set this up in such a way that all the math works out of distances and whatnot. So this is going to be a half foundation to a full foundation. This right here is where we're going to bring this straight out, and we're going to put it here, and then it's magically going to put the curve perfectly in for us, just like that. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I know, I'm showing you the cool stuff. And then right there, again, two back from the corner, everybody. Two foundations back. Consider the one in the corner as its own. And I'll show you here after I remove these before I forget. So that's going to come out of there. And then again, this one is its own. And then this is one, and that's two. And that's why I put it right there on the edge. And then this way, same thing. 1, 2, put it right there on the edge. Nice, beautiful curve. And we're going to take these two out. We might work that and do all of our embellishment and stuff. But I can tell you what we don't need. We don't need all of this stuff on the other side because there's nothing going to be going down this side of the train line. So we can take all that out. We can take out the support on this side. We can take that. I'll probably leave that in. Leave that in and maybe just leave in something like this. So it's supported, and then we'll put our supports down there. And then over here, I'll add another support, and we'll work on the embellishment of this. But we just want to make sure that that is running back. And then now this has its own power. It no longer needs the power from these lines that I've been using as temporary. So I can just disconnect those lines, and you'll see that if we look in here at the little thing, where's it at right here, you can see it's working without needing any exterior power lines. It's all via the train tracks. And that's GG's, everybody. That's GG's. That's all feeding in there. Look at it go. Holy mackerel. That is an obscene amount of quick wire right there. Look at it go. Holy, holy moly. It's going to be a lot of quick wire, more quick wire than I'm going to need for a very long time. We might get to the point where we might need all that quick wire. But guess what, everybody? That's just one node of many. That's just one pure node, everybody. There's another node down here. We got another pure node down there. We got more nodes all over the place, everybody. All over the place. Now, you don't have that many deuteriums, but you have a good amount that you're not really going to burn. The one here and so on and so forth. There's tons of deuterium nodes. And just that one node, again, is producing almost 2,000 quick wire. And again, I can finish the game now. I don't even need that quick wire, but I can just finish it. Boom, done. It tells you don't even need it at that level. But it's one of the processes that we were running. We're using our quick wire to make, I think, supercomputers or something like that back there. So we are going to get that going. Now, over here, we were going to run our stuff down this way. And again, we'll just go a little long here, and we'll probably start a little late on Fallout, but such is life, right? So right here, we're going to go back, and we're going to work on our angle first. So this way, we're going to go half a foundation back and then go down by 1, so you have a really nice curve. Otherwise, it's like really like bent upward, and your train goes like that. It's really goofy, and I don't like it. And so we'll go right here. Ooh, this is going into a curve while also going down. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like it, but we'll work with it. We can still work with it. We'll get it done. And then this way. And then again, don't count the corner 1, 1, 2, and then here. And then don't count the corner 1, 1, 2 here. And this way. And we're going to run the train all the way back. Again, we're going to do a lot of curves here. 2 back here. Then skip these. Ooh, this is going to be this is going to be close. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it works out. And then this one, we're going to run to here because it's a 1.5, and we'll see if we can get this to go. Like so. Okay, so this one actually needs to go to here. And I prefer to do the straight ones first, to do the straight lines, and then do the curved lines. So I'm going to go back and make sure that I have this already perfectly lined up to just do that curve. There it is. Nice. And then this one here, curve easy. And then over here, again, because we went in and did it, this is the awkward one because it's going to go into the foundation a little bit. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Not doing it. Nope. Nope. No. 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 And more no. No. Not doing it. Moving it back a little bit. There we go. It's easy just to move it back a little bit, everybody. I don't. If I was dipping into the foundation, it'd still work and still run, but I don't like it. Not doing it. No. That's why I didn't build out a whole big thing here until I figure out all of the distances and all of that stuff first. All right, same thing here. We're going to go half a foundation, full foundation, up into there. And then this way to here. Beautiful curve. Oh, nope. Too close. My bad. This one. Then beautiful curve. There it is. And then up here. And then halfway in. Oh, that's too far. Let's go here. And then a 1.5 foundation run. And then beautiful. Perfect. And then right here where it can dip off that line. I can dip off that line and start to go down the curve here. Kind of weird how it's elevated like that. My thing, I did not go up high enough. My bad. My bad. I did not go up. See how it was kind of going down like that? It's because I missed it by one like this. There we go. I missed it by this much. And this one needs to be adjusted. This goes to this one. That's a half and then a full. And then into there. Much better looking. All right, very nice. Put our other railings back in over here. All right, and again, you can see it's much flatter. It's coming at the right angle. It's flattening out first, then it's going into the angle, then flattening out when it goes into a curve, flattening it out. That's going to be a fun one to ride on that train, everybody. That's going to be fun. In fact, let's try it now. Let's give it a go. And we have to put in our block signals and all of those other things. They're going to make that work. But we're going to go ahead and put this in right here. And we're going to give it a go. There we go. Beautiful. Flawless. Flawless victory. That's some good looking stuff right there. Again, we'll have to put some supports there or over here, or we'll consider that the support. We'll probably pull the support out of this one. I think I put a support back there. Yeah, I think I'm going to pull the support from this one. Maybe just back this up. Something like that. Or maybe something that gives it a little bit of style. Like an inverted... Oh, wait, not that big of an inverted ramp. Maybe just an inverted ramp like that. Of course, would be better if it was facing the direction I wanted it to face. This way. It's kind of a flare there, holding that out. Yeah, I think we could do better. What about just kind of a rounded outer corner? Oh yeah, definitely it. And then we would make it into concrete. Like this. Ah, beautiful. A little pop out. I like that. A little pop out there. Looks good. That's holding up that hypertube thing. And again, we need our hypertube to merge back over there. Always so much to do. And then we'll continue our embellishment down and embellish this all to match our current train lines. Probably a good idea to make it where this is out like this. And we'll probably work those corners a little bit too, maybe with what we were doing before. Where we were doing this kind of rounded dealio. Something more like that. Yeah, I'll try that and see if I like it. Good enough. Okay. And what else? It's all looking good. Got this coming and going. We probably should put some block signals in here so we're not disrupting our other trains. So we're going to put one right here into this curve edge. Right there. And then going into this split here, we'll want this line to be a separate line. What? Maybe just do this. So that's not thinking that any train that's down here is also part of this line. That's why you should leave those colors on. See how it, I put this one further down instead of going into the junction. I put it further down because this one's going to be completely separate over here from these over here. And this one needs to make sure that if the train is coming, that it can stop and not crash into the train. This one here needs to not be slowed down by this train. So if there's a train running along this line and trying to get to the station here, this one needs to be on its own separate track, 100%. There's something going on my Samor train over there. I think I've tripped up my Samor train. That's okay. I don't really care about my Samor train right this second. But, oh, did I ever add the... did I ever add it where it can make its way back? Next stop is unreachable. So it can't make it back from where it's going. Maybe I should put this back here. And that will just cut. And then hit E for switching. No, not that switching. No. That way. And then toggle build mode to the left. There we go. That'll split this one and this one separate until it gets up there. So even if it is on here, this whole line will be separate here and won't be slowed down. And then once it gets down there and it gets in the station, this part can pass by. Though I really feel like I need one down there. That should get my thing going. Nope, Samor train's got some sort of issue that we need to figure out. Well, figure it out a bit. Again, a lot of these trains are not mission critical right here. But you definitely don't want to mess this up when it does become mission critical. All right, quick wire load. And we don't have a station for the quick wire to go to yet. As well. Here's a great little trick, everybody. Take this out and take this out and see if your train is now fine. Nope. It's definitely got something going on. Next stop is unreachable. Let's go see. So it's trying to come back this way. And for some reason, it can't find its way back to the thing. I think I forgot to put that other block signal over there. I didn't get back to it. I didn't get back to it. All right, well, I guess we're running long on this baby. Again, not taking a break, so I'm going to refund that back. Let's get up here in the hypertube system and circle back. I could have just went to the other one, I guess. Circle back this way. And my headphones died. Headphones died. while we're making our way back here. Just loop us back this way. Okay. Let me fix my headphones first. You guys can still hear it, but I can't because I like my wireless headphones. They're super comfy and I don't have to deal with wires. Wires suck. All right. We got to go figure out what's going on with our train back here. It's probably because I forgot this signal over here, which I meant to put in, but I forgot. I forgot. Says it's green. Says it can't reach the station. Sam or unload. Cannot reach the Sam or unload station. Let's go try it out. Do it ourselves. Says the track is green right now, so it can go forward. So I looked at the little block signal. Either have too many block signals or not enough. See, now it's red because I'm on it. No other train coming. Wait for it to clear the block signal. Unblocked it. Oh, that one's waiting for the other train to come through. Okay, so this signal is fine. Here. I went back to look at this signal. This one's fine. And that one's waiting for the other train to clear. And that one should be able to go. And when that one goes, this one's going to go ahead and kick off. That one's good now. Must be at the other end. Block signal is green. We know it was working earlier. Now it is confused. Has a long way to wait. There we go. It's cleared now. We got to fix the block signal on this direction. It's way too long to wait there. We'll wait for this train to clear and the other train to go that way. Now it's clear to move forward to this block signal. And that one's now no longer blocking. this one's going to go left. And we're going to go this way. Ah, right there. What the heck happened over here? Was I taking something out and I accidentally hit this? Where did all of this go? Something got funky chickened right there. 100%. Because we know it was working earlier, so somehow I accidentally took all that out. I don't remember taking it out, but could have happened. Now I gotta redo all of this. This blueprint, that part is fine. It's this part that's messed up, which is our train car blueprint part. Or did we never just come back and fix it? I could have sworn we came back and did all of this. And that's probably what's in that other blueprint, everybody, is this right here. Is this part. I just want to take this blueprint out and redo it. Yeah, see, it's not a blueprint anymore because we deleted the blueprint and now it's all funky. Let's just take it out. Not worth it. And then we'll have to take out our entrance, redo all of that, and our hypertube. You know, every game has bugs, everybody. I don't remember taking it out, but it could have. It could have been me. It could have been me. Like I accidentally took it out as a blueprint, and it took that whole thing out. That's okay. We'll make it work. Again, always extra work that you're like, hey, I could have sworn I already did that. I don't want to have to do it again. So I hope some of my other ones didn't get messed up now. I guess we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out when we go to look at our other locations. Like, let's look back here. Any of these? It seem like they're fine. Okay, put our thing back in. Then we're gonna go in and we're gonna wait for it to load. Make sure that we're just getting the thing and not the whole thing. Take out this. Just did this earlier. Making me stay longer. Take that out. Not going to use the return, so I'll just take most of that out. Take this out here. Probably need to just move some of these out of here just in case. Okay, and we need to take the front one out. Because it's going to do that weird, like, hey, I'm not going to work thing. And then also, I forgot to color these back to red. Red. There. And then entrance. Like that. Did I have it on auto connect? I did not. My bad. Just fixing some weird stuff here. Again, we'll fix all that out. No real point in fixing all this out because there's going to be other stations there. So you won't see me go in and embellish all of this because I just have to take it out later. when I go to add more stations. All right, that's all good. It should now be able to get my train started up, and the train should automatically fix itself. By the way, everybody, if you figure out what the problem is, your train should just start moving. If it's set up, so it should be right here. Where's the arch? I missed it already. Right? Where is it? That's a limestone. Yes, there it is. SAM order train is now working again. I don't know how I took that out. Accidentally might have hit blueprint and then hit the thing, and then because I had this one in before, I accidentally took the blueprint out. Totally possible. But let's go ahead and get our SAM ore back up and running. Oh, and I did that wrong. That's how I usually do it, but we're not doing that anymore. We're going to double output like this. The 2 separate boxes. There we go. Maximize that output. Okay, that's a save. Rocking it. Okay, SAM ore back and run. I can see it. There it is. Because this one's got 4, that one's got 9, and this one has 2. So it's really easy to tell which train it is simply by looking at the thing that's coming through. And you'll see me build a lot of temporary stuff, everybody. Like right here, we can temporarily connect ourselves back into that hypertube. And then I'll finish it in later. And this is SAM ore. So we want to actually color this train for SAM ore. There we go. And now it's back up and running, doing his thing. I don't have to do it. It wasn't block signals, which is typically the problem when it stops. You put in too many block signals, or some sort of block signals were messed up. And if you notice, I removed those segments just to do some troubleshooting to see if it was the block signals. Straight away, I say we get on the train. We'll go for a little ride. Now it's auto driving. Now I'm not driving the train. And now that we know it's not the new thing that we added, always take out the new thing to say, is it that thing? Is it the thing that I just added that's causing the issue? So in this case, it's not. It was that little bit that was left out there, so we'll go ahead and add these back in. Very nice. And then our station now once again has power, and all of our quick wire now have power again, and it will then start to run out more quick wire and fill it up into there. And then we got to get a train station for the quick wire, and we've got to get more stuff going as well. And again, we have all these moving parts along the same track. Again, keeping that stuff running is going to be tricky, but again, if we balance it out where trains are coming and going and they're waiting for each other, and the high priority trains are coming through, and then the lower priority trains are waiting for those higher priority trains running along the main tracks. So you have secondary tracks like this, you have primary tracks, which is that, and then of course prioritizing certain trains. And if you balance it just right, I actually could have 2 trains per line running right now, and it would just balance each other out. And just be running massive resources. Now, I'm not using any of these resources right now. Not using any SAM ore, not using any coal, not using any of the oil, and none of the quick wire, because it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't end up doing anything. All it's doing is being transported from one place to another. Eventually, we're going to build out the, hey, it does this thing, right? In the case of the oil and the coal, it'll be power. And in the case of the quick wire and the SAM ore, it'll be various different processes that it will it'll feed. So, the other thing I forgot to do, almost forgot, and then it suddenly dawned on me. Let's go back and get it done. Oh, look at that big old oil train. Do your job, bro. Do your job. Is, in case I need some quick wire, which I do because a bunch of these connectors and things use quick wire. We'll want to go over here and take the maximum throughput of some of this. In fact, we could even do it down here where we are running this out. It'd be a great point for a quick wire. Just at the end, if there is some extra at the end here, or really it'll just run a portion of it in there anyway. We can take our dimensional depot, stick it right here at the end of this line, and it's going to split whatever, a certain portion of it into the dimensional depot, just like that. And it doesn't take any power or anything. It's just going to run a bunch of quick wire in there. And it's probably already maxed out, or it's pretty close. It's 2495 and maxed. That was it. That's all the quick wire needed to run in there. And then it will backlog about 100. So if I use 100, and again, all that stuff that I just built, that you saw me build, that's about as much quick wire as I use. So again, I don't use that much quick wire for this process. Later on, in other processes, you do use a lot of quick wire. Okay, also, no longer need any of these down here. Don't need these platforms, which I was using temporarily, because all of this stuff was via, all now powered via this. So we don't need to run any of those things all over the place. This one over here, though we can run them just for fun. I mean, you can also do it that. Kind of like this one over here, though. But that's okay. If we need it, we'll put it back in. Okay, so we've got this here. And this return is actually not back that way. This incoming... Prepared for the future! Thank you very much for that love. I appreciate it. So we need an incoming and an outgoing. And if I was going to go anywhere, it would just be back to the base and not that way. Though I could choose which way I wanted to go. I'd say probably here. And we'll go ahead and put in a junction. So, coming down the wire. Get our hypertube here. Coming down the wire, it would go this way. Should be left, would be straight. I could choose to go this way, which would end up over here. And if I got back in here again, I could then have it go this way. And we could take this stuff out here and redo this. Like this. And then this would simply be, how do I want to go back this way? And then this into here, that around to there. We'll see how that works out. Again, there's some excess stuff that I'll remove over time, but I'm not using pickup anymore, I'm using load. Yeah, by default, it's going to send me back to my base. Awesome. If I'm coming this way, it should go left. Yeah. The left is typically the default position when you're coming in a direction. Then let's go check this next one. Again, I want to be able to travel the main distance as the default. Yeah, there it goes. All the way, go all the way over there to my Samor. Pretty much. And then if I want to come back, go this way. I think also at this point I could just transition and loop back if I wanted to. Yeah, cool. And then I could just keep going around in a loop if I wanted to. Ah, that is awesome. That is very awesome. All right, very nice. I like it. Yeah. B. All right, we don't need this center pillar here. Oop. Don't need this center pillar because that was just for lining that up. Okay, looks lined up. We got to do some foundations or supports next time. We can pull all this out. Taking out all of the construction materials. And this is why it's so hard to stop playing this game, everybody, because you're always like, hey, I got to do this one more thing, kind of thing. And then, again, all of the scaffolding, this would be called. All the stuff you use to align up all your stackings and stuff. Just taking all that out. So we got a nice, clean, finished base here. More of those floating around. Nope. And there's our nice, clean, quick wire. Vertical stacked in a downward motion. With dual quick wire storage for almost 2,000 quick wire. And then we'd want to go in and build out some supports here. We'd want to probably, hey, thank you for the biddies. Thanks for that. We want to go in and build out some supports. Now, that's not going to work right there. So we'd probably build a support over here in the back and then bridge it to, say, here. And then have our supports here. Let's see if we can just put one in. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, those are reversed. That's weird. Those are reversed or messed up. I'll have to fix that. And I'll have to fix it later, but not right now. Right now, we're going to try to see if we can get this lined up off of this. So this one. Show you how I do my supports, everybody. I got it set up so it's pretty modular, so I can just vertical zoop it like this, and then I go back up by 2. And the reason why I go back up by 2 is because when I put this in, this is going to go ahead and end up here at the bottom. Basically, it'd be like a big industrial support there. Kind of feel like I go up a little bit higher on that one. Went down a little too low. Go up a little bit higher. Yeah, I like that a lot better. And then there we go. So now it looks like it has a support. Beat that, nature. And then over here, yeah, we'll say this one. How are we lining that up off the center line? This one. Same kind of thing. Feel like it might be a little too far down, but let's see what happens. Oh, that one's much better. Oh yeah, awesome. Again, embedded into the thing, and now you have that holding that up over that waterfall. I've seen people make big old hydro plants along the waterfall edge here, which is really cool. But there we go. All right, holding that up, looking good. And again, it's not really holding it up, everybody. It won't fall down. You can build stuff up in the sky. It doesn't really matter. But for me, in this particular playthrough, we are doing our supports. And then this one here, again, most of the time these ones where the station is, I just kind of eyeball what I'm trying to do. And just go by feeling, right? Does it feel like the proper distance? So easy to do once you got it down. Awesome. Definitely going to do one here in the corner. Again, kind of feel like this one's going to go this way. put it right here, a little bit forward, so it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but I am going to put it to match. Down. And that actually looks like it's got some stuff in the ground there, so maybe here, this one here. I could have put that one down a little bit more. I think I'm going to put this one down just one more. See how I like it. Yeah, I think I like that better. Okay. Really about your personal preference, everybody, when you're building. Remember, it's your world. You build it how you want. The reason why I moved that one down is because this one's going to be down lower. And then this one won't make that one look odd. And that's why, see, again, I'm thinking ahead, everybody. I'm thinking steps ahead. Because that one's going to be down in the foundation, and now this one's down in the foundation, so they look like they're matching. So awesome. And then this is coming back up this way, and we've already got support there and support there, so I think all of that looks nice and supported. Looks good. We're definitely going to want to do our little thing here. Oh, I remember. This, then that foundation in there. Couple half foundations, and then turn it all into asphalt, and it'll all run together. Why you gotta be awkward? Why you gotta be awkward? Get in there. There we go. So it'll look like a little walkway we're walking across there. Very nice. I like that. I think all of that is good. Finish this off with some railings, maybe. These railings are unnecessary. I think that's going to clip into there. Use. Don't like that. Something like that. Embellish that corner a little bit. I'd love it if there was rounded railings around those edges. We can't even get a rounded foundation tool. That I would like. And then we'll come back, we'll work on all of this. And then this one right here. Totally be one of these. Yeah, I think I liked it better the other way. Like this. I forgot to do this on the other one. To make that into glass, to make it match to what we already have. Oh, some of this is orange. What the heck? What was like that in a blueprint? That's a good question. We could go look, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna grab this. Oh, grab this one. That kind of stuff really reminds me of painting, everybody, because you're trying to, you know, figure it out as you go. All right, that's pretty good. Don't really feel like I'm going to go in and embellish out the stuff for right now. We can work on that later. But that turned out awesome. I like where it dips out and then ends up over there. Removed all of our scaffolding. Okay, now that we have our foundations down here, we need to think about how the heck is this getting held up. Kind of see that in there. Yeah, it's a distance problem. Okay, so I'm going to line it up to this one. I'm going to hit H. I'm going to do page down. Page it down to line it up to the same place, and then put this in, and then this, not that way, and then this is going to go inside the other one and be hidden in there, and that's going to allow me to put that in an offset position like that, everybody. So I showed you a little trick there, a little gaming secret on how to line it up when they're on two separate grids and they're at different angles that it's difficult to line up. Again, if you missed it, I'm about to do it again. Here we go. All right, so we're going to zoom this up. We're going to get a general idea where this is. We're going to run this out. Oh, that's not even lined up down here. We're going to run this up. And again, this is going to have the same problem of the support here. If I just cap it on the top, it's going to go through and you're going to see all this Z clipping, or basically the texture clipping on the same thing. You don't want that. That blows. So you move down by one. You put one on this. You take this out. You act like you're going to put up one above this one. And then you hit H, page down. And then it will go down by 1 meter. And then when you put this one in, you want it to go up into there. So that the clipping part where it's overlapping is inside the piece where you can't see. And then that allows us to create a long brace. Like that, and we're going to do the same thing over on this side where we'll run this out, and we'll remove this one and all of this. Again, sometimes working backwards helps a lot, or a lot of times working backwards helps a lot. And again, we'll pull this over here. We'll see where this is at. Same thing. I should have colored these in. Recoloring those over and over again, and then zoom that upwards to there. Put this like this. Hit H, page down, click it. Good. Okay, nice. All right, we've got our bracers there, and we're just going to say those are our supports. And if it was me, everybody, I would put a support across that way. That's just me. And then we need to put one in the front. And we'll match it up to this one, and we will put it here, and just do the same thing again. that upwards. Down one from the top. Let's see, there we go. Take this, put it over here, hit H, page down, click, done. And you got yourself some supports, everybody. Very nice, quickie and easy. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, all this excess hypertubes can go bye-bye. Just gonna leave the actual hypertube stands in case I want to modify that later. The actual hypertube itself. And the branches and things. Just gonna take all this out. It's not just visually uglying up our location. There we go. Oh, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Man, we really simplified this connection here, too. All right, quick wire load. Looks good. And then this should be fairly easy to do here. We can just run this across. I'm not going to embellish these too much. Get these little bump outs. Getting in the zone. Definitely need a support here in the corner. Oh, wow, that fits in there real nicely. All right, nice. Okay, all that looking good. Clear that off for now instead of making it fancy. What are you doing to me here? What are you doing? Crazy game. Ugh. Don't make me extra work. Taking some of that out because it's not necessary. There's no reason to have a junction there because this is not going to circle back this way. But we'll kind of leave that in there in case later on we decide we want to do something with that. Okay. We got the bulk of it. Got our supports in. We got our stuff looking good. Got our extraction going. Over here. Oh man, we're really spending some time on Satisfactory today. What are we at now? 9 hours. Okay. Let's go ahead and get back into Hypertube. And now we need somewhere for this quick wire to go. And so we'll need to, and again, that was three over there. Gotta have somewhere for it to go. These Hypertubes look just like those hoses from the 960 bonnet style hair dryers. Oh, I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. Oh, there's a segment missing there. I went and looked and see how my grid was. And see I have a two gap here for my grid. So I'm going to make a 2 gap back to give myself a little bit of space between this train station and the one I'm going to build behind it. And now we're going to have a problem with this train because this train is going to want to go over there and we're going to have to divert it. Because we're going to be working right here. So we're going to divert it like this. And going to be a little tricky to get that going because that's a pretty tough thing, but we'll do something like that. We'll take out this segment. We'll just run that way until we get this train in. All right. We're going to take all this out. Again, that's why I didn't embellish it and do all that because we're going to take all this out. And all of this back here. And let's get another train station in. All right, here we go. Again, working backwards. This should go pretty quick, he says, knowing that it's probably going to go off the rails, as it always does. Why is it up so high? Why do you do that? Why do you not just align to the grid of the foundations? If I snap it to blueprint, it tries to snap under the blueprint. Do you think it would snap better? I guess it kind of snaps there. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll turn it on to auto connect. All right, our blueprint snapped actually worked for once. Then we're going to need our thing here. Yeah, it worked too. All right, yeah, nice. It kind of looked like it did. I'm a little nervous that it better nudge it just to see. Okay. Go for it. Putting that track like that so I have the power I can swing way out of this. And then this is the entrance. Yeah, blueprint snap is actually working today. Sweet. Okay. And if we did this correctly, we should have the ability to run this out of here into there. Like this. Pass through that station to get out. And then this one. nice curve here. This temporarily. Match it up to what I've already got. And then just be able to put the arc in if it didn't go the wrong way. Why you gotta be so awkward, game? Why you gotta be so awkward, game? I know, go this way. Oh, still awkward. Just use your scroll wheel until it does what you want it to do. There we go. Beautiful turnaround there. Okay. Then back over this way. And now this station has power. And we can run this here. Right there. Oh, these are all still orange. Fix that in that blueprint. Just fix it manually for now. All right, quick wire unload. Gonna flip this switch on. Okay, so we got all that done. Did we make a train for this yet? I don't think we did. I don't think we did. Definitely cut this off. So this train, yeah, see that train's not waiting for a train that's coming this way. And then into this junction here. So that can go that way or that way, and then there we go. Okay, it's just so that train is not waiting for anything that's on these tracks over here. This way that train can just zip back. All right, this is getting more and more full of trains, isn't it? I don't think I built the train yet, if I remember correctly. And we can take this, create a junction, say here. We'll fine-tune all of this later, but it's really when you come back for the detailing that this really gets awesome. But what you're doing is you're just doing the broad strokes right now, right? I mean, you're putting some detail in there too, but mainly doing the broad strokes that get all your stuff in place and then get it going. The problem is when you get too overly involved in the details and you spend a lot of time doing those details over and over. This should go. And hypertube merge this way. This goes like this. This goes out of here to there. There we go. All right, and then we can remove all this excess hypertube stuff for now. I don't need it. I take it out, everybody. But I'll still leave the things in there in case I want to have it eventually pass through this direction. But just to keep it so it's not floating and uglying up my build, I'll take it out for now. Okay, quick wire unload. Probably should make a foundation for this, but oh wait, here's a better idea. Let's just take all this back out. I'll pick this up. Just drop a bunch of these for now. I always come back later and recolor them and do whatever I want to do or take them out. But we want to put in some outputs here. In the zone now. Figuring out what you want to do is the hardest thing. Doing it is the easiest part. Usually. Especially when it comes to design or doing stuff like this. Oh, and I got to take one out. I forgot. It's usually the front one. This one here. So I gotta take this one out real quick because the blueprint does not like it when you don't have a train station in there, is what I'm guessing. But if I take out this front one and reconnect it to the actual train station itself, it will fix the other two. And in theory, I don't have to fix those. And make sure I set it to unload, unload, and unload. All the stuff I got in my inventory. Bam. Get rid of that sand more. Get that out of there. What else? I think that's it. We need to make a train. Let's make a train. See if the train works. Let's go. So we're going to get a locomotive. We are going to add 3 cars to the back of it. We are then going to put another locomotive on the back of that. And then we're going to get in the locomotive and go over here and pick up our quick wire. Oh, there's another train pulling out of the station over here. Gotta be careful. There's a train coming through there. Man, imagine with all these trains running at the same time, it's going to be awesome. If you can get there, then it should be able to get there as well. And looking good. You'll see I'll stop before the front of the thing. Quick wire unload. It's full of quick wire. Awesome. Let's go ahead and give this train a name. Quick wire train. Easy. Edit the timetable. It goes to the quick wire load section. It goes to quick wire unload. Save that. Turn it on. All right, do it by yourself this time, train. Let's see if it does it or if it crashes into another train. We will see. We'll see if it can do it. Oh, there's a block signal there. And I gotta color that in red. I gotta work on those input boxes too. Those gotta be colored in. Again, just trying to get this stuff functioning. So we'll get these resources back to the processes that they're currently being used by. Okay, it's off and running. See how we do. Looks like we got a green thing going this way. Didn't report any problems with our trains. No train in the way right now, so that's good. And the oil trains are going to be the ones in the way of these other trains. But these other trains are not as high priority as that. Should automatically switch it. Runs me this way. Run me into the station. The auto slowing down, everybody, is usually way better than you can do. It knows exactly when to slow down to pull into the station. And then it should load. And we're going to make this yellow, this train. Quick wire. Can't color it while it's loading. I could change all of those to quick wire as well. See if that's going to come out of there. There it goes. All right, it's coming out of there. I gotta take that out of the way. It's coming through here. Any other trains blocking it? Doesn't look like it. I mean, it's not very far. You could just run the line, but super cool to run the train, as you can see. Very cool. Again, train going under, turning back around. Ready to do its thing again. I could watch the trains run all day long, everybody. Just sitting there, either floating up above and watching the trains run or riding the trains. It is very, very fun. All right, we're going to fix this while we're at it. Get it real quick. There we go. This is quick wire, so we're going to put that in yellow. And then in here. Did it color all of them? Okay. Just checking to see if it colored all of the thing. Yeah, I can see it colored it all. One more round. Here we go. And then this is set it and forget it, everybody. Oh, look, it's stopping to wait for the train. That train's still going into the station. It's past the breaker. So, again, this is a lower priority train. That's a higher priority train. And so just come up here and just wait for it to load and unload. And eventually, see, it'll get into a sync where a lot of times this train will not be here. It'll not be in its way, so it can just bypass like we did earlier as well. But if you notice, it didn't even load and unload. That's because the oil is full. There's nothing else for it to load and unload, so it doesn't even bother to load and unload. And once it passes the front of that, this train will go forward. There we go. And now, since this train is not going on that track, it's going on its own track. It'll automatically switch itself onto its own track. Right over here, like that. And it's also going to go left, and then left again, because we got a Y section here. And then right over here, automatically, working great. Working awesome. We got all that done today, everybody. That was a lot of work. A lot of work, and we got a lot of things done. We solved some technical problems, got the things rocking and rolling. Now we got our quick wire back up and running. We've got our SAM ore back and running, and we have our coal up and running back to where we had it before. Now, before, what that was doing was producing a whole bunch of SAM ore stuff and also other resources and whatnot. I'm not going to bother to add that back in right now, but there is a thing over here that does need the quick wire over this way. Oh, fell a little too far. That does need that quick wire over here, and I should probably check on my power here because we just added a bunch of power usage. How's my power looking? Oh, running like a beauty. All right, nice. Using around 11,000 right now. Over here, there is a process that I am running the quick wire right to there. So, and then it's running to here, which is, oh, the high-speed connectors. So it's not making any more high-speed connectors. Not that I probably really need that many right now. I got 500 in the thing, not really. But it has made this train station obsolete. I don't want to take this train station out unless I have a place for the box right to go, which it does have its own exit this way, so it can dip out, so I can remove this train station now. And everything associated with it. That's kind of dipping out of there. Like this. And we can decommission that train station. And any block signals associated with it. Now that's a bit cleaner. And we can remove all of this. Now I'm a big fan of spaghetti, everybody. We get that spaghetti going on. It's tasty, tasty goodness. I use all the techniques, everybody. Don't limit yourself. Don't let anybody limit you, everybody. You do what you need to do. In this case, we'll make a little bit more. Because I don't know, I feel like it. Let's do it. Right over to here. Like this. Then we're going to dip. Hold down control so you can put it on top of the box. Otherwise, you won't be able to. We'll try to snap to the inputs and outputs. And then we're going to hold down control. Oh, we're going to try to go down here, so you can see what we're doing. Holding down. Oh, you don't need to hold down control on this one. Awesome. And then holding down control. Oh, it's so crazy. And bring that up. Up again. Too far. And you're like, well, Kismet, why didn't you run the train over there? Because all of this is going bye-bye. So it'd be kind of a waste of my time, I would think, to run my train over there. Because that whole process is actually going to be over here. Oh, wait a minute. That is the wrong thing I just put in there. That is my bad. I just ran a whole bunch. Oh, that's a painful thing I just did right there. I'll have to fix that. I ran the wrong one. Quick wire's over this way. Got ahead of myself there. Got ahead of myself. My bad. I'll have to bleed that off the lines later. This is going to be more quick wire than it's ever seen before, everybody, to the tune of like 4 times the amount of quick wire. Right here. There we go. And then we're just going to temporarily put in some mergers. Merge every bit of that quick wire right down that line. Again, that's going to be a lot of quick wire. That is a massive amount of quick wire running down there. That's 1,200 easy. It's actually about 2,000, but the belt's not going to go more than 1,200. And that's going to be just continuous running, everybody. That's definitely going to have an issue trying to process all of that. That's going to be more quick wire than it can definitely process. But it's now going to start that process back up again. And if there's processes after that process, it'll start those processes back up again too. So yeah, high-speed connectors we're waiting on as well. So waiting on those high-speed connectors. So that's going up, it's going down, it's now going back where I had it here. And we've screwed this up here. We screwed the pooch on that one. We got to fix that problem. All right, now this is called bleeding the lines. So what I do is I go ahead and put a little box in here somehow. Work it in here, let's say this way. And I just go ahead and take this. Oops, wrong thing. Take wherever that quick wire, right here. Right there. Not quick wire right now, it's SAM ore. And you just let that SAM ore run out of there until you see it turn into quick wire. There it is. All right, and then you take this back out. And that's what you do, everybody, if you have like fluid in your lines or anything like that. You'll run out any of the fluid so that you can then get the stuff that you want to run through that line running. And I can just throw that SAM ore away. Okay, same thing over here. Screwed the pooch. Connected the wrong thing. Where's it going? Okay, so it's bypassing the box. It's box doing anything anymore? No. Okay, take it out. No connections in the back of that box. And I don't know why there's a splitter here at all. Unnecessary. In fact, we could just take all of these lines out. And, oh, actually, we should probably run the line like this to bleed that line a little bit, just in case there's some in the splitter itself. Let's see. Yep, there was one seed that's still in the splitter. I know this game all too well. It's going to try to trip me up. And then we'll go like this. Run that into there. And now we get our high-speed connectors going so that the other stuff over here, like this, can get going back to supercomputers. Not that it doesn't probably have like 10 million of them somewhere. Where's this going? Okay. Oh, this is going down to somewhere else. So again, I remember what this is over here. This is running in here, which is our fused modular frames. But yeah, look at that quick wire go now. Look at it go. All right, and that's going to have more quick wire than it needs. I think it needs 525 per minute because I have it massively overclocked. And again, because this process went off, all the other processes that are after it that utilize it have gone off as well, which is why my power was so low. And when I see my power is so low, that just tells me that a whole bunch of processes have turned off. And we'll see it spike back up again when all of the various processes that have to do with that thing go back up again. How are we doing on computers over here? Looks like I've got 46 in there. And I am running the computers into here. This is making radio control units. Those radio control units are going right here. And they're going right here. And this is waiting for rubber. Really? Oh, here comes some right here. And that's going to go ahead and start that back up again. Make me some more turbo motors. Turbo motors going into here, into the dimensional depot. Doesn't really need to make that many turbo motors. I'm not using that many right this second. That's thermal propulsion rocket. That's for the space elevator, and we already finished that. There we go. And again, all these processes will be replaced, and there'll be none of this. Now, again, the way I could do it was take this process, or not that process, over here, wherever it's at, this one, and move this over by the quick wire. But if I move it over by the quick wire, I also need to bring the cable and the circuit boards over there to make that work. And then you're saying, okay, well, what are the cables made out of? In here, I'll just find out where they are. Circuit boards. What are the circuit boards made out of? And we can follow the circuit boards back through our spaghetti here into over here. Into over here, wherever these circuit boards are coming from, down here. Now we need copper sheets and plastic so we can make the circuit boards. Again, it gets very, very complex in that stuff. Now, what you can do is you can start with the very first thing and say, okay, I need to make circuit boards, so I need to make copper sheets, so I need to have raw copper. I need to smelt that copper. I need to turn it into copper sheets. I need to make plastic, so I need oil, and then oil turns into plastic, and then now you've got your copper sheets and your plastic. You combine those together, now you're making your circuit boards, and then you need all your other elements that make all the other stuff as well. Again, it can get very complex very, very quickly. I do like to have dedicated stuff to just certain things, and then a base where you can just run everything into that central base. So again, building out nicely, where you're using your modular, more of like beginning of the game, or if you just want to build out a bunch of stuff just to, make stuff real quickly. Or like we're doing now, you really build it out so it's clean and nice lines. You've got your lines running really nice and so on. And you've got all your train stations bringing in all of your resources in your major train depot that we are building out here. We're building out a very, very large train depot right here in the center of our base. And we're going to have all this space to just expand it that way. And we can also expand vertically, by the way, as well. We can have train depots stacked on top of each other and then feeding one side and the other side. Or going under and making it all a logistics level where you have all your train lines and lines running. Like I could have just as easily ran that line underneath that foundation, ran it underneath and just had it pop up right there. And you would have never seen that line. But I know I'm going to take it out, so I might as well just do it like that. Okay, this all turned out amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it's all back up and running at maximum ability. And we're getting lots. So you want to check all the boxes to make sure that it is getting into every one of them boxes. So check these over here. Yeah, look at it cooking out, everybody. Look at that. 2,400 out of the box. All right, nice. Speaking of merging, though completely unnecessary at this point. This is way more quick wire than it's ever going to be able to manage, but just for funsies, we'll also do the top box as well. And again, that would be basically 2,000 per minute, but it can only go at 1,200. So that's going to really max that out to the maximum max it can possibly max. That's not going to be hurting for quick wire ever again. And that's what it was hurting for before we went in and fixed it. Look at how cool that is off in the distance, everybody. Like giant apartment buildings or giant buildings there. Way off in the distance. Again, you're kind of building a skyline of what you're going to see when you're going through the game. All right. We're going to call this huge step forward. Man, awesome. Got that done. Got all of our processes up for any of the resources that we need to produce over here to keep going. And now it's pretty much just run all of our train lines, get all the oil that we can get all the coal we can get, and then build a big old power station over here. And then once we have that power station, it's build whatever the hell we feel like building to the maximum degree, right? To whatever degree that we want to build it at, we would have enough power to do anything. Anything, which is all the processes in the game, which we're going to do. And we're going to max all those processes out. And we're going to let those processes run into the dimensional depot. So we have everything from everywhere. Going to be awesome. Going to take a while, though. So, again, we're going to keep chugging away at it. But I think that's good for today, everybody. We made some huge strides, massive strides. Had a few technical problems along the way, but we got it done. We got our quick wire fixed up, and it's maxed out. It's never going to make any more quick wire than that that it can do. There's no possible way to make it run any faster. And we have full amount of quick wire coming over here as well, 2,000 quick wire, roughly. We got all of our SAM ore over here, which is about 600 SAM ore. We've got our coal over here, which is 1,200 coal, which is going to be tied into our oil over here, again, tied into our power. So very cool. It's weird. Sometimes it starts to highlight them like that. I don't know why it does that. It's kind of weird. It just starts highlighting the train. So what I do is I just kind of highlight a bunch of stuff over here. And I hit escape, and sometimes it'll de-highlight it. Or you can log out, log back in again. It fixes that weird highlighting that's going on there. All right. I think we're good. Eventually, I'm going to run that central road clear across the whole entire map. We'll be able to drive our vehicles through there. Again, it's just so cool to watch it run, everybody. Again, the scale at which you can build in this game is awesome. Very awesome. All right, actually, we'll just save it over the one we just saved it because it just did a few things. All right, Kismet Love Train, let's go before it ends up being, time to stream again in about 4 minutes. So let's go. All right, everybody, nice big long 10-hour stream for you there. Again, did start late, but we got in. We did a whole bunch of fun. We rocked that Satisfactory. Got a whole bunch done. Thanks, everybody, for being in the stream as well. What is the final step in ending the game? You send it off, and you become the employee of the year. You send off those 3 components that were in that upper right-hand corner that were over here. That's all you got to do is just finish that phase 3 or phase 5 of the construction of your platform, which is the big launch platform that's up at the top there. You just finish that, and you're done. You're done with the game. So I could do it at any moment and have done it multiple times before. So Again, there's different ways of playing the game. There's like you play it because you're trying to finish the game, or you're trying to finish the story of the game, and then you're playing it because you want to do a specific thing. You want to build a big old power plant, or you want to build out stuff, or in my case, I want to build everything. And then you also want to run it through the things and do the things. And then you want to make it nice and clean, and you want to make it look awesome as well. And a lot of the stuff that I'm building is the final thing. How it will look in the final build. And then some of the stuff that I'm building along with that stuff is just temporary stuff that I will take out and then rebuild. Like I will obviously make a better road blueprint that will have embellishments on the road and railings and, little lines and arrows and all of that stuff, and really embellish that massively so it looks like a road, and as the road has lights and all that stuff. Again, you can really just do as much as you want to do until you hit the limit of your computer frames wise, or the limit of the game item wise. And again, you see, I don't even need to do what I'm doing, everybody. That's the thing. I don't need to do this, but I enjoy doing it. Again, since I already have it locked. And again, thanks to everybody for the love over there. Thanks to all my Patreon supporters over there. You're like, Kismet, what's coming up? Right over here, boom, some Fallout 4 tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think. Because that's in about 8 hours from now, so I need to get some rest, get up, and do it all over again. We'll see how it goes. Again, IRL has been chaos, everybody. One thing after another that I have to constantly fix or pay for or figure out. And my kids are just, it's crazy, everybody, crazy. But we're going to go ahead and do that later tonight. The ultimate modded playthrough, The Rise of the Tycoon Empire in Fallout 4. Then some Outer Worlds 2 on Thursday at 10 p.m. Again, true variety streaming up in here. Then on Friday, we got some fun. Oh, man. Bonus stream with a Learn to Play. I can't tell you what it is yet. But when I can tell you, I will tell you. And you will know. And you will be like, oh, yeah. It's on. And then, of course, back on Saturday and Sunday for 7 Days to Die. On Saturday, we're going to be doing our team play. And on Sunday, our solo run. All right? And again, you can find all of this, everybody, including all about the Vault Van Life Project, over on all my social media here. You can pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, leave a comment. You can also basically pop over to twitter.com/KismetBP and do the same. The more you do that, the more giveaways and other cool things I get to do here on the stream. Wherever you are, hit the follow button if you're on Twitter or Twitch, or what's the other one? Not YouTube, but Twitter, Twitch, Kick, or Trovo. There we go, because I'm streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time. Also, true multi-streamer as well. You can go ahead and show some love over there just by hitting the follow button. You can also check out the Discord, check out the website, a lot of cool stuff on there, and then you can check out patreon.com/Kismet, the single greatest way to support the stream. If you did enjoy the stream today, if you're like, Kismet, man, you are really building some cool stuff, I learned some cool stuff, I absolutely love the stream, then that's the best place to support, because know that the bulk of all your support goes right back into the stream. As well, versus a sub here on Twitch, which half of it goes to Twitch, and then half of it goes to here. So if you spend $5 here on the stream, $2.50 of it goes to Twitch, and then $2.50 of it goes to the stream, which I just take and put right back in the stream anyway. But if you support on Patreon for $5, guess what? 95% of that goes to me, and 5% of it goes to PayPal fees, and or whatever it is, Patreon fees or whatever it is. But 95% of that goes to me, so it's like $4.50 or something like that goes into the stream. So you can see it has a much bigger impact over on Patreon. So again, consider becoming a patron as well if you do want to do that epic level support. Or even $5 makes a difference, and you have exclusive content up there on Patreon just for you, including these blueprints that you just saw me make and revise and do all that stuff and organize today. I'm going to put all those, and I update them every now and again, every month or so. And so you'll be able to take those blueprints, put them into your save, and try them in your save as well. And then you're like, oh, man, these modular blueprints are awesome. You just snap them together. Amazing. And then you can take mine, learn and reverse engineer how I did it, and watch, of course, watch back how I made it here, and then make your own in your own style as well. So there you go. Again, great way to learn is to reverse engineer how someone else did it, and then make it in your own style, right? Very, very cool. Now, again, you can't help out by following those links. You're going to see those links scroll up in the chat right there, everybody. Make sure to go ahead and show some love right after the stream over there. I'm going to roll on out of here, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and give you a bunch of kiss caps first, though, for being super smart, hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. There you go. And again, that's it for me, everybody. I will try to see you at 10 p.m. Might be a little late. We'll see how it goes. Tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some Fallout 4. Again, the ultimate modded playthrough, Rise of the Tycoon Empire. Very fun. We'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is Scott.